waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Day 4 of the World's 2022 Group Stage, live from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Now yesterday, the LCK bounced back with an undefeated 3-0 record, which they're aiming to repeat today on our final day of the first round robin. Who will put themselves into prime position towards knockout stage, and who will require a miracle run? We'll find out soon enough, as I'm joined on the State Farm Analyst Desk by Dagda and Chronicler. The three of us will be your guides throughout all 6 of our matches today here on the Analyst Desk. But let's first start by taking a look at how each of the regions here at Worlds has been performing so far. We did this yesterday right at the end of the show, and you can see some pretty stark contrast between the top of the table and the bottom. LPL sitting pretty 7-2 as a region. LEC not too far behind though, 5-2, looking good as well. But because of that 3-0 day just yesterday, Chronicler, LCK slotting up to 5-4.
Yeah, the day that we had, the 0-3 day, I think made a lot of people worried, me included. I of course, am always going to have faith in my teams, but it's still something that I'm sure you can relate to, Dash, is heartbreaking nonetheless.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
I relate all too well.
Yes.
The thing I don't relate to is the turnaround.
Well, you don't know that yet.
Okay.
Maybe today will be the day.
Yeah, we'll see.
But of course, LCK, I think the wins from T1 in particular, extremely convincing. Gen.G, maybe not as much, but still, I think showcasing that they are, when it comes to late game, very strong. But this was the win that I didn't expect, and I don't think a lot of people were expecting, which is DRX getting the victory over Top Esports to cement that 3-0 day.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit heartbreaking as an LPL guy, but I got to give it to DRX. They looked absolutely fantastic. I love the way they play around that bot side, and a well-deserved win.
I have no sympathy for you. At 7-2.
We're 7-2.
7-2 is
two losses. Two whole ones. Yeah.
You have as many wins as we have losses here in North America. But after their win versus 100 Thieves, Gen.G's Peanut shared some thoughts on their development over the first days here at the group stage.
Going up against Top Esports.
네, 젠지 정글러 피넛 한왕호입니다. 어쨌든 저희가 1승이 없는 상태였어가지고 약간 좀 조마조마했었는데 오늘로서 1승 좀 찍고 내일도 2승 꼬지를 바라볼 수 있다는 것 때문에 좀 좋습니다. 저희가 바텀 라인전에 대한 픽을 좀 더 잘 뽑았고, 그리고 저희 보티어가 바텀 라인전을 좀 더 강하게 압박해놓은 게 용 스택도 쌓을 수 있게 된 계기가 된 거니까, 네, 뭐 그런 점에서 오늘 승리할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 저희가 그냥 워낙 어쨌든 그렇게 못하던 팀도 아니고 잘하던 팀이라고 생각해서 저희 할 것만 잘하면 앞으로의 경기도 또 잘할 수 있을 거라 생각해요. CF4라는 팀도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 저희가 지금 물러설 수 없기 때문에 CF의 전도 잘할 수 있도록 노력 많이 할 테니 좋은 경기로 보여드리겠습니다. 네. 계속 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶고, 그리고 좀 더 나아지는 모습 계속 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력 많이 하겠습니다.
sights set on improvement. I'm just so happy that Peanut's here. I've been a longtime fan ever since his first game on the LCK stage many years ago, playing Rengar. Full aggression. I became an instant fan. So I would love to see him in peak form. We'll see if they can find it here in the 2022 group stage. That's going to bring us to our overall standings across all 4 groups, though. And as you will see, Group B, C, and D all have one team undefeated at 2-0, and that would be JDG, Rogue, and Royal Never Give Up. Group A, though, already concluding their first round robin with a 3-way tie at 2-1 between Edward Gaming, Fnatic, and T1.
And Fnatic's upsurge and them clearly benefiting, like many other teams, from playing in play-ins, really very, very warmed up. Being able to get a very dominant win over T1 means that group is now very, very open as we go into the second half of it. Because I was expecting, like I think many people, EDG and T1 to be further ahead. But even the game where EDG got disadvantage, which is Sivir and Yuumi getting a double kill, level 1, wasn't a complete disaster. And I think that going into next week, I think we can see a lot of fireworks from this group.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Fnatic going up against the T1 and EDG, right? Like this EDG game, honestly, this could have been a Fnatic game if Viper hadn't gotten those early kills, which kind of snowballed and accelerated him into a better position. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Fnatic are going to bring to the table, more so in Group A as we, well, look towards next week when they play again. But I got to give a shout out to Azael as well, right? Azael looked at this group and went, there's an argument for every single team in this group to try and win this, and Fnatic definitely putting their names forward with the performances they've had.
Absolutely. And while this might change today, when it comes to the overall standings, at least from my perspective, even though we have a few 2-0 teams, it doesn't really feel like there's a very clear tournament favorite. Where in years past, we always have our sights set on 1 or 2 teams in the group stage that seem to be a step ahead of the rest.
Interestingly enough, it's probably RNG in terms of who looked the best in exclusively group stage. RNG, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Get it right.
But all of the other, I think, title contenders, Gen G looking a little bit slow on the uptake. JDG versus Damwon was an incredibly competitive game, which I think really sets the stakes for that group as well. So really hard to name a front runner right now.
All right, from here, we're going to the meta, and we're focusing specifically on the mid lane. But before we talk about it, here's a little bit of an update for you. Due to a recently discovered bug, Orianna will be disabled for Worlds 2022 until further notice. So while we did get our first look at her just yesterday on the World stage, she's out for now. But that means we should take a look at the rest of the mid lane landscape. And as we know, Azir has been one of the big ticket talks. But in general, the meta itself, I think, is finding its way back towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see, especially when we looked in the past at seeing, you know, in summer, it was the Sivers, the Zeris, these kind of late game scaling AD carries that were taking over. Now we're seeing that transition to the mid lane where we're getting picks like the Azir, the Silas, these picks that can actually pop off in the later portion of the game and can do a lot of work in team fights. And it's been really interesting to look towards the names that have stepped up on these carries, like Humanoid that we're seeing, like the likes of Faker, although he's playing a little bit more of the Akali and these kind of things. Xiaohu, Yagao as well, looking great. It's been super interesting to see how this has developed now. That mid lane is going to be such a big focus when you look at the damage percents.
What I think is cool is that even when it's not about the DPS champions, Azir and Victor come to mind here, with the Lissandras and the Akalis, it still feels like they're very much kind of the core focus of their team in the games that T1 won with that Akali. It was very much the core of what made it work. DRX have really relied on Zeka with the Akali and the Silas as well. And overall, as we can see here, a lot of mid laners in this list.
Yeah, the bot laners on the average were almost keeping pace with the mid laners, but as you see here, when you break it out into individuals, you really can see the individual impact of a lot of the mid laners here at the tournament, or rather their importance to the team's late game damage.
Yeah, and you can definitely see even like the guys that are sitting up the top there, guys like Humanoid, guys like Mission as well, have been tending more towards picks like the Azir, how big of an input they've been able to have as well.
Speaking of, let's take a look, or rather, when it comes to damage share percentage of champions specifically, Azir does sit atop the table at 33.5%. Typically, Victor just behind at 30%. Then when it comes to mid laners, though, it actually kind of drops off of a cliff. You've got Akali at 21.7%, Talia at 24.5%. And so, again, a lot of those numbers are really being inflated by just those two mid lane control mages.
I don't even think Victor's win rate is very high.
Probably
no,
because it
a lot.
to Azir.
It
That's
does.
Why?
Yeah.
It just goes up against Azir and loses every single time. Well, from the meta to some players, among the front runners of the World's Trophy are EDG, Gen G, and JDG. 3 teams that have one thing in common, the legacy of Griffin. And our very own Emily Wren wanted to talk through this historic lineup.
Hey y'all, it's Emily with a brief LCK history lesson about 2018-2019 Griffin. So Griffin's qualifying roster for 2018 Summer LCK was Sword, Tarzan, Rather, Chovy, Viper, and Lehens. They quickly took the LCK by storm, qualifying from challengers in the promotional tournament, making it all the way to finals, almost beating KT Rolster. They lost 2-3. They narrowly missed Worlds that year, and that entire time when other Korean teams are struggling, everyone was like, where is Griffin? They're such a team fight focused team. They're a little bit more aggressive. These players got to be really well known and absolutely beloved to LCK audiences very quickly. You had Tarzan, who was establishing himself as one of the best junglers in the world. You had Chovy, who the very next split would go on to set a record KDA amounts. Viper was always willing to throw some random stuff in the bot lane, so when everyone was complaining about, oh, bots opened up, can't play traditional AD carries anymore, there's Viper picking Teemo, and he actually studied matchups and knew a lot about different things you could kind of throw in there. And then right beside him was Lehens, who had been terrorizing solo queue with Elise and Singed for years. So this is a very fun team. They were very creative. And they actually made it to 2 more LCK finals, did not win, lost to SKT both times. By the end of that year, the team had internal issues, so despite making Worlds, the roster kind of split after that. And it's really sad because they're always one of those teams where I'm like, oh man, what if these players had kind of stayed together, because they were also really good together, and that was kind of their motto. But for where they are now, here's Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Emily. And yeah, we really wanted to do the segment together, but Emily, unfortunately, can't be here. But we did it anyway.
We'll have her back soon.
Yes.
We'll have her back soon.
Hopefully. So what I really think is really, really cool and why we did this segment is because Viper won Worlds in EDG last year and is such a big part of that team, a really big part of the win condition. For Gen G, goes without saying, between Chovy and Lehens being so incredibly essential to how the team plays out, how they have looked, and what their main win conditions have been, even including the Singed, which we saw, even though it wasn't very successful.
Didn't succeed?
No, not at all, against RNG.
And it's been a very similar story for Kanavi as well, right? He has become the lifeblood of JDG, and oftentimes people are looking at, although it was Tien who got the MVP, it felt like the MVP of JDG was Kanavi. You can even see it in the games we've got at Worlds where he's popping off on picks like the Viego, he's trying to get going on things like the Graves. This guy has been instrumental to their success, even as far back as when we saw them at Worlds 2020 as well. And since Kanavi has joined, he's always been the one that wants to play the carries, bring out the cool picks. Even when he initially joined the LPL, he was a big Silas jungle player. Like, these are the kind of picks and plays that he wants to make. And it's great to see his legacy from Griffin kind of continuing on here onto the world stage.
And the craziest thing is, he wasn't even on the main roster. He was playing behind Tarzan, who was only a single game away from qualifying. So crazy to see years down the line.
It's phenomenal to see the growth of these players, their trajectory and their careers, all ending up here at the World Championship. And yes, Kanavi, a big part of that 2-0 for JDG as they stand right now in their group. It's time for a bit of fun, though, here on the State Farm Analyst Desk. I don't know if that's suggesting that we haven't had fun up to this point. I feel like we're having a good time.
We've had a great time.
Let's have some more fun, though. What we did is we asked none other than our very own audience here in New York to give us some juicy Worlds trivia. So we're going to work through them. We haven't seen these before. We're on a team. We're just going to hopefully go 4 for 4 on these questions. All right.
We get Jed or Emily for calling, right?
Yeah.
I kind of wait. We are hurting for no Jed or Emily on the desk at the moment.
Get them?
Because they're usually the trivia ringers. All right. First question. This one comes from Seth from Florida. And he asks, what's the highest CS score this Worlds?
Oh.
So that
would just be player.
That would also include play-ins. So yeah, in my head, we got to think of a long game.
It's going to be one of the play-ins games.
We had a couple 50-minute
I think it was 40.
Yeah, 45. Like late 40s, 50-minute games. But do you even remember?
I'm gonna say.
At this point? Oh no, my little thing.
I'm gonna say 368. I think it's right there.
I'm gonna say 410. I think we did. I think in a 40-minute game.
410, 410, maybe. Are we all going 410? I mean, we're on one team. We're ride or die.
Okay,
410 is what we're going with. It was Zeka at 453.
Okay.
Not bad, not bad.
We got close.
What champion? He didn't do that on an Akali, did he? What did he do that on? Because that's all I remember is that Akali matches from play-ins. My goodness, wow, what a CS score. All right, Seth from Florida's got 2 questions apparently. This one is, what is the most picked champion of all time at Worlds? If it's not like Corki or Orianna.
Ryze or something.
Maybe Ryze?
Yeah.
I feel like there are some times when...
Because Ryze goes right the way back.
We always joke about how it comes back to Corki, though, in Worlds metas. Obviously, he hasn't been played this year.
Corki got released late.
Isn't it this year?
So Ryze just has more time.
Well, Corki was still on the early side of champions.
Azir might be a good front runner as well.
But Azir is going to miss out on some of the early, right? So like Season 3, you're not going to have Azir games. So that's why I'm tempted to say it's more like a Corki or a Ryze,
or LeBlanc.
Or an Ori and LeBlanc. Syndra as well, although no, she's either in or she's out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm willing to follow you guys on the Corki or the LeBlanc.
I don't know. The Ryze is kind of what I'm stuck on.
Feeling Ryze. All right, hang on.
I almost want to ask the audience for some help here. So, okay, are we narrowing it down to Ryze and Corki?
Yeah.
Okay, so for those of you in the audience, I'm going to ask for you to cheer after the one that you think it is. So, who thinks it's Corki?
Okay.
Okay, there's not a lot of support for Corki. Didn't sound like. How about for Ryze? Oh,
there we go.
We're
locking in.
We're locking in Ryze. Lisa!
What?
Oh, 296 picks. Wow, I honestly didn't think it was going to be a jungle, but it does make sense.
That's actually a no-brainer.
It is such it is such a playmaking.
You can't say that after the
Well, no, I mean, I'm making fun of every one of them.
Just think of Sightstone.
True.
Meta. Like, Lee Sin was in every game.
Yeah.
Literally every game when Sightstone was a thing. All right, next up, Tim from Connecticut asks us, which player has the most Worlds appearances? Well, Jensen? 8.
I think so, yeah.
Jensen at 8.
Okay.
I believe. I know he's the most consecutive. My concern is that
Ooh.
also most all time?
Is it?
I'm assuming all time.
But I think it's Jensen.
Is it Udapon?
Oh.
See, that's where we could get totally hung up. Is it? I still want to lean towards Jensen.
I feel like it's Udapon for
NA's gotta get one
Udapon
win
for
it.
internationals.
One win at Worlds.
I'd say it's I say it's Jensen.
Jensen?
I'm gonna
you guys
go
with me?
Alright, I'm good
Let's
for
just lock it in.
Let's do it.
Lock it in.
Yeah, let's
All
do it.
right. Jensen for NA.
If we get none of these right, it's
Yes, Jensen.
Okay, we got it.
We got a point. We got 1 point. We're 1 for 3. And our final question comes from James, nice name, from Connecticut as well. Which team has the most Baron steals of all time in Worlds? Okay, well, who goes deep into tournaments? T1.
I'm gonna say SKT/T1.
Yeah, T1.
Just based on.
Well, see, the thing is, you have to be probably behind to get a Baron.
That's also a good point. And T1,
yeah, they tend to be in a pretty good spot.
That's a
Yeah.
I'm just saying by Worlds appearances.
just number of games,
odds.
right? Yeah.
Who else?
Baker
who else,
himself
who
has
else
100
would you go
games,
for?
so
like RNG maybe.
I'm thinking orange.
So here's so we know that the second most games by a player is Perks at Worlds.
That's
so
not
G2,
that's not helping.
So G2
Yankos was king of steals as well for a little while, so that could actually be it.
Is it a Yankos
It
record
could be a G2
for
record.
G2?
I'm gonna stick.
You gonna stick with T1?
But you guys.
No, I think we were in this
We're on a
together,
team.
man.
You can't separate.
Also, I just don't want to end up on losing to you either. Like if you go to 2 points and we stick at 1.
Okay, no, we're in this together.
Are we all going
Okay.
T1 then?
Let's do T1.
Look, they are the most.
right.
They are historically the most winning.
It's
org,
just
right?
okay. We're playing dog.
we'll go
We're
T1.
going
All
T1.
right.
We're playing the odds.
I feel like they win too often.
EDG.
Oh,
How many did they get last year on
You
their
know,
way to winning the whole damn
you
thing?
know who would have known that?
Who?
Emily.
Emily,
True.
100% would
Yeah.
have known that. I'm fairly
I feel like
certain.
7 is
with
low.
the worst.
Emily and Jat are both separately back in their hotel rooms acing this quiz.
Yeah,
they're
4
like,
for 4.
how do they not know this?
Yeah, I don't even have to verify with them. I'm fairly certain they got it correct. Well, that was a ton of fun. Thank you all so much for the questions that you threw in. From
did
here,
terribly.
we go to the schedule. We did do terribly. 1 for 4. Okay. JDG will kick things off against G2 Esports before we get to Rogue versus Top. Damwon Key and Evil Geniuses will be the third matchup of the day before we hop on over to 100 Thieves versus Royal Never Give Up. Gen G Flying Oyster, and then we close things out with GAM Esports versus DRX. Now, in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, LEC champions Rogue look to continue their dominance and solidify their place at the top of Group C, but standing in their way is none other than the LPL Titans, Top Esports.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have Rogue going up against Top Esports. For the first time in the organization's history, Rogue is representing Europe as their first seed, and they came out of the gate swinging.
Diving in for Auto Omna, sets them all up, ulti, it's gonna mean absolutely nothing. No one is left to watch the fall of DRX.
But so did the LPL Titans Top Esports in their second world appearance. Last time they were here, they left European fans with a burning desire for revenge after reverse sweeping Fnatic and spawning one of esports' biggest curses.
It starts with success.
World champion from 2018, Jackie Love, has also given LEC fans heartbreaks in years past.
Prowling Projectile gets the news. That's a fantastic spell shield. Steadfast presence to deny everyone any exit from this situation. Levi gonna have to book it to get himself out of there. Tien just flashing forward with that heroic charge. On top of it, the double snare to come forward with the final chapter, and it's another 2 to be picked up this time for the bottom lane.
With Comp putting on a clinic in his first Worlds performance, this game's focus is bound to be the bot lane.
Bubble lands, gets a lot of damage across, forcing the flash, the follow! And first blood for Comp. Welcome to the World Championship!
For both of these teams, this would be the real test, and a win here will be critical to coming out on top in Group C.
Tien is a monster, but that's why I'm particularly excited to see how Malrong matches up against him, given the way that he played just yesterday on that Jarvan. We know how much Malrong is in terms of importance to Rogue's success.
And what I love about Malrong is that his performance cannot be tied to stats. You can look at these stats and go, oh, what's he doing? But if you actually look at the games, the amount of work that he gets done is incredible. He is able to find so many early ganks. He's able to not only evade the vision that is available, but also punish everyone that might even slightly overextend. And as someone who loves Malrong, but was maybe a little bit doubtful of whether or not he could keep up the performance that he's shown in the LEC, it's still working. And I think it's super, super cool.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's a very similar story when you look across at Tien as well, right? Like, when you look at the way he's been playing these games, it's very much been about, hey, I want to try and facilitate my lanes. Like, we saw that Poppy gank where he just hid behind the wall, waited for the play to happen, and suddenly he's there, right? These are the things that are making Tien such a strong jungler for Top Esports, and why it was so pivotal yesterday when we saw him got shut down, because it just meant he couldn't have that same sort of impact that he's had not only here at Worlds, but also previously in the LPL.
Yeah, both facilitators. One's doing it on Tank Poppy, the other one's doing it on Umbral Glaive Jarvan.
Oh, yeah.
Because why not? Let's just build lethality and go at people. Gotta love it. Gotta love that fight. And honestly, Rogue, as the 1 seed and atop the table, they're the team to beat right now. So that's the other thing to consider. While I think most people would still consider Top the favorite in that matchup, you gotta remember, it's about getting it done. And Top so far has been a little, wishy-washy on that regard.
And historically, this has kind of been the biggest problem for Top Esports as well, right? When you look at them domestically, it hasn't been all sunshines and roses. This is a team that likes to play in a knife's edge, and when they end up fumbling, they fumble hard, and that's why we've seen even clips from, Jackie Love, I actually think had a fantastic playoffs, and it feels unfortunate that the stamp he gets is that Game 5 versus JDG in the finals where he messed up, but this is the problem with Top Esports. It's that consistency where they don't always play at the highest level that we expect from them, and it can come back to bite them.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and for Rogue, it's not necessarily about consistency as such, but it's about actually playing up to the form that you see from them. And that's why I think the LEC finals was so cool, because they finally were able to showcase the performance that they did throughout most of the split in a high-stakes game.
That comes in our second slot of the day, but now we turn our attention to game number 1, JDG versus G2 Esports. Let's start on the side of G2 Esports, because it's been an interesting development, their approach to the game here at Worlds in the group stage.
Yeah, I actually like that they started to swap things up, right? Because when we look at them domestically, unfortunately, the bot side has kind of been a big talking point about it. What is the strength of Flakked and Targamas? So I thought this was more the style they'd go for coming into Worlds, trying to play through mid lane, play up towards top side, facilitate Broken Blade on carries, because as you know, he's someone who loves to bring out these wacky picks like the Yone top and everything else that he kind of made his own in the LEC.
Well, actually, I'll let you respond, and then I've got a question.
Well, I personally say that any non-LPL team, even the LCK teams, have kind of fumbled with this, Team 1 notwithstanding. I actually like it way more to go for stable matchup. I think playing for top heavily, playing for carry matchups, even though historically that was one of the things that G2 excelled at, I don't know if it's going to work. I think that, for me, it's more important to get the focus on Caps. Make sure that he can actually have a really big impact, because I look back at that Seraphine game, and fortunately they haven't gone that far in that direction, but that is really the epitome to me for as long as you stay away from that, I think G2 might have a shot.
So I asked this earnestly, based on a lot of the numbers we were looking at earlier in the segment, top of day, around damage share. We had mid laners right around 27%, bot laners just below that, 26%. Top laners far behind that. Is top carry really a viable strategy in the Worlds meta?
I think the biggest thing is, like, you're seeing very diverse styles, right? Even within 369 and Broken Blade who are on your screens, right? 369, we've even seen him hover things like the Scion and the Orns and these kind of things. Like, he's happy to go for the tank. We even got the tank Gragas coming out yesterday as well. Whereas when you look across, it's people like Broken Blade that are more willing to play these carry-oriented champions. That's where you're seeing those damage numbers rise up. So, I mean, even when you look at this, right, 5th for Broken Blade, 9th for 369, we're seeing a dichotomy between the styles of teams. And I think that's one of the fascinating things that we've seen at Worlds, is just how flexible the style that you can bring to the table at Worlds 2022 is.
Actually, I like that you pointed out those damage per minute numbers as well, because if I recall correctly, this is from memory, the average damage per minute of a number of those mid laners is 535, so it's only 5 above. And so, yeah, breaking it out down to individuals and not averaging out the role itself does speak to perhaps G2 has found a recipe for success for themselves and themselves only.
Yeah, that's my core issue. You're playing as JDG. So I don't know. And when I look at how good G2 looked at the first week of MSI, that was off of the back of them making a read that teamfight compositions were still very strong. So that's why I'd err towards that side. But I do think the payoff is higher if you do try to go for top and it ends up working out. All
right, well, we've talked a little bit about what the recipe might be for G2 to come away with a win, but we have to talk about what they're going up against in JDG. So I'm going to hand things over to Dagda in this edition of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics to talk to us about how JDG play around Kanavi.
So one of the big things that I want to talk about is how JDG set up vision to allow Kanavi to take over a game, or at least bring himself back into a game, which is the case in this scenario. So this ward that he just placed is going to be super important, because there's two big things here that we need to take note of. He's placed that ward down, but he's also got vision here as well, which he knows that this camp is going to respawn him momentarily. So he makes a quick move into bot side just to give a bit of pressure to JDG. But the big thing that Kanavi is looking to track right now is where this Maokai is going. And as he sees in a second that this camp is going to respawn, and he's also looking at Talia leaving, watch the pattern that we see from him. He goes in towards his wolves and then back out over towards the Grom. And the reason he's doing this is because he knows that the camps on the bot side are about to respawn, and that's where the Maokai is going to be. So immediately, Kanavi just moves in onto this bot side as they spot the Maokai coming through, and it gives the opportunity here for JDG to shut down Canyon and stop him from snowballing the game. And the reason this is so important right now, Canyon is ahead. Damwon have already gotten into a position where they've already killed Kanavi. Kanavi is behind, and Kanavi needs to stop Canyon from just taking over this game. And that ward that we placed has just cleared out. This is 12.5 minutes into the game, and this is where we get to see again JDG setting up this defensive vision on bot side just as Dragon is spawning. Crucially, they spot Nuguri on this wave on bot side, so I want you to watch Kanavi. Finishes his wolves and immediately goes into the top side. You don't want to fight this as JDG because they already spotted Nuguri, they know they're behind, but this is getting the chance for Kanavi to get back into this game and pick up a huge amount of the CS that he's behind and just putting pressure onto Canyon once more. And again, JDG move to make the play. They spot that Nuguri is moving up onto this top side, but they're already in position to move in and find this pick as well. And this is what JDG are so good at doing, playing around the vision they've established, using the information that they've already picked up and making decisions on how they can set Kanavi up, either in this case to get back into the game or set up for picks around Kanavi in the enemy jungle to snowball this guy ahead.
What a value ward that initial pink was, as you mentioned, and then utilizing that vision to make perfect decisions in response. You can't always match your opponent. Sometimes it's about recognizing where they've got the power and just shifting yours to a different part of the map.
Yeah, and again, another example here of how they end up reading that play again. The vision has just been cleared out on the bot side once more, but clearing out that vision gives JDG the information they need. They move Yagao down, and this is why it's become so crucial for them throughout this tournament.
And what I want to highlight here as well is that if JDG doesn't make those plays, even with how good their team fighting is, Damwon was set to snowball that game. As you pointed out, there were a couple of key early plays that they found. They got their bot lane relatively far ahead, but by these moves, they were able to stay in the game and get to the point where the superior team fighting could actually pull them through. As we see here, the killer instinct of Yagao and Hope is a force to be reckoned with.
It's actually absurd to me
that
they want a 3v5. They want a 3v5. I mean, I know that they didn't just flip that fight, right? In talking to the players, they called out the fact that in tracking summoner spells, they made the call. We know what they do and don't have in terms of resources, and we can take advantage of that even though we're only 3 strong.
And hearing the story from the horse's mouth as well, we actually did a chat with Grabs back after Worlds 2020 when G2 played against JDG, and they were scrimming with them as well. And he was like, whenever we take a Scryer's Bloom at the wrong time, Kanavi has us tracked for the next 5 minutes. It becomes so difficult for us to actually find an opportunity to try and push our advantages. So I think this is going to be so crucial to today's game.
Minute and a half to go for game time. It's time for us to pull up the MasterCard fan predictions. Again, 9 for 9 are the fans. They still haven't missed a single one. And so let's see where they're throwing their weight this time around. It is a very close, perhaps our closest of all the fan predictions up to this point. 51.9% in favor, though, of JDG.
I'd follow that. Yeah.
I'm down for that.
I'm not brave enough. I mean, obviously you're not going to go against JDG, but I think especially with what JDG has shown against Delmonkia, a team that I rate incredibly high in the current meta, and especially with the amount of agency they had in the previous draft, it's just really hard for me to see angles.
And I think as well, especially when you look at how well JDG played through their mid-jungle, where you're going up against G2, who want to try and play through their mid-jungle, right? It feels like that's going to be a big clash. I think a huge portion of this is, can Yagao get the priority that he needs to set up for this vision, set up for these picks, or do we instead see Jankos getting the kills in mid and snowballing caps as well?
So I'm just confirming JDG
all
on
the
the predictions.
I
mean,
all day, every day.
After you were talking up,
can I get a Gio JDG from the crowd? Because it feels like it's just going to be absolutely unstoppable for these guys.
After all of the explanation about how Broken Blade is going to carry through the top lane, you're still going to hop to the other side.
Yeah.
All right, fine. There's no faith here on the desk for G2 Esports taking down the giants of JDG. We'll find out soon enough as we get down to the stage to kick off the final day of the first round robin.
因为我觉得就是世界赛上的话，每个队伍都是他们赛区的非常强劲的对手嘛，选手，然后就觉得就是可能。
It's obviously always a big challenge playing against Asian teams. Beating JDG would be a huge morale boost for us.
G2 的话是一个非常有大赛经验的队伍嘛，然后他们有很多成绩，然后和G2交手的话应该是蛮有趣的，因为G2是一个很有趣的队伍。
What G2 needs to do is very simple. We always aim for winning. It's going to be a very exciting game.
我觉得我们京东是不可战胜的。
Fantastic bramble smash to get missing out of position, but Yagao finds his way forward. 3-man Emperor's Divide, the OPL first seed, prove exactly why.
유럽이 조금 북미랑 같이 저평가를 많이 받는 것 같아서 이기면은 그게 좀 없어지지 않을까 해서 그게 제 목표입니다.
This world, you can win any game against anybody, so I'm really convinced that we can win against them. I just want to make sure that we make you proud.
就是也没有把他们当做最大的对手来看，所以就无所谓。假如明天打rogue我们发挥的好的话，是可以赢下来。
If top esports will try to get our spot out of the group, I'll make sure they're not getting it the same way FPX did in last year.
就让我们见识一下欧洲最强战队的实力。
CF4란 팀도 잘하는 팀이라 생각하고 저희가 지금 물러설 수 없기 때문에
我觉得他们的个人实力应该还都是蛮强的吧，不过他们比较少在前期碰撞，就 BO1 都是蛮有机会的，就可能我们自己也觉得还是有机会赢下。
어쨌든 저희가 팬분들이 많이 기대를 해주는 것도 알고 있지만 저희가 결승 그리고 또 우승까지 향하기 위해서는 저희도 천천히 저희 실력을 끌어올릴 필요가 있다고 생각하고 있어서
我觉得 pinnacle 算是一个比较稳健的选手，就算他还算是有信心，因为比起威的话，他打得更稳健保守一点，所以若是我能出其不意的话，我觉得他们应该也会招架不住。
저희가 아직 갈 길이 멀기 때문에 내일 당장 질 수 없다고 생각하고요.
就小花生小心一点吧，小心我把你打成花生酱。
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the first round robin here for Worlds 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Kobe and Kadril here. And I think there's going to be too many words said on this desk, gentlemen. I'm a little bit worried for this one, but at least the energy's going to be high.
Yeah, the analyst desk didn't have any faith for G2, but
nope,
we've got plenty of faith. That's our specialty.
The Castro desk, baby.
We've
G2.
I feel like I'm just going to be preached to this whole day, and I'm here for it. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to learn the ways of the faith.
I'm the number one purveyor of copium.
Yeah, no,
you're giving out copium for EU?
Hopium.
Oh, hopium.
For the first 2 games, he's got you. For the first 2 games, he's got you.
I'll deal you for EG's game.
Yeah.
I think we'll both need to, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Here it is. It's going to be JDG versus G2, and I had a lot of hope for G2 as well, actually. I was thinking that this team was going to be able to just do some magic when it comes to this, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to topple the undefeated JDG.
I feel like we haven't really, as much as G2's played 2 games so far, I feel like we haven't really seen the full version of G2 in the sense that in the first game they play a Seraphine mid, everyone complains why they're playing for bot lane and why is Caps on a carry, this is not G2. The next game they go up against EG, who's playing this Nidalee in the set where all the agency's on them, G2 just kind of scale, look for picks, win team fights. So I'm ready to see a real kind of different version of G2, a version that we've seen in the LEC but haven't yet seen on the world stage.
Yeah, I'm super excited, especially for the mid-jungle 2v2, because Yagao and Kanavi have been spectacular for the LPL champions as well. And going up against Caps and Jankos, that is a star-studded 2v2.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. Let's see what's going to be banned away as we hop into the ban phase of the pick and ban here. Senna already taken off the board here by JDG. Not wanting to deal with those shenanigans, and we're going to have to see something else out of Yagao. His 2 in a row Azir going to be taken away.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I wonder if G2 are going to ban Graves here. There's the Maokai ban up against G2. Lots of teams prioritizing that one. But Kanavi is the one player that I think of as the carry jungler of this tournament who will never go for things like the Maokai.
Yumi's still up,
Yumi's still up. Graves is still up. G2. What are they going to...
Yumi or Caitlyn gets left up here.
Or Graves. I mean, that's also a worthwhile ban here. We did see a gentleman's agreement. No ban, no pick Yumi yesterday. We could have that again, but Ice is going to be banned. So I like this from G2. They're like, we can just get 2 of the big picks. You pick one of them. I don't think it's necessarily the greatest of choices.
The crowd is erupting. The boos are coming out. Yumi might be the pick, and it is indeed for JDG. Now the question is, does G2 try to deny things that JDG will want? Things that come to mind are the Caitlyn. Things that come to mind are the Graves. What is their option?
Yeah, I definitely think, especially jungle priority there with the Graves. It has been so good in Worlds games, in Champions Queue games. It is the go-to carry jungler. And this determining pick here, the first 3 for G2, will show what type of strategy they want to go with. Caps on Sylas, though, people will be happy to see that. This is definitely one of those playmaking champions. You know, the Akali, something like that is what G2 fans definitely want.
Yeah, we'll see what they round out the 2-3 with here, JDG, to match. They have a lot of options. You know, you can pick jungle AD carry with the Yumi, make sure you don't have to drop to 4-5. Whoa! Seraphine picked up, so that must be Flakked or Targamas' Seraphine. A flex on the bot side. Now, normally they play that with the Senna. The Senna's taken away. We could see something a bit crazy from G2 here along the lines of Seraphine Swain. Targamas plays a lot of Swain. Or a normal AD carry paired up with the Seraphine. Looks like it'll be a Sivir here for JDG.
Yeah, I think the Seraphine always does so much better when it gets farm, it gets money too. So I'm hoping it goes into the hands of Flakked and it's not going to be the kind of starved support role. Meanwhile, for Yagao though, does he want to lock in like skill matchup like Akali or something like that, or go with the farm?
Ooh, I like the LeBlanc. That's an exciting choice. I'd like them to lock away the Graves here. I think it'd be very important for G2 to be able to get some extra damage of the physical variety. But that's Renekton, just locked away here. I'm personally feeling a little bit worried about JDG because we've seen Renekton's used against them to zero effect.
Nuguri
work out at all.
Definitely struggled on 0-4-0. I think he was on the Renekton. This won't be a flex for JDG. We haven't seen Yagao play Renekton once this summer. Now, it could be somebody who plays first time here on the world stage, but 369 is a Renekton connoisseur. Well, this is going to be the Graves denial and pickup for Jankos. Of course, such a strong meta jungler right now in terms of the carry junglers. And with Maokai Sejuani being down, there's a little... the tank pool has been pinched.
And I think it's necessary to get it now, before the next round of bans, because you're already showing Seraphine having that more supportive, carry from the bottom lane here. So get Jankos on that Graves is going to be huge here. Matchup into Kanavi.
They will need frontline topside, though. I wonder if an Ornn ban here for JDG is worth it.
I'm thinking, too, some of the answers into Graves, because Graves have become so popular, a lot of junglers have been practicing these pocket picks. You know, the Nidalee has been used, but you can also take the skill matchup of the Kindred. Saw a bunch of these games in Champions Queue immediately slammed down by a couple of the LPL junglers.
Yeah, and my mind is going towards some of the old, Damwon Kia drafts, right? Where you've got the Renekton, you've got an AD mid lane as well, and you pick up that Nidalee that Kanavi was very, very good at in the past. I think you might be onto something there, Kobe.
Yeah, I think Nidalee or Taliyah, these are the two AP junglers with the most setup. And G2 have banned away the Akali. They can drop another ban here. Something like the Victor would make a lot of sense. Taliyah is a good ban as well because it covers off Yagao being able to play that as well into the Sylas, which can be a good matchup in denying the Sylas to push and stopping him from being able to roam around the map. The worked ground, doing a lot of work in team fights against Sylas Graves with these dashes.
Yeah, the classic Akali going to be taken away, used into Sylas quite often, as mentioned. So what is going to be alongside it? The Bel'Veth, taken off the board, of course, another favorite of Kanavi's.
I'm so sad, too, because I really wanted there to be more Bel'Veth on the world stage here, but they answer with the Pyke as well. The combination with Seraphine there, looking for that roam. You leave the Seraphine by itself, it can just blow up the wave and let Targamas roam around. I think that's a smart ban from JDG.
JDG have a lot of options here. They could go for something like LeBlanc Lee Sin here on 4-5. They could also go for things like the Taliyah, which could work in mid and jungle, and pair that up with things like the Viego. So I think they have so many options on this 4-5. It's just a case of what they feel most comfortable running into G2's draft. If this Alistar gets locked in, that's going to be a Seraphine 80 carry.
And I think it's the same idea as the Pyke would have been, right? Your Seraphine, you can leave it by itself. It can blow up the wave against the Sivir Yuumi, and you can go roaming around. Whenever you're playing versus Yuumi, you can either go for kills in lane, or you can go for those roaming plays. Sivir also is very vulnerable to Alistar because you will always be able to get that headbutt pulverized combination without the, regardless of spell shield.
There's the Viego, so now that's going jungle. There's the Taliyah Viego. It makes the most sense in JDG's draft. Now, I think G2 here, as every EU team probably would do, an Ornn on 5 makes the most sense. More engage, more follow-up. The problem they have is Renekton and Taliyah are going to focus on this top side, and if you pick something in terms of like a skill matchup that can match them, like a Gnar, you may fall behind. Oh my God! He's gone for Darius instead! So he calls their bluff. It's going to be an Armageddon on the top side of the map here for both of these teams.
This is G2 though. This is Broken Blade. Dead resources to top lane. Top lane carry. Broken Blade, let's get it. Oh my goodness. Darius is just a champ you slam down when you want to dominate that lane.
And we saw the Darius ban, I think it was yesterday, EG taking that away from Broken Blade. I can't remember if it was in the first or second ban phase. He's been practicing this in Champions Queue and in solo queue as well against double melee topside of the Renekton and Viego. He could get work done here. He's calling JDG's bluff.
I will say it is so scary. If you ever get ganked by the Taliyah as well, you get stunned, you are immediately going to get seismic shove here. Full comboed in. Yeah. So JDG definitely have the resources to also attack this champion that has no inherent escapes.
And fun fact, Broken Blade actually got a pentakill on this champion in Schalke against G2 in 2021. So this is something he has played on the big stage before. Not so much at Worlds, of course, but he has the confidence to pull it out here.
This is going to be a very interesting one, gentlemen. I'm not going to mention things about maybe range advantages for JDG because we're really hyped about G2's draft right now, especially with that Darius. I think we've seen it banned a few times here and there, especially in play-ins earlier on. So this is something that a lot of our players have been testing out. We'll see whether it's going to work out here for G2 because there are certainly some question marks for me as to how this one's going to go, but I like this a lot more. Being able to play around caps, I think is just so important.
Ghost Flash, maybe, like you have to with Darius. Get that lane dominance, Broken Blade going with both mobility summoners to really lay it on thick.
And that's the thing, right? You'll see it once we get into the game. Beautiful banners across the summoner's rip, but Broken Blade is playing this Darius with Ghost and Flash, as does every Darius in all of your solo queue games. Means that he has no TP. Any bad trades could come back to bite him, but Flacket has the TP on the Seraphine. Yagao chose to go for the Ignite, but has the Spellbook, so he can swap the TP worst case in the mid to late game. But I think a lot of our focus is game, gentlemen, is going to be topside.
Oh, for sure
absolutely,
it is. There will be blood.
That is an absolutely easy one. Of course, over the side of JDG, not the most interesting as far as the top side is concerned, but we're going to have our eyes glued to Broken Blade on this Darius. Because I think it's going to be very important for G2 to be able to put a stop to JDG's ability to get this Yuumi Sivir to the late game.
It's so exciting to watch, too, because especially from jungle perspective, with this many volatile lanes, you have a lot of opportunities. Kanavi here, he could actually go play off of Taliyah early on. You get that Flash Viego stun on a Sylas when he's going off on melee minions, and you can definitely set up the easy seismic shove that way, too.
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight this ward here that JDG have placed. Now, this ward right here actually covers the Graves from doing something like a red and then going over the wall or coming around here. This ward spots out both of them, which could mean that Kanavi loses these topside camps and then innately cannot contest the topside. This covers that off.
Exactly, and speaking of the other wards, Caps there we saw with the super delayed ward in on red, trying to see about Kanavi trying to come to play with the Taliyah, that stun into seismic shove play too. So they know he's going to be wrapping around here off of Raptors. And we'll see if they both ping-pong back up to the top side.
The only thing that's really worth mentioning in the bot side is, of course, the Yuumi will scale really well and the Alistar works into the Sivir. So in the case of bot lane, G2 have set up to make aggressive plays onto JDG if they want to. But if this is left in isolation, JDG will naturally get the push.
Yeah, and is there a bit of a difficulty here with the fact that it will be a bit of an island towards the bottom side? Do G2 need to be able to win down there, or is it just about keeping it even?
I think the strategy is you can just have Flakked 1v2 by himself on the Seraphine, focus on blowing up the wave, and get Targamas to even roam up to the top side too. Alistar plays to make it really spicy.
I like that. Get the cow out of the paddock. Make sure he's getting around there, doing what he needs to do. JDG with a lot of shove here towards this bottom side, of course, will generally do that until Flakked gets, an item or two. Sivir's Ricochet still works relatively well, especially when you can get control of the wave, as Kanavi's going to take the blue buff. Broken Blade battling here towards the top side. Not winning out against 369's pretty famous Renekton at this point in time.
Yeah, really famous for his Renekton and his Aatrox is 369. So misses
got it
out on the Q onto 369. 369 actually going to step up, cool down on that.
He got the cannon though.
And as Broken Blade pushed the first two waves and he ran into the blue buff jungle and put a ward down, spotted Kanavi. So he's seen Kanavi come up here. He just needs to be very careful. He knows he's there. He has the information.
Well, the flash comes out. The ghost is there as well. Broken Blade definitely wanted to get out of there. Jankos on the Krogs at the moment, not going to need to assist just yet. As Gao full health, going to take Caps below half.
It was a beautiful game of chicken, because like H was saying, they have that information there, so he's waiting for it, he's expecting it, and still, JDG, 1 for 2 on the summoner spells because the Ghost also popped there, and Kanavi did not flash follow, and here they're going to meet up in the Tri-Brush again.
Yeah, well, let's see whether they can actually get the kill. No summoner spells like you say. Jankos is going to get over here. 369 a little bit separated.
No flash.
Fully stacked up passive as Broken Blade's going to walk it out. There's first blood for the Darius. And Kanavi's going to need to run away. Big thumbs up here for Broken Blade. Yagao is going to flash on forward. Jankos in trouble. And Caps immediately the answer comes through from JDG. Broken Blade under the tower.
JDG roam, and they answer it first here. Yagao using that passive on the Taliyah to get there first, gets the counter kill after G2 score.
It's a bloodbath up here, as we expected. Caps was matching Yagao, but Yagao got there first. The stun from Kanavi was beautiful, so Yagao can flash forwards and follow up. Broken Blade is going to lose a lot here, and let's not forget, he doesn't have the TP, so he's going to lose around a wave and a half. Dropped to the tower. 369 will get a demolish proc. I think he'll lose another wave as well. The one that's coming in is 369 just going to proxy this one away.
Oh, it's so fun. When coming in from Champion Select, both teams are saying, yes, we will fight the top triangle of the map.
Yeah.
Send everybody up there. And this is the second meeting of the junglers.
Look at the bot side, actually. Hope's looking for the enemy jungler. He's going to Krugs, wondering if Jankos is there. So Kanavi finds him on the top side. But because 369 has no flash, they just commit onto him first. Kanavi can't really help because he just uses combo. And it looks great for G2 initially. But it's Yagao coming up here and Jankos over chasing that comes back to bite them.
Exactly. They don't have the extra vision there. Then they Scryer's Bloom, but it's a little bit too late. And Kanavi's able to time his stun right when Yagao gets there. They get that burst down on the kill. It was a really good initial play from G2, though, with the flash from Jankos to be able to start out basically an isolated 2v1 there and take down 369 for the first blood.
And this is where the map will kind of devolve into madness, because Yagao has no flash, so that's another option for Jankos. Caps having the flash means they have really easy gap close, so we'll have to see if that's something that G2 invest in towards. And Alistar with flash that roams towards mid, that's another easy setup for a kill. So now G2 can start to play through mid to top side. JDG will need to cover it.
Really good point, and because JDG, I think, will be expecting that too, they can have Kanavi with the stun from Viego come with his flash, and see if they can set up the counter. It looks like he's going to finish up on his Wolves, though. And they're going to give that opening on the support roam timer.
Yeah, Targamas trying to get towards the top side now. Had a little bit of a look around mid lane, but he's going to book it towards the flashless Renekton. Of course, still has Slice available. Apprehend. Broken Blade just walking towards the Crocodile. Does find it there as Targamas is going to turn around, looking to come back. Jankos in the area as well. Kanavi can come up and try to assist. 2 versus 3 at this point in time, but a Weaver's Wall is available here for Yagao. Oh, not quite yet, almost.
Yeah, you talked about this, Atlas, getting the cow out of the paddock, just getting him towards the top side so Blackhead can kind of farm in this 1v2. It looks like he's safe for now. Sivir Yuumi, very low dive pressure. The problem is the Alistar will fall behind in levels if he doesn't find a play soon. See if Yagao spots him out over the wall, doesn't decide to ward, and Caps with the mid push means it's very hard to make a play here.
Yeah, I think that's really important that JDG are able to actually breach this first window of the support roam timers that we've been talking up from Champion Select. Nothing, if there's no action during a desynced roam timer on supports, that's very good for JDG. So Targamas gonna have to walk his way all the way back bottom, and they're gonna make the swap here. Look, Flakked going mid on the Seraphine.
Interesting, so that means that Caps will be bots without TP. And that means contesting Herald becomes a whole lot harder in a minute's time. I think G2 are actually going back on that idea and saying, you know what, Blackhead, come through mid and try to look for a little bit of vision, help Caps get some kind of control around this mid lane, and then go back towards the bot side with the wave coming in. Herald will be contested by both of these teams.
And Flakked bringing a control ward with him too, off of that reset. Almost semi-support Seraphine coming through with the extra vision through the river, because those roams from mid lane are so important. And that's why these 2 control wards here from G2 so important. Flakked put the bottom one, they put the top one as well to try and see the next move from JDG and answer.
Yeah, Caps taking a bit of damage here in this mid lane. You guys found a couple of shoves against the G2 mid laner. And I want to address the cat in the room, gentlemen, because there is, like, we've been talking about this, like, it's very, very exciting, but cow versus cat, as far as sort of this late game battle is concerned, yes, very, very good into the Sivir is the
How
Alistar.
big is the cat? Is it a great cat?
Well, it's on a book.
Tiger?
Books aren't generally that large, but they do a lot of winning here at Worlds 2022. Is it going to be an insurmountable problem? You know, that's what I'm worried about here.
I think the Enchanter match is on the Seraphine, right? So the scaling, as it will be favoring in favor of Yuumi, the Seraphine can kind of negate that and even it up until the late game at least. I think the issue with JDG's comp is they don't have any point-and-click hard engage in the sense where they can pick someone off at the blink of an eye. Yes, they can pop the On the Hunt and the Yuumi ult on top of that, but G2 have a lot of dashes to escape, whereas G2 have the Alistar. So looking for flanks, looking for angles onto these immobile carries is what G2 will want to do. And then they have all these divers, Seraphine all over the top of the Darius and the Sylas. It makes sense. JDG need to play the map well with the Talia ult.
And I think what we're seeing right now is some really good timings from G2. They're able to go topside with the roam from Targamas first to guarantee the Rift Herald for themselves while not giving up the Dragon. Important for them to be able to focus on those neutral objectives so they can get actually both of them. Kanavi going for the gank though.
Yep, Ghost already popped here as 369 out of slices and dices. And yeah, looking fantastic there, Broken Blade. No need to flash this time around.
Yeah, it's a Ghost trade for an ultimate trade, but you highlighted it there, Kobe. G2 picking up the Herald because of the Alistar move, playing for neutral objectives, and Jankos now pathing towards the bot side, it looks like. Could look for an early Drake. Caps, every time the camera comes here, he's getting hit by the combo. Targamas, though.
Speaking of the combo, a lot of damage here. Great Encore is going to land there from Flakked, and Targamas just tanking them up. Flash out immediately, though, as Hope dives forward. Flakked, yeah, you can't tank all of those minions and Hope. The boomerang! He's going to get it on the return, and that's a kill for the Sivir.
And they're not done yet. Yagao is going in.
Well, he may not necessarily want to, but the seismic shove will pick it up. Oh no! Tripped on the rocks. Jankos will be able to claim it.
It's a 1-for-2
in that particular point.
Yeah, one for one, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, Jankos actually picking that up on the backside. So the Sivir doing so much damage in this lane.
We were wondering about the story of the cat and the cow, but it was really Yagao and the cow, 1-for-1 behind enemy lines. And it leaves Caps pushing in the mid lane there. That's an extra timer. That's not a good 1-for-1 trade there for Yagao, because G2 are going to be able to start up Baron off that due to their mid pressure. Caps easily shoves that in, and another objective for G2. Good snipe from Hope here at the very end, though.
So this is G2's full combo. Everything lands, except they can't get the kill. Ignite's down, everything's down, but yeah. I think the heal was held by missing until the Ignite fell off, and then he popped it. Hope with the lethal tempo, weaving in auto attacks and dodging away from Flakked's spells, and then this Q just does so much damage. Flakked with no flash gets taken out. Yagao comes in to help out, ends up in a 1-for-1 trade on this lane here as Jankos gets the kill.
Yeah, Yenko's happy to receive this one. He's like, "Bruh, great trade." Able to get the extra kill here with his ultimate and his red smite as well. True damage still ticking there. I think the difference maker in the bottom 2v2, Targamas, because he's been roaming so much, was only level 5. So it's level 5 to level 6 on the Yuumi. Big difference. Ultimate there for Yuumi, giving access so much more power for the Sivir Yuumi. And G2 miss out a little bit on that due to the extra roaming. But like we said, they still pick up the dragon in the aftermath.
Yeah, I think it's very important. Keep stacking these up. G2 now with that slight advantage. And Beat Drop going to come on through just to clear out these minions. Blackhead not going to be too worried about that one. Jankos moves down, spots that there's this ward here. We'll clear that one out with the help of his Umbral Glaive. And all is a little bit more quiet at this stage of the game. Both teams looking like they're okay with a bit of scaling.
The question is, where does G2 put the Herald down? They're the ones who can make the next play. Yagao, no flash. Jankos hovering around, see if they can for the pick, but no. Caps decides against it. Going on that tower against the Unraveled Earth would be very dangerous.
Ooh, Alcove Gaming.
Yeah, Alcove Gaming coming in here from Kanavi. No flashes on the G2 bot lane.
Oh, there it is. We do have the final chapter coming out. Targum is trying to get out of there. This time he's hit level 6. Does manage to get the trample to get a bit of a stun, but it's not going to be enough. A second kill for the Sivir, and also missing, taking down Blackhead. Caps will answer towards that mid lane. But still, things just slightly going JDG's way in all of these exchanges.
Herald will be placed, you have to expect here by G2, because Hope's just farming this bot tower for plates. Kanavi's on his way up with Missing on his back. It's going to be a 2v2 jungle support versus mid jungle. G2 don't have the Graves ultimate, but they could take the Viego ult. Kanavi has the flash. I think he's here to defend.
Yeah, he has a cat as well. It does have to flash away, though. And that is going to be plates going over to G2. This is actually a great power move from the European representatives here, as Kanavi's going to turn up, denies the actual full take of the turret as we got a battle on the top side of the map. Broken Blade gives him the thumbs up one more time as he walks away. 369 hemorrhaging a little bit, but he will survive.
So fun to watch here. Both junglers, you know, Jankos went, actually, we're going to have another play right now as Caps and Jankos coming up for the dive on 369. They know he has no ultimate. He does have flash, though.
Yeah, clears out the minion wave very, very comfortably as well. And if 3 people doesn't seem like it's going to work, bring 4, I think is going to be the answer. And Broken Blade just standing just barely out of turret range. Caps picks himself up the Dominus, and it's almost a disaster, but in the end it works out.
Caps just says, "I'll tank," takes Renekton, runs past him, gets the kill, refuses to elaborate. They managed to make the play work without a wave.
You say runs past him, he doesn't even have shoes. I think he just sauntered.
We gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go! It's all about the timers here because bottom side, JDG were making a play at the same time, so that's why Caps is like, hey, we can't wait for these minions. We have to go now. JDG are taking bottom side resources. We need to get this kill off, and they do take down 369.
Yeah, let's just look at the map right now. We'll look at the replay first, then we'll take stock of the map, because this is the mid lane play that we missed out on. Yagao's hovering down towards the spot side on the play, seeing if he can impact it with the ult, but he has no flash, of course, so Caps flashes forward with the chains. Despite the knockback, he buffers it to make sure it connects, and then we saw the double kill in bot for JDG. Bot lane ahead for them. Top side, though, that's a 2-0 Darius with the Stride Breaker completed, looking to push in and get these plates. Caps is ahead as well, 35 CS with a kill, so it's the top side for G2 that's ahead, the bot side for JDG, which is ahead as well.
And this is going to become a question of, can G2 deal with this Sivir? Because Hope is going to be so fed, and he also has Ghost and Flash and Yuumi with double defensive summoner spells here to protect himself. And if he can spell shield the Seraphine ult that's bouncing off all the allies' melee's heads, then it could get very difficult for them to actually get back there. And Sivir loves just mowing down melee champions.
Yeah, I think it's I think Broken Blade's going to make so much of the difference here. You know, if you can get that Noxian Guillotine just resetting over and over, and you can layer Apprehend over a big headbutt Pulverize, right? There is like a wombo combo for G2 if they can actually close the gap and get in on top of JDG, which can be very, very difficult with things like Final Chapter and Spell Shields aplenty.
G2 are hovering around this Herald. They don't have TP, let's not forget, on Broken Blade, but 369 does.
Yeah, Caps is getting enclosed on here as he does manage to dive away. Kanavi right after him, and Caps just out of position this time around. JDG just take away the mid laner.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a gamble there from G2. They know Broken Blade has Flash Ghost. There's no way he can join. So I think they were just hoping for like a win on the smite there, and they're trying to distract him to buy Jankos some time. But Kanavi gets the smite. They get the Rift Herald.
Big mistake. They're going to lose lose a lot for this. So the Herald's going to crash on mid tower. JDG will get the mid push. They can contest the Dragon as well, which is spawning because Caps has no TP. And Broken Blade has to give up the bot push. But 369 is top. He has no TP. Broken Blade gets caught out.
Yeah, Seismic Shove is going to connect there as Kanavi slinks into the mist. Broken Blade trying to turn it around. Darius can do these things sometimes, but that is only going to be one knock up there from Targamas, who does have to run away with that ultimate. And now is the time where Hope could find an option. Doesn't have the ult available. Did have to flash there as well as Targamas. Man, that was very close.
Saving Private Broken Blade worked out there from Targamas. Has to invest the flash and the ultimate, so as expected, JDG will pick up this Dragon.
Yeah, it was pretty rough there for G2 because they were hoping, you know, maybe with 369 stuck on topside, they'd be able to get some window for something, but they end up losing so many extra big cooldowns for themselves here with Broken Blade now no summoners again on this Darius.
Yep, remember, LEC fans, our next matchup is Rogue versus Top Esports. You get another shot at the LPL
Round
if
two.
this doesn't go right in our Mercedes featured matchup. As, okay, Caps back towards the top side here. It was another bit of a saunter past JDG issue, and hopefully he's not going to be doing that one again after the things went wrong at the Herald.
I mean, the Caps is definitely the big hope here for G2. He is 50 CS ahead on the Silas, has a stopwatch for big playmaking ability here. And as Cagel's alluding to, a level lead over Yagao as Yagao finally just now hits level 11. So we'll see if Caps can bring it back there for the European squad.
And Caps is going to have to be the side laner here for G2. Flakkit is the mid lane wave clear, and Broken Blade, well, hang on a second.
No sums.
Yeah, is going to come through here, and not a lot of mobility on good old Darius, and Broken Blade's just going to try and fight this one out. The apprehend's going to hit a few, but it does not matter whatsoever. 369 picks that one up, gets some revenge.
All of G2 are top side. Broken Blade, not sure what he was looking for there. Walks into the bot side river, has a pink of his own. Maybe he was trying to put a little bit of shallow vision, but now G2 looking on this top side. 369 no TP, but Yagao clears out the wave incredibly quickly. Caps not going to run past the tower again this time.
Yeah, Yankos walks over a ward here, so Yagao knows that he made the right choice.
Meanwhile, looking mid here, again, the story for JDG, this Sivir, so strong, especially with the Yuumi. They push mid and rotate over to bottom. Really nice two-lane push from JDG. Good macro here where you see G2 focusing on top side, push in mid, rotate over to the bottom side where 369 already has it up at the turret, and they instantly get that objective.
Yeah, really good macro there from JDG as you highlighted, Kobe. I mean, G2 will get this top tier 1 as a trade-off, but obviously inner towers are worth more gold, and this will be G2's first tower of the game. That's how much control JDG have had on this. All outer towers gone, bot inner is gone. They can push the waves in deeper, put wards like that on your screen in the middle of the lane to catch the rotations of G2 and be one step ahead.
And it means with those types of wards, your jungle is no longer yours for G2. JDG are going to mine everything from it. Blue buff Gromp taken away here as soon as it spawns. Kanavi waiting around. And it is going to be a very dangerous team fight, fellas.
Yeah, this is a rough one, and it does feel like that Herald fight, the first real mistake that G2 made this game. Ever since that moment, JDG have just not stopped. They have not stopped. They have not let G2 back into this game, and I think that is one of the reasons why this team is so incredibly formidable, right? It takes that one mistake, but then they capitalize and capitalize and capitalize.
JDG have been so controlled, and they did not balk at this Darius pick. They were like, Darius, it's okay. I'm on my Renekton. I'm so comfortable here for 369 on this Renekton. They dealt with the top side map really well. The roam from Yagao, the ganks from Kanavi super early on. Even with G2 getting that first blood, they were able to salvage the situation. And now, Renekton ahead of CS here by quite a substantial margin, a full item complete here as the Death Stance comes in for 369. He is feeling very confident.
Yeah, really ahead in the items. And that's what top teams will do. They'll punish your mistakes in an instant. They get the pick on the Caps, your mid tower's gone, your bot tower's gone, Dragon's gone, Broken Blade's being picked off, they have to save him, then he walks into the bot side river again, JDG pounce, and ever since they make these plays, they can snowball them into bigger and bigger leads. Then the bot tier 2 is gone, so JDG sitting in a comfortable gold lead, 1 minute 40 seconds on the next Dragon, so quite far away from a soul, and JDG's Baron damage, not the quickest, but their skirmish incredibly strong if they can find a pick.
Yeah, speaking of which, inside the enemy jungle here, JDG just going to steal away this Brambleback by brute force. They're not going to be able to get any kills, but do manage to locate the jungle, take things away, and get control of this Baron pit as well. Outside of that one pesky little ward there that did give a bit of information over to G2. But still, the map's starting to get real dark.
Yeah, and you're now going to start to see the drawbacks of having a top laner with Flash Ghost. Because it's so much more difficult to play the later game when you have to deal with Baron on the other side of the map, and the split pushing becomes so much more tenuous. It's basically like, Caps, okay, Your teleport is so critical. That is our biggest cooldown, and his side laning is going to be imperative.
Yeah, it's almost like a Hail Mary play, because once that TP is gone, your side lane pressure is gone, and you're forced to make plays and forced to fight into JDG to stop them from being able to control the sides. And with the Merc Treads and the Death Stance, I think Caps will lose against 369 as well, so it's more of a catching side waves game here for G2, catching mid waves. 35 seconds on this Dragon. I'm not too sure if G2 will look to contest it. Second Dragon stacked up, doesn't hurt you too much. You've got 10 minutes to find a Dragon yourselves. Just hope we can see how much damage it does already.
Yeah. All right, Kadriel, as your Hopium dealer, I'll give you a mission for Targamas right now. The Alistar, if he's able to sneak through a bunch of control wards into one of these brush and pull out that engage instantly for G2, I feel like that could be your snap moment. JDG, though, they've controlled vision so well.
Missing is doing so much damage here. Oh no, Targamas is going to have to ult pretty early. 5 seconds on this Drake, like you guys were talking about. It's very important here. Weaver's Wall going to come through. Yagao feeling a little bit feisty, not going to be able to find too much, but JDG, full control of this Dragon. They can take it whenever they want.
G2 just going to give it straight away. No Alistair ult, the poke coming out is too strong, and this is the problem that G2 have. Face checking into Talia Yuumi is so dangerous because they can just keep chunking out your health bars at such short cooldowns every time you walk up. I think you're right there, Kobe. The Alistar needs to find different angles. Coming from head-on is never going to work. He needs to channel his inner Ignar from Europe to find these crazy Alistar flanks.
Ignar from Europe?
When he was on Misfits, he was great at it.
I would say hide on bush is the strategy here for G2 now.
All right, well, 369 is going to discover Caps, or is it the other way around? They're able to do a fair bit of damage here. Oh! Lands on a 369. The apprehend pulls him back. That's a dead Croc. Is Yagao going to get flashed on? Broken Blade. He's feeling himself. All right, not just going to run it out. It's okay. 1-4-0 in favor of G2. Bought some time, bought some space.
A lot of summoners blown as well. I was ready for that fight to just continue into a big skirmish, but Yagao manages to get out despite the Stridebreaker landing. But look at the summoners on JDG.
Yeah.
Their mid-bot side just lost everything.
Caps accepted the mission. Caps on the the Brush by Raptors over here, able to get a lot of those summoner spells out. This could be the window, because I hate to be the harbinger of doom, but Hope is very close to his Infinity Edge, so maybe if G2 can punish before the summoner spells come up and before the Infinity Edge comes in, they're going to get a pick onto Yagao.
Yeah, Yagao in, no man's land, doesn't have a flash, doesn't have a hope, and that is going to be Caps making sure they lock him down. 369 teleported in. I like that Caps committed the flash.
Yeah, and look at the minimap here, because Broken Blade's pushing in on bot side. Well, they're bringing up, so there it is. Bot tier 1 is gone. And no TP on 369 helps the side lane out so much, because now it's even on this side lane. Broken Blade, once he gets the push, can move and force fights because he knows 369 cannot match. So they have to be very wary of how Broken Blade moves around the map.
Yeah, and this was what we were talking about before, right? JDG found G2's mistake and they capitalized. This time around, though, it's JDG that make the slide error, and G2 definitely getting the most out of it. We'll see whether they can transition this into a victory, because the gold lead is pretty irrelevant at this point in time, right? 3,000 gold at 23.5 minutes, not going to be an issue.
Infinity Edge complete for
that's big issue.
Three items strong on the Sivir with the 60% crit. And I think we're starting to see how G2's comp functions. Run at them is basically the only way they can make this happen. And Hope and Yagao having no flash. We'll see if G2 tries to punish that. I can imagine Caps taking away the Sivir ult and just sprinting at them while 369's on a side lane with the Dead Man's Plate, with the Darius Ghost. Could be enough to catch up, but with the Sivir ult of their own, they might kite back. Flacket TPing to the mid-tier 3. Maybe they were scared of a Baron out there, so they were calling all members to this top side. Still no vision. JDG have started it up. G2 are unaware.
Yeah, but they do have an avenue towards this Baron pit. Of course, vision available for JDG, down to half health. A lot of damage available, like you guys say, onto this Baron. They are just going to back away. No flips this time around. Targamas in a bit of trouble. Slinks into the mist, does Kanava. He's running very quickly. Targamas looking to turn it around, but only finds one knock-up. Oh, the outpost just gigantic! Broken at 3, do we get the resets? And we may not even need them. Caps looking for the backline. Hope trying to escape. Final chapter available here for the Silas and G2. I think they've just done it. They found a team fight in Major Sequel Baron.
It's 3 kills. Yankos is down. Caps is on the chase to find Hope, but he has no summoners in the ultimate. G2 are going to go towards this Baron while the despite I think they can secure it.
They did it! They did it! The fight behind the red buff. G2 are able to take down Baron. Hope and Missing are going towards mid, though. They want to crack open this mid inhibitor tower.
It was JDG who were the ones who forced this. They started up the Baron. They ran into this jungle, and it's Flackhead who lands a huge Seraphine ult into the Darius E to pull them all into the meat grinder of G2. Caps wasn't even there. He was flanking.
Yeah, the Baron is going to go down. It is going to be the tower falling in the mid lane. But here is that wraparound. Secret Agent count. Targamas gets the knock-up. Headbutt is going to be spell shielded. No, it's not actually. Gets it with the trample, and now Hope trying to chase him down. This Sivir is very, very dangerous as Caps will finally take him down. They'll take that trade because they get missing as well. The Cat can't do anything without his teammate.
Mission success. The Secret Agent pulls it off. They trade a kill across, but that's a big shutdown onto Caps.
Oh my goodness, they did it. They did it. Look at this wraparound. And the over chase, they all clump up here for JDG.
Oh my god.
And look at that Seraphine ult.
And then pulled in by Broken Blade, and then Caps on the left-hand side finds Hope and Missing to push them out.
And the smoke screen from Jankos makes it so they can't see either. Kanavi tries to go in, look at this, he wraps around for the blast cone over to the Soul, picks it up, but then he just goes down as well. He can't get the execute onto Flakked, so they take out the enemy jungler, just open up an easy way. Look at those reactions!
The triple encore apprehend was not what I was expecting to win the team fight for G2, but I'll take it again if they've got another one. That was such a great team fight. Now with the Baron, let's see whether G2 can push for more advantages.
Caps also stealing the Yuumi ultimate can be really big too. If he
really
get that
difficult
early.
to do.
Yeah, very difficult to do. Cat versus Cat could even it up though, and they're gonna get that dragon.
Yeah, for the first time this game, G2 have a gold lead. JDG going to control this top side of the map as they give up the Drake. Still 10 minutes away from a soul on either side. And they're looking for this top tier 2. No TP on Caps, and he's on the bot side. Maybe it's going to be a trade of towers here. We'll see if G2 can slow down the recalls, though, because Caps has just started hitting onto this tower. Targamas is going to take a base. Yagao similarly.
Could just be a trade. And if trades just keep going like this, you could imagine that G2 are pretty happy about it.
I just filled up all the hopium canisters, baby.
Right. When you said you were the
into
dealer, I was expecting it to just be a bit of a sham, but like, this stuff's real good.
Great.
Oh, it worked,
5-star review.
All right, Seraphine. Yeah, I mean, Seraphine, we had so much of this in North America as well during playoffs. You know, people were joking about Seraphine, CEO of North American playoffs, scaling and dominating so much with these big, clumped up melee comps, but you saw it right there. Especially if the enemy clumps up in a jungle fight.
Yeah.
When you can bounce that ultimate off, you get that giant opening for yourselves. G2 are able to push it through, and now back on even footing.
Yeah, definitely, and slightly ahead in levels. I think that's the biggest thing here for G2. Broken Blade's up a level, Jankos up level, Caps is up 2, and Flakked's ahead of Hope right now in experience. Jankos even split pushing, taking these side waves, getting really strong on this Graves. Baron buffs off in 10 seconds. They have this one wave to play on for a top tier 2 if they so choose to do so, but I think with Jankos' positioning, they're just making this wave crash. Looks like they will probably back away. Caps' TP has just come up if they fancy themselves a fight, though.
Yep. Bit dangerous there for 369. Decides not to take the short way over. Does in the end as he gets a bit more information. G2 slink back into the fog of war as Kanavi has collected up his cat. Is going to take it for a walk. Cats generally don't enjoy that, but he is going to do it anyway. Caps here towards the bottom side, and he's just going to continue the 1-3-1. And I really like how G2 have side lane, because that, I think, is a large reason why they have these experience leads.
I just imagine Atlas now, the hipster, walking down the middle.
I tried
of the
it. My
street,
cat's not into it, man.
Sunglasses on.
You did try it.
Yeah.
At least he tried.
He's a rescue cat, you know? I thought that he'd be okay with it.
All right, we're about to get into the side laning we're talking about previously, though, where G2 have to send Caps. The teleport side lane usage here for him. His teleport is available. He's level 16 now with all that extra experience funneled into him. The Silas is so critical, and there is a ward he could teleport in onto.
Oh, the apprehend over the wall gets a 2-for-1 special as well as the knockup comes in. There's the flash for Kanavi to get him out of trouble. Are there enough cooldowns left here? As Hope has full health, and that is always so dangerous. Only the Ghost used.
Yeah, and it's a flash from Kanavi. Couple ultimates used on either side. We'll see if JDG wants to take this fight because the Encore is on cooldown. The Alistar ult is down as well, so that really helps JDG in getting through these front line and maneuvering towards the back line. They're going to barrel down mid here. Open inhibitor for G2. They're all trying to recall as quickly as possible. I think they'll pick this one up before G2 arrives.
Yeah, I was very confused because there's 2 minutes on the Drake. Like, what are we fighting for in that river? But JDG did look for it and then realized they could possibly take this inhibitor. G2 make it back, and the inhibitor just barely survives. Broken Blade looking for his opportunity. Deadman's plate in his hands as well.
I think one of the most critical cooldowns is that Seraphine ultimate, and when that thing whiffs there for the team fight, you can tell Broken Blade, he's flirting with the flank, but you don't actually want to get that engaged without Flakked's ult ready for another big team fight.
But you said it, Atlas. There's no objective, so they're just fighting over a vision right now, and G2 thought they had a pick. Caps wasn't really there in time, so they couldn't fully commit. And when the Sivir can stack up her lethal tempo and start free hitting with the Ghost and ult, you really can't outstop her as G2 if you don't burn through their front line. So now they're setting up some vision towards this top side. 50 seconds on the Baron. And we'll see if G2 are the ones who decide to rush it and try to burn it down and maybe look for a turn with Targamas's flash onto Kanavi.
Yeah, if you can control the vision and force them to come through either of these small corridors to line up for one of those Seraphine ultimates, then you can enable yourselves a really, really easy team fight. But JDG trying to get in there and clear some of that vision out themselves.
Yeah, some of the problems here for G2 are, though, is that they just don't have enough damage for the Baron quickly enough, right? Like, this is a team that does not have a conventional AD carry, and so bursting down the Baron when JDG are out of position isn't really that much of an option.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they do start it up, they have to look for turns or forcing 369 TP and then backing off. This will really help him in the side lanes because he's on the bot side of the map right now, and that means that Broken Blade can push out that lane a lot easier. But with 40 seconds on the Dragon, I wonder if G2 just put a little bit of vision around this Baron just to make sure that JDG don't try to sneak it under their noses and then take a 5v5 around this Dragon spawning 30 seconds. Puts soul points for either side. Mid-wave contest here from G2. Caps has the TP, trying to find Yagao on the left-hand side of the lane there. It's not going to find him. Pink ward dropped and see him take a base.
Yeah, big zoom out comes on forward here as Kanavi. It's a bit camouflage. 369 on a split now towards that bottom side. And Yagao is going to regroup with the rest of his team. Of course,
they're rushing it.
Okay, we're going to try. We're going to give it a crack. Try and burst down this Baron as best we can on the side of G2. JDG probably know exactly what's going on. 369 teleports in. Like you were talking about, Kadril. They do manage to get that summoner spell, but G2 are still on it, looking for that turn opportunity. Blackard, great positioning there. Safe up towards the north as Targamas on the flank. Spotted out by Yagao. That's a decent little snare onto 369. On the hunt has been popped. The Baron is still leashed. Targamas has now used the ultimate, now wants his opportunity to get in. There's the knock-up, so much damage on the Caps, but he goes golden. Oh, the flick and the shutdown here for Kanavi. Caps goes down, Targamas survives for so long. Jankos is massive in this fight as well. It's Broken Blade running his way out. How did this happen? Hope is still huge. So JDG are still very scary, but G2 just want another fight.
It's absolute mayhem. What the hell is going on? G2 stuck on that Baron for so long. Caps was 20% HP before the bloody fight even started.
It was Jankos, the hitman in the backside, takes out Yagao and the Yuumi himself, and then escapes down to the bottom side. So it is 3 members still alive for G2. Jankos is going to finish his recall there, though. Even though he does have Smite, he's not going to stick around for this deal. And JDG, without perfect information, they don't know. They're not going to burn it down. With the DPS they could have done it, but they didn't know where Jankos was, and that Smite sniffing around for the steal.
So they dropped the Dragon, waiting for respawns. Yagao has the Talia ult if they want to make a fast play onto this Baron. Flakked respawning with the TP. We'll see if they decide to start it up. A lot of pings coming down here. I think G2 are cautious, a bit wary as to whether JDG are going to do it. And yes, they are. Flakked TP coming in. Yagao TP on the spellbook coming in. Kanavi's almost here with missing. The 5v5 round 2 is on the cards.
Comes G2. Half the health bar on the Baron. They just pull away. JDG, that was their invitation to the Thunderdome. G2, they definitely accepted it.
We're in a game state here with no TPs on either side, so grouping mid is the only play for both of them. And Dragon's up, G2 looker position towards it. Targamas.
All could be in trouble here. Does use the Unbreakable Will. Caps diving forward as well. The Weavers will block them all off. The encore is massive yet again, and the resets are now starting to come through. Yagao goes down. Hope is doing so much damage, and the resurrection does not seem to matter whatsoever. There is the Sivir damage, and JDG, they might just win right here.
And Hope will mow them all down as he takes that from G2, running straight to the base.
The hope was definitely missing, gentlemen, in that particular team fight. JDG now pushing towards Nexus turrets. I'm pretty sure that joke has been done many times before. But man, G2 made them work for it. JDG will remain undefeated in the group for their first week at groups.
What a game and what a way to end it. Of course, it's just a bloodbath in the mid lane where JDG, Hope, with the Sivir and the Yuumi on his back, kites them out. Yagao gets caught in that fight, but it's Hope who they can rely on.
Yep. Dread it, run from it. Hope still arrives with the Sivir to mow them all down. 4 items crit with the Infinity Edge, and Yuumi strapped on top. What a game, though.
Yeah.
G2 made it so interesting there with the comeback, trying to group up for the Seraphine ball composition.
It was a game that I wasn't expecting, gentlemen. I thought it was going to be a bit more one-sided than that, and I was believing towards the end that G2 had so many moments, and sometimes, you know, Sivayumi comes at you real fast towards the late game, but man, this was more than I was expecting.
I'm still going over to that last Weaver's Wall from Yagao. Before he gets caught, he cuts off Targamas, so they get the pick onto the Alistar. They force the ult out and a lot of DPS into him early, and the wall just sections off G2. They can't get in.
Yeah, it does. Targamas gets really low HP, but then the Encore hits Yagao on the side. He gets taken down, but Hope is just doing so much damage. Free hitting from the backside. Really skirmish-heavy game from both sides. It looked like it was going the way of JDG. G2 finally get the gold lead from a miracle fight in the jungle, and then a very questionable Baron force, which we were all confused how G2 even won in the first place. And then round 2 came in mid.
That was, I think, the hardest team fight I've had to commentate for a very long time. You know, getting the focus in the right area was difficult because there are about 11 different areas that you could focus. But man, that was an incredible game to start the day. Thankfully, we have enough energy and we have our Hopium salesman to keep us going.
Got any more for me, buddy?
Would you like another? Because we've got round 2 of LPL versus Europe coming up right after this.
Okay, after we go off camera, you need to dose me up.
Yeah, we might need as much as you can offer us here as well. So having a look, yeah, Sivir did a whole lot of damage here this game, but I just don't think that the numbers that will be coming up on your screen are necessarily the most important here this game, because on G2's side, doesn't necessarily look great, but a lot of these fights towards the late game definitely were closer than those would tell you. But if you can't make it to San Francisco for the World Finals, you can watch on the big screen with friends and family at select theaters near you. Use the QR code below to grab those tickets. And now, Shox will be speaking with Yagao in a few short moments, but we are first going to head over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Atlas. It's JDG getting it done against G2 in a very, very back-and-forth game. But I do want to start on the draft because we had talked about what would be G2's approach. Talking top side and how they had gone for it before. The Darius comes out. Left unbanned this time around, and Broken Blade picks it up.
Yeah, I think it was really cool to see the Darius come in, right? Because you look at that composition, you got a lot of AP, we need something that's AD heavy. With the Gnar gone, Darius goes into the top side, and I was like, hey, this is really cool. They're going to start playing around it. But then it started to kind of fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, because even though it tied into both of our points, because Caps, I think, also had a lot more agency with this, even though the bot lane didn't really need to do a whole lot, because even though I always prefer Sivayumi when it comes to scaling, Seraphine and Alistar in terms of utility still enable the rest of the team, G2's bot lane took more risks than were necessary, and I think that that might have actually, if you see how close that game was, be something that they're going to look back towards and be like, oh, if we played a little bit more disciplined and then to give Hope those resources, might have changed the game.
Look, it's the LPL special, right? You mind game the bot lane into giving you the extra 2 kills. We saw the Fnatic yesterday. It's going to be G2 again today. But honestly, like, this is where I was looking going, okay, Darius is in a really good spot, right? He gets the early kill. He's going to get the reset, going to be in a fine spot. But the thing was, because Broken Blade didn't actually go for the reset here, it means that then he ends up missing out on this big wave that's about to crash in a moment as well. And this was thanks to Yagao having that Roman. Part of the downside of Caps having agency on the Silas is that he isn't going to be able to match the push from something like a Taliyah, and that's where JDG were able to use that Taliyah to start to get the roam top, to start to cover some of the deficiencies that were going to happen in this Renekton Darius.
Yeah, in general, got a question. Jankos kind of continuing to contest Kanavi there in the top lane. When you know that that Taliyah is roaming, because Caps is following, and that is kind of what puts Broken Blade into a tough position up there. Even though he gets that initial kill, he's far behind in CS, and this is what we're talking about when it comes to the bot lane, picking up tons of kills for that Sivir and kind of accelerating her to her late game state.
And I'm so glad to see Hope having these kind of pop-off moments, right? Like this movement that he had on that play to pick up the kill on the bottom side. Hope is someone that, I mean, us in the LPL were big fans of in 2020. He had phenomenal performances on things like the Varus, but we never really got to see him achieve much because he got replaced by Viper. Now that he's come up from the LDL, he looked fantastic on JDG.
Additionally, a lot of these players have in common, Kanavi is there. And in terms of damage, you know, it's a Viego we went for off-tank very quickly. but in the key moments when he was able to set the rest of his team up, I think had a really big impact. Regardless, though,
is that not
the cleanest game?
Classic
Becca?
JDG Goldcraft right there. That is so
still win.
classic.
They still win.
I love how none of JDG's games so far have been convincing, but we're still like, they could win the whole thing.
But they are still 3-0.
But this is the thing, right? We saw the big play on top side where we're consistently after second dragon getting these picks on top side that kind of set up a lot of things there. Then you're looking on the fight in that jungle as well. There was a lot of moments where JDG were making mistakes, and they need to clean that up for the next games.
Might not be clean, but they are getting it done. As Atlas promised, we're heading down to the stage for the Ryzen post-game interview with Shox and Yagao.
Thank you very much indeed, Yagao. Congratulations on a fantastic victory, which was incredibly exciting to watch from a viewer perspective, but I can imagine a bit stressful. What would you say the challenges were in that mid to late game?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。作为观看者而言，毫无疑问是非常精彩的一局对决。但是可能对于你们在台上打会有那么一点点的焦灼，所以说可能在游戏的中后期，你们所遇到的挑战是什么呢？
就中期的时候，感觉我自己失误有点多吧，然后 Caps 跟 Youngers 确实有点厉害，就还好我们后辅也给我兜住了。
I must say, in the mid game, personally, I just made too many mistakes, and also the opponent's team, they really performed so good. But luckily, hope he can just carry the whole team together win.
He definitely did. Now JDG is 3-0 so far. First up, I want to ask about your personal experience in the mid lane. How do you feel you've matched up against the other mid laners, and how do you look back on your own performance?
那在第一轮你们也是3战全胜嘛，也是和小组内的其他中单也都交过手了。所以说和他们交手有什么样的一个感受？那面对他们，你觉得自己的发挥怎么样呢？
感觉 B 组的另外3个中单都是非常强的吧，感觉对上他们都挺有压力，但是还好，就是对我的帮助也挺大，给我的挺大，然后自己发挥的也不错吧。
I really want to say that all the mid laners in our group B, they are super strong mid laners. So facing against them, I can always feel the pressure on my shoulder. But luckily, with the help of my other teammates, we were able to have a good result. And in terms of my own performance, I feel it's quite decently.
Decent, I would say. It was really good. But going into the next round robin, now you have a little bit of time and a bit of a cushion because you are 3-0. What will be the focus for JDG in these off days coming into the second round robin?
那其实，在第2轮的小组赛开始之前，你们也有一定的时间来进行一些调整和修正。所以说，你可能会觉得，在这个过程当中，你们所要关注的一些重点是什么呢？来更好的迎接下面的一些对决。
虽然我们现在3个人，但是还是要第2轮的话，还是要，因为第2轮肯定是会比打的第1轮更好的，所以说还是要警惕其他3个队伍吧。
Although we started our journey with a 3-0, but I believe in the next round, all the teams, they will just perform better and better. So definitely we need to be cautious in the second round.
Okay, thank you very much, Yagao, and also Wendy for the translation. We're going to kick it over to a break, but when we come back, another EU versus LPL clash in Rogue versus Top Esports, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. We'll be right back.
So, okay, I thought it says hope win. So does it mean that like someone wins, like hope someone wins, or you mean hope G2 wins? Oh yeah.
Like
G2 is like really small.
Hey, Jankos is going to get over here. 369 a little bit separated. Flash fully stacked up. Passive is broken. Blaze is going to walk it out. There's first blood for the Darius. The Weavers will block them all. Again, encore is massive yet again. And the resets are now starting to come through. Yagao goes down. Hope is doing so much damage. And the resurrection does not seem to matter whatsoever. There is the Sivir damage. And JDG, they might just win right here.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
That's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 and our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. A battle for the top spot in Group C between Rogue and Top Esports. And as we approach this game, I want to ask the question of whether or not Rogue, in approaching Top, can take a lesson from the way that DRX took them down just yesterday.
Obviously, I'm going to say yes. I didn't expect DRX to win, and they did. And overall, I think that when Top has looked the strongest is when Jackie Love is able to get these early leads, because we've talked about this to a great extent, but I just want to reiterate, Jackie Love, the way that he sometimes loses you games is also why he wins you as many games as he does. He plays very far forward, and when you're playing on such a cutthroat pace, it can pay off very, very nicely. But we see here that thanks to a single hero play from Barrel, Jackie Love falls very far behind, the punish comes through here, and if Rogue can find a similar success that they found against DRX, their bot lane specifically, I think there's an angle for them.
Yeah, and I think DRX did a really good job of reading how Top Esports wanted to try and play around that bot side. You could already see in that they'd already started to move mid lane down, they had the jungler down, everyone was already on their way to the bot side, and I feel like that's what you need to do against Top Esports. Keep TN in check, keep Jackie Love in check and make sure that you're able to get yourself to a point where you're strong in the mid game.
And I'll just remind everybody that at the top of the day, when we looked at individual players who had the highest damage share for their team, it was a whole bunch of mid laners and Jackie Love slotting in that third position. And so definitely something you're going to have to target if you want to take down Top Esports. So as we talk about trying to replicate that success that DRX found, but for Rogue, we got to go back to Malrang in the jungle to get it done, to start generating that lead in the bot lane.
Because Malrang, to me, is such an incredible player. Like, the lows that he hit in the LCK, Jin agreements, a team that was beloved, sure, but never successful, kind of coming in and out of the LCK, having such an incredibly tough time. And then even when he did make it out of Jin Air, was on Damwon, but just as a sub. Only shows play for a very short time last year when Damwon was swapping around a lot, when the bot lane not quite working out. But this is a player with, I think, such a large history. And for me personally, seeing him do as well as he did when he went to the LEC was amazing, because even domestically, I think his creativity and his knack for finding early game pathing was always something that he really tried to rely on, and seeing it work in the LEC was
That's
really
the thing, right, Dagda? He's not a stats-driven player. He's not carrying by the numbers. He's carrying by his intelligence.
And that's the thing, right? You can even see it with this pathing, right? Traditionally, you'd see buff, Gromp, buff, but instead Malrang ends up dodging away from that, now gets into the mid lane, dodging away from a ward, and sets up beautifully here to completely catch GAM Esports off guard and setting up Larson. And this is something that he's been so crucial at and good at doing for Rogue, and why they've hit such a consistently high level over in the LEC is because he's able to set up his laners for success. And even here, right, immediately runs bot side, just ignores his blue buff once more, and means he's here to punish Style, who's already taken some terrible trades with the aggro Soraka that Trimby's able to bring to the table.
I like it. Red buff's the only buff you need to gain.
And what we see there, because as much credit as I think Malrang deserves, you also see that he's being set up by the rest of his lane. Larson pulling the wave here, the bot side trades that you highlighted, Dagda, that allow him. So it's that back and forth between Malrang's incredible knack for finding aggression and the rest of Rogue doing a really good job in the laning phase.
It's just another really intelligent use of the wall and Jarvan's mechanics to avoid those wards and get successful ganks off.
And the thing that I love about Malrang as well is that a lot of people are kind of looking at him going, hey, look, this is a guy who, once he gets found out, he's done. He's going to get figured out in no time. But he's consistently been amazing, and he's been consistently bringing out some of these weird builds.
I have never seen a jungler go Balmy Cinder and then into a Serrated Dirk. Yeah. And then just finish it for an Umbra Grave, which, great item, by the way. Yeah. I'm on board. I'm
Phenomenal
sold.
item. We're seeing all the Graves pick it up as well, right? But it is such a strange kind of pivot, especially out of a Jarvan. But it's that kind of stuff that can catch people off guard. You're not expecting him necessarily to go that route.
And that's why I'm looking at Tien here to see if he can step up to Malrang as well. I think Tien as well, a lot of people remember from FPX, World Finals MVP back in 2019, but he actually had a bit of a struggle when it came towards his end of his career on FPX. But coming across the Top Esports, it feels like he's found a lot of the success that he needed and a lot of the kind of the bolstering of the team to keep him going. He was struggling a lot when it came towards like wrist issues, when it came towards zone mental as well. But on a team like Top Esports, where they're very, very friendly, very heavy and laughing and joking, it feels like Tien has stepped up massively now that the weight and the pressure has been taken off him. And we're seeing him have these great successes in the early game where he can dictate the pace of the game if he can get himself going.
Now, again, reminder, this is the 2-0 squad here. So as much as we kind of, as we're talking about it, still sounds like we're favoring Top in the matchup. It's Rogue so far that's been showing up in the best of ones.
And that's just because the power of the LPL, right? We talked already a few days ago about one win separated Top Esports from being the #1 seed. And they have been known for some of their inconsistencies. So even with how well Rogue has been playing, I'm pretty sure that they are expecting a similar thing. Top Esports is always going to be a tough one to take down.
And especially when you look at Top Esports, when they play, as we say, on the very edge of what is possible. Like you see Jacqueline put himself in harm's way, Knight put himself in harm's way. That's where they like to live. And if it goes well, it looks spectacular. You get 92,000 damage in a single team fight from Jacqueline. But then you also have him like we saw yesterday where he can't find the success and it all goes apart.
Rogue looking to remain undefeated and maintain sole possession of first place in the group, while, of course, Top Esports is looking to join them there at 2-1. We're back over to Atlas, Cadril, and Kobe for the call.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, I think I need to come to UK draw because I agree. I actually think the Rogue should be the favorite here, right? First seed, you know, 2-0.
Undefeated at Worlds.
Why the doubt, you know?
Undefeated at Worlds, yeah, really convincing finals. Haven't lost a game since, but up against Top Esports here. Rogue is going to be on the blue side, Top Esports in red, and the crowd's happy that Yumi is banned.
I think especially Rogue have had such a good handle on the meta here for Worlds, jumping on it immediately. Maokai is still unbanned. Aatrox as well unbanned. So much focus towards the bottom lane. You know, this respect for Jackie Love's Draven. Target bans are going to leave those openings for these champions that we've had permaban, basically.
A lot of strong champions open here. Caitlyn, Aatrox, Maokai, Azir. There's the Aatrox taken away, which suggests to me Rogue probably want the Maokai. A lot of LPL and LCK teams have been banning Sejuani as well, which seems to be a pretty staple pick in the jungle. Yeah. There's the Caitlyn. So it could be a Maokai-Sejuani trade. Does that just mean Azir is the highest value for Rogue, where they can just match jungle or top lane, whatever it may be? It depends what Odoamne has up his sleeve.
You know me. I'm a huge Azir fan right now. But Maokai for Odoamne, I mean, it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like, it's a pentaflex, right? You can just put it wherever you want.
You can really, can't you?
The tree seems to be able to go anywhere, so keeping their options open. But like you were saying, the Emperor of Shurima himself going to be snapped away here by Knight in that mid lane.
I heard a boo from the crowd for the Azir. They're like, oh, Knight Azir, I'm scared.
And now the easy match here for Larson would be Victor. We know Orianna is disabled, so Control Mage versus Control Mage. Sylas is banned away, so Akali is the only really aggressive champion you go for the Azir matchup. Now this Maokai, of course, can go top, and you know that gives Malrang the option to pick something into the Trundle like a Jarvan if he wants. Yes, it's not the greatest 1v1 matchup, but it means that you have AD damage in the jungle. You know, if you play Maokai LeBlanc, Maokai Akali mid-jungle, it really hurts your damage share up against the Azir. But it looks like it's going to be Comps Kalista locked in. We'll see if they pick Renata with it, or if they'll drop support and they're confident enough that an engaged support will be up on 4-5.
Yeah, I think if you are going Kalista, if you're going to do the Maokai top and Kalista bottom here, they would definitely want the Victor for powerhouse AP carry for their team fight later.
The thing that's dangerous about Victor is he just gets eaten by Azir after level 6. We've seen this so many times. It bothers me, honestly. I have a bit of a problem with Victor being picked into it. However, it's still going to happen, and we'll see whether Larson will be able to survive.
Because now they are going to soak a couple of support bans, but Trimby can get creative with it. You know, Kalista really does enable a lot of options here, so...
That could be the bottom lane as well. Like, Kalista Maokai is pretty good.
Very true as well, yeah. So there's a lot to figure out. There's a lot to figure out here for Top Esports. So them being unsure what's really their top, their jungle, or their support in that Maokai, they're going to go for the Gnar here on 3. A bit of a wayward classic, and now they're going to drop their bot lane to 4-5, which is a little bit scary up against the Kalista if they ban away some of the safer options. Tahm Kench could be a good ban here for Rogue. See if they opt into it, or things like Varus, Aphelios, Ashe, are normally the picks you see into the Kalista with Draven, Lucian, Kate down.
Yeah, I quite like the Ashe.
Especially because it's pretty clear here for TES. They're going to want these structured team fights. They have already really good 5-on-5 setup, really good focus towards objectives. So start banning away some of these Kalista supports. There's your Renata off the table immediately. Think Rogue probably go with one of those, you know, engaged supports to go with the Kalista then, since they do have that Victor to really carry the brunt of the DPS. Aphelios has been one of the most popular, and since the Draven is already banned out, they're already feeling a lot better about these matchups. I say Varus probably as well. Definitely been a bit of a problem.
And I mean, what Top Esports have done is they've covered their tracks here. Trundle's good into Maokai jungle, Gnar's good into Maokai top. So unless this goes support, they should be pretty happy in matching this Maokai top side. But there's the Jarvan ban that we talked about. There's the Renata ban that we talked about. These are the picks that Rogue wants to enable their comp, depending on how flexible this Maokai is. Could also still go to support. We just talked about it. We'll see if Trimmy's got that up his sleeve.
That's
we saw Hylissang as well play it.
Yeah, that's a ban right there you get for having Malrang on your team. It's like, good job, you have Malrang. There you go. You get the Jarvan ban here on 5.
The courtesy ban does come through there. I really, like, the more I look at this draft from CES, the more I actually like the Trundle a lot, because Odoamne has looked so good on these tanks, and I'd be looking at this being like, oh, he should just lock on as soon as they can and flex the Maokai, but it becomes a little bit more difficult with that Subjugate available.
I thought they would ban Varus there instead of the Tristana. But just respecting JackeyLove having a match of bot lane for all-in pressure. We'll see what JackeyLove opts into here. I think picking AD makes the most sense, just so you can see where the Maokai is going. There's the Varus that we expected. So just covering tracks again here, Rogue, making sure that bot lane is not as volatile in the early stages.
Because you know JackeyLove is really ready to use those Tristana buffs, jump right in, look for that all-in kill immediately. All right, what's the support pairing going to be here for the Kalista? Rimby, what you got for us?
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Is Malrang This is actually how he first managed to debut in the LCK all those years ago. Was playing absolutely amazing Lee Sin.
Lee Sin into Trundle too feels like you always have so many options for playmaking. Like you can really, really style on him. If you're able to play to these lanes very aggressively.
Is it going to be the Kalista Soraka or
I
the
actually love
Rogue
it.
special and then have the Maokai on the top side? Maybe Trimmy thinking about a little bit more engaged. The problem is with Nautilus, you run into Varus Tahm Kench. It could be a little bit of a tough one. So Rakan to cover that off to make sure the Tahm Kench is going to be picked up. I think Leona Nautilus here from Top Esports would make sense.
Yeah, definitely agree. Get some aggressive kill pressure there onto the Victor for these team fights.
The thing that I really love about the Rakan pick is that I would have liked a Tahm Kench as this last pick spot, but Rakan does kind of block that off a little bit.
Does indeed.
Oh, they're deciding between kill pressure or the poke pressure there with the Karma, flirting with lane dominance. You're constantly throwing out the mantra Qs as well as the arrows, and they end up going for the Leona for the kill instead. Now, the Rakan here, you got to think that he's going to pick up the Tenacity runes, or otherwise it's so hard of a matchup into Leona. You need that Tenacity to get the breakpoint to be able to get right back out. Otherwise, Leona locks you up and burst the Rakan, turn it into such a squishy support, makes it so risky.
Yeah, it's these melee engaged supports that do really well into the Rakan, so bot lane will be a little bit more contested here. Rogue using the Rakan as more of a team fighter than a lane dominator. The Victor, Rakan, Maokai, a lot of team fight here. I think it's been a while since we've seen Malrang and Trimby on these two champions, mostly been towards Enchanter mentors, Malrang on early game junglers. Now we've got a lot more playmaking coming out of the Rogue jungle support. We'll see what they can get done.
Yeah, and it does put Odoamne still on a tank there towards that top side in that Maokai. Not going to be flexing it. You just sat with the pick the entire time and is going to be playing it here. So it'll be a tough time a little bit towards that top lane against Dinar, but I think that he should be able to get into that team fight status, which we all know and love him for. We'll see whether Rogue can make this one work, because like you were saying, I just feel like we haven't seen that much Rakan at all this Worlds.
Yeah, it's mostly been like the melee supports or the enchanters, a little bit of Tahm Kench. We saw Thresh rise up a bit from JDG especially, and T1, but ever since those games, we haven't seen him since. 2013 World Shirt there. OG.
That's a dedication right there.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Let's get into it. Round 2 of LEC versus LPL.
And will Rogue be able to stay undefeated? Gentlemen, that is my question to you. Is this draft going to be enough to do it? We'll see whether it's going to happen, as here we are onto the Rift for our second game of the day. The second time the LPL is taking on the LEC.
Are they going to do some level 1 shenanigans here with Rakan dashing over the wall, hiding on the bush, waiting for the W? Trimby's hovering around. If W's over here and hides on the bush, then they can catch Tian out with a knock-up. He's going to walk in. Is he Tian going to check the bush? Yes, he is. So that level 1 cheese won't happen. See if they get a ward there.
Yeah. He's going to Crab Rave, though, so at least that's a win. And TES will move in towards this bottom side, get some vision for themselves.
Yeah.
So it looked like it was going to be exciting, and then it just wasn't as much.
Yeah, you can be really creative with Rakan on the level 1s. You've got so many walls you can jump over to try to find an angle to flank someone who's just standing in the normal spot, 5-pointer, and then look for that kill or the flash blown. So ward on the enemy red buff. Rogue actually choosing not to put a ward down on the top side of the map. Trimby has swapped over to the sweeper.
And look at this retake of vision around red here for Rogue. Very cautious. They know that Top Esports could still be in there, so they're waiting for Lee Sin to come over and Trimby to get that sweeper so they can kill off the sweeper off red. Then Malrang comes over. So they did not show Lee Sin as they kill the ward.
I think that Malrang was spotted a little bit as the ward was dying. But one thing I will say is if you look at the scoreboard there, Tian actually used his sweeper. What you can do is you can walk into the enemy jungle and then just walk out. And they're not sure if you placed the ward. Most likely you did, so they may as well sweep it. But in this case, Rogue didn't. So no level 2 for the early lane in the solo laners. Tian gonna go red Raptors. Malrang will probably do something very similar. Both bot lanes arrive. And we'll see how the trading goes across the board. Level 1 incredibly strong for the Leona and Odo.
Yeah, level 1 maybe really strong for the Maokai as well.
Looks like it.
As Wayward's going to trade back very nicely and just even it out entirely.
Of course, last time we saw Odoamne on that Maokai as we go in for a bottom side trade.
Yeah,
He does get the knockup.
Yeah, a bit of damage there onto Jackalove as the Rend gets pulled out, but is going to have to back away. No summoner spells.
Yeah, last time we saw Odoamne on that Maokai, though, completely dominated. Problem for him this time around is that TES have a much easier time of killing frontline. Trundle ultimate to shred. Both Azir and Varus very good at killing frontline too. So he's going to have to be careful with his positioning. You know, as a tank, a lot of the times it's about avoiding damage and using the threat of your CC to zone people rather than actually soaking up the damage on the front line here. And he's been one of the best at utilizing that positioning and choosing his moments.
So Top Esports will have the information that Malrang has been pathing towards this top side. We'll see what Tian uses with that information, because he didn't actually choose to go down to this bot side, Malrang. With the Kalista Rakan, they're going to crash these waves. I wonder if they're going to take a base here and just try to spend some of the gold. Mark's trying to hold the wave so the range creeps don't go under tower, and they can keep the wave in a safe spot while they're jungler's bot side. So Malrang's actually backtracking. He went clear towards top, skipped Wolves, now he's going back down towards this bot grab, but if Tian has Smite, he should be able to pick it up pretty easily. Might look for a gank towards mid as well, and Tian will get spotted on the ward.
Yeah, not going to be near this grab like you were talking about, but is going to make his way down here. Able to get in just quickly enough, but now, yeah, exactly right. There is the safeguard forward from Malrang, does tag him with that red buff. Grand Entrance gets the flash out of Tien, but here's the rest of Top Esports. Knight on the first rotation over as well as Malrang going to be able to pick up the crab. Now Knight in Fog of War for a moment, standing in that brush as he does shift some sands over. Only level 4, so not going to be shuffling or anything like that, as this is a lot of people in this battle. 4v4, Comp getting taken down first, though that's first blood for Jackie Love. Knight's going to flash his way out. And Rogue, can they get a kill back in this exchange? It looks like the answer's no.
And it's Mark with the flash E here for the Leona, catches Comp, and it gets the first blood for Top Esports for the bottom side. Varus now. Jackie Love gets paid.
It was basically a double sandwich, wasn't it? Malrang and Trimby wanted to collapse onto TM. They get his flash, but then Knight collapses onto the 3-man. But Knight can't really offer that much. Larson a little bit further behind. So Tian gets spotted on the ward. Mark misses the Zenith Blade. They collapse on top of him, get his flash. It looks good initially, but Knight has the mid push, so he comes down first. And Comp is the focus. Ever since he left this bot lane, Mark's kept his eye on him, and he's been chasing him the entire way.
Exactly. They burn flash here with the first E from Mark, and he's waiting for his cooldown. When his E comes back up, he goes again for another play onto Comp, and he saw the problem there. Trimby was isolated up towards blue buff, so Rogue had to run from the 3v4. Mark gets it here into the mid lane, and Jackie Love credit for the kill.
Tried to trade back there, and Trimby gets a knock-up, and maybe if Malrang's Q connected, Knight would have died, but the flash came through. Tian back on this bot side, based and ran straight down to this bot lane. Wave's in a good spot for Rogue to hold it near their tower, so I'm not sure if there will be too much action. Jackie Love yet to base and spend that gold. Maybe Top Esports are trying to crash that wave so they could take that base, but they'll have to take it on the chin, let it sit there for now, lose a couple of minions, and they will recall.
Yeah, it feels to me like I'm looking at the entire summer season, right? Pick Trundle, sit him in the bottom lane the entire time. I was told that things had changed, but they certainly have not so far for the early game for Top Esports. It has netted them slight gold advantage, but no real issues. And Comp, even though he did fall down, he's still ahead in farm due to that early game that the Kalista will provide.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Tian's going to get the Wolves, and we'll see what he gets done. His top crab just spawned there. Looks like Malrang will be able to pick that one up with the Smite, and top lane been in isolation. Odo doing a pretty good job, you have to imagine, in this range matchup with Wayward having the counter pick, but the Gnar will offer a lot in team fights. Malrang's maybe going to ward jump over here and dodge that ward in the river. They will have a lot of CC for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, well, Twisted Advance, difficult to avoid there as he throws out the ultimate as well. Odoamne trying to lock him down for long enough. His Wayward is very dead. Malrang not even going to get an assist because, yeah, the tree did enough by himself.
Yeah, I mean, that is the correct play there. As Wayward, you're like, well, I've been outplayed, I see. And now he wants to deny. You get extra 50% gold for the team of Rogue if they were able to get an assist on it. So he goes over to his death, accepts it. They're into the tower. Another good move there from Malrang, though.
I thought what he would do there is kind of jump towards the enemy tower, then flash over that big wall into the blue side, and then try to kite them out, waste their time. But maybe he just hit the creep.
Straight to Valhalla!
Yeah, straight to But maybe he just hit the creep by accident and realized, oh, this is a bit too much of a jump, and then took 2 tower shots. So regardless, Malrang gets nothing. Odo gets the kill. Odo doesn't have to burn the flash. Saves the TP as well, which will help in case he takes a bad trade. No unleashed TP for quite a while. And we'll see if Rogue tried to help out this bot side a little bit more. Small CS lead for Comp because of that freeze that Jackie Love had to base on despite him getting the first blood, but gold pretty even across the board.
Yeah. No real issues one way or the other. Definitely a funny situation there.
Yeah, I think it's just so scary if you play against Maokai with no flash, too. It's like, whenever Odoamne wants to guarantee the all-in, then you're just at the mercy of the tree W. Tien now trying to retake some control of the top side, though, as he comes over with the sweeper for Knight.
Yeah, he's been everywhere this game, trying to get these ganks happening. Now just going to pass over the mid lane. A little bit of a drive-by. And heading down towards the Hex Drake, which is going to be the first one of this game. Don't think he's going to take it just yet, although might have a look around. They've got a lot of vision.
Yeah, a lot of vision. There might be a fight in bot actually in the minimap. I think Trimpy just jumped in. The thing I was going to say is the reason I'm excited for JackeyLove on this Varus is because it's a very immobile AD carry, but he is the highest death AD carry in the league, but one of the highest damage. Might be in trouble.
Grand entrance for the double. JackeyLove going to get taken down as you say it, Kadril. And now Mark is well and truly dead. Get Balrog an assist. Come on, he's done it again. As Comp is going to be flashed away from. And Mark will be able to go home.
Yeah, I was just about to say, JackeyLove highest deaths of all AD carries, I think, in the LPR or in the league, and then one of the highest damage dealers as well, so very high risk, high reward player. Gets caught out there in the 2v2, and now it's a huge CS lead for Comp on this Kalista.
That was also just such a good timing for Rogue because Malloran got level 6 off the Krugs, level 6 advantage on the jungle matchup, so they know, all right, we just have to force this as hard as we can. It looked even easier than that, and they get double summoners off of that Varus too, so Jackie will be very vulnerable for the foreseeable future while this dragon is contested.
I think the way Top Esports have been playing this game, you highlighted it, Atlas, as Tian's been everywhere. I think Tian's hovering around mid because they want to shuffle Larson into the Trundle. No flash on the Victor, but Larson's been playing with so much respect, giving up push tonight, catching waves on the tower. They haven't been able to find a pick on Tim, and now they've swapped their bot lane here, Rogue. Kalista's come towards the top side. By the looks of it, this could be a full swap. They can get the Herald, Odo can TP bot to catch the wave, and then they can force a dive onto Wayward.
Yeah, I love those plays where you cover the other side as well. Odo Omne, he started channeling his recall, but then he cancels it. Now he wants to go for the kill instead.
Yeah, Wayward gonna get the hop, but doesn't get the double jump. Comp gonna come on over as he wants to be able to pull in Trimby. Does have the Fate's Call available, and yeah, this Gnar, I don't think he's going to quite be mega enough, as he does go up to 50%, but he throws the house at the minions, gets the Gnar back. He does the best that he can, but he was dead a while ago.
Yeah, and he holds his flash, and he buys as much time as he could for JackeyLove on bottom side to try and get some turret plates, but there's your Odo teleport to cover the counterplay on the cross-map attempt.
Odo just recalls in Wayward's face there, knows he can't get stopped. Look how safe Larson's playing. He has no flash, he knows the jungle support's hovering, he knows that Knight wants to jump on top of him with a shuffle, and when Trimby's around to cover, that's when he will back away. It's going to sting for Odo a little bit, despite being 3 levels up. The jungle support of Top Esports own this bot side jungle, so no play to be made mid, but they will move towards this bot side. Odo has flash, Trimby's helping Larson get the push out.
All right, Knight going to keep shoving forward, and so far this has been absolutely fantastic for Rogue, outside of the fact that JackeyLove has been doing great work here towards the bottom lane. Okay, there's the trophy that goes down. Of course, Odo Omne is pretty tanky. There's the Bramble Smash as well. Trimby coming on in. Not a lot of damage to offer, but does have the CC as JackeyLove rotates down. Speaking of damage, he is pretty dangerous. Doesn't have the ult at the moment. Rogue get away.
And the problem is you have to answer Rift Herald pushes here. Trying to get the second push off. Eyeball is popped there for Wayward for Top Esports in the minimap, though. So it's going to be the one tower.
It's just wandering forward here. Gets the knock up onto Tian.
Kruggies!
that was very cute. It's like everyone's like, well, I don't think we can kill anyone here. And they just hang out.
Yeah, Malrang right behind the support top there. Trimby might be in trouble if he face checks that bush. He knows they're recalling in it, maybe looking to cancel some bases, but doesn't want to force too much of a fight. No dragon taken from either side. Top tier 1 has fallen. All the gold went over to Comp, and I think that's the important thing here. Rogue invested so much top to get the kill onto Wayward that when he died, Trimby actually just based and ran bot to help out Odo Omne on picking up some of those creeps to make sure that he didn't die. 1 plate left on that bot tower. That Comp is now back in that lane.
Yeah, such a power move from Rogue there to make the early recall off that pushing lane. They knew JackeyLove had to give them space with no summer spells. They got the early play down. TS though, they're reset and they're going for the dragon already.
Oh dear, that's looking a bit like the orange buff at this point in the game. Malrang's just going to punish Wayward. Picks up his second of the game as Knight holds onto the flash. A very small shifting sands. It's going to be enough to get him to safety.
Wayward's not having a good game here. A lot of focus up towards his top side. Initial death was Malrang. Second death, Malrang was there. And third one, he finally gets the kill he was looking for. And Comp might be in trouble. Mark's actually looking for Trimby, though.
Mark and Trimby have just been hanging out together so far this game, but this time he's going to turn it into violence. Immediately, Trimby does go into his stopwatch, though. It's not going to be enough Conquering Sands to secure that one. And oh, no! Picks the flash. Knight's Azir will lock down a double.
The roam from Knight. The Emperor has spoken. 2 kills, and they're going to finish up on bottom side while Larson's trying to get a turret play mid here. Tien can try and pillar, but the damage has been done.
It really has, and they'll get the tower as well. well, like you highlighted. 2 kills for this Azir, now double kill for Knight. They were looking mid so many times for Larssen, but it's the roam that gets the Azir ahead.
Knight had gotten such an early Leandries too. This whole time while he's poking out Trimby, he forego the boots, just immediately completed that, and then went and got a double kill. So strong now. Did have to use his flash, so might be a little bit more vulnerable. See if they can get any payback.
It's going to be difficult. Let's have a look at the play one more time.
Yeah, it's Trimby getting caught, and then Mark committing onto him. Knight dashes over the wall to make sure the kill happens, and where does he go? The tower's about to die, so he has to run towards this tier 2. Finds Mark, and Knight tries to flash over the push, but it pushes him even still back into the team in the waiting arms of JackeyLove, but it's Knight who gets the kill. Double kill for the Azir with the Leandries already.
Very difficult moment here for Rogue, as TES have been relying on Knight so much. Still, definitely in there with a shot, and still have a slight gold advantage as well, as that grand exit was fantastic from Trimby. Some into safety as TES get control of the river, but not too much more than that. Of course, no Rift Herald for the rest of the game.
So with those towers down too, they make the shift to have Wayward go bottom, Knight pushes out top with no flash for himself, and then just rotates over to the mid lane while we still have turret plates for another 20 seconds. JackeyLove gonna get the last little bit of turret plate money.
Oh, value right there. Comp underneath this turret does have to be respectful. Tien's going to move on over, and yeah, there's the smite. Odoamne not going to be able to get the big chicken.
Really like that simple macro from Knight, you know, just pushing out on top first, rotates over to the mid lane so they have that extra power, knowing that he's vulnerable, you know, has no teleport, no flash, gets the early move.
Yeah, and they're pressuring this mid tower so much. Larssen, no TP, of course. See if they can get this, and they will. So 2 towers so far for Top Esports. Rogue traded for top push, which means Larssen will have a turn to come down to help the mid contest of Vision, as Knight wants to catch that top wave. See if they can look for Mark here. He has flash, so if they overcommit, could get baited into the rest of Top Esports, but a knock-up will land. Couple of emotes shared across, and Odo being pushed in bot with no TP means that if they were to commit their Rogue, Wayward could TP up there.
I like how cordial the support emote game is compared to everyone else's emote game where they're doing the question marks and stuff, and supports are so nice about it.
And Wayward's crying a little bit here as he's had a difficult early stage of the game. You can see he's still in high spirits, especially with how other lanes have been going so far here for TES. Mega Naren, yep, Odo's not going to have too much damage on this Maokai, so you're not going to be feeling too worried here if you've got some information around the map as the Gnar.
It's going to take a base there in the Mega Form, and let's not forget, in this group, DRX are sitting at 2-1, Top Esports 1-1, Rogue 2-0, so if Top Esports win here, we have a 3-way tie in the group, similar to Group A, with the EDG, T1, and Fnatic situation. So EU currently down 0-1 to LPL. They'll see if they can even it up. Right now they're down in gold a bit, but they might find Knight. No flash.
Oh dear, there's the quickness. All of the knockups come forward. Not going to be the best Emperor's Divide, but that shifting sands was fantastic.
I'm surprised he got the ult up. I thought he was chain CC'd there for a little bit, but he manages to push them back, so Malrang can't connect with the Q2. Herald is up. That's what both these teams are fighting over. Knight doesn't have the TP, but that's 3 ultimates used from Rogue, so it's going to be very hard if they want to contest this.
Exactly. It's about the resources invested into that. Such a huge play from Knight just to weather the storm there and escape with his life. Plus the Ignite was used for Trimby, so Top feeling so good about that. That play just relieves so much pressure on the map, allows the reset, and now they can immediately start off the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and I think it'll be theirs, because if you look at the minimap, there was a couple of blue team pings on the bot side of the map. I think Comp's just calling, maybe we can look for a dragon here when they need to take a base. If we can get one more midwave in, that's our next objective. But right now, no movement on the map. Trimby's coming out of base. Malrang still hovering on this top side, and Odo has the bot push.
Yeah, that was such a big bridge play there for Top. And the timing works out for all these neutral objectives now. So with the Rift Herald picked up, transition down to bottom side now. They've got control wards in inventory to place as well. Knight went back, he did his duty, he's got his control ward. They've got 2 extra ones here for Mark. Just come down to the dragon, set those up in advance, and you can look for your pick.
And what has Rogue traded for? I mean, they could try to push towards this top tier 2, but they have no tower damage whatsoever, so they're going to push in waves. Maybe they'll try to stop Knight from getting to top to catch that wave. Malrang's hovering in this jungle. Odo has the TP. Top Esports will move the Dragon, but Mark wants to escort the Azir to catch this top wave. So Top Esports a bit split here. Looks like Dragon isn't the call despite having all the vision around it. They want to make sure Knight can keep on farming on this Azir.
Yep, wanting to stop Larssen from getting too much damage on this inner turret as well. They are going to be able to deter them from that one, as Malrang safeguards and does get a solar flare for his troubles as well. Not too bad at all. You mentioned the amount of vision that Top Esports have had, and that bottom side of the map has belonged to them for so long, as JackeyLove Does need to be a little bit careful here. There is a fair bit of CC follow-up.
Yeah, it was a really good play from TS to actually just deny the power move from Rogue, but now, after the first top wave has been pushed in, Rogue can sweep into this river, start to kill out some of the vision. They found 2 of the control wards, 1 left over here on the top side, though, behind them, for a possible wayward flank. Teleport's ready for that Gnar, and Mega is building.
Yeah, he's just diving
right
in on
into
top
Odo.
of Odo. Yeah, he doesn't really need that teleport, as it turns out, as Rogue are going to move back. There's the twisted advance. Odo getting a lot of CC, but where is the follow-up? Oh no, the tree's going to fall down. Jakilov gets that one. Wayward is going to gnaw the air, but still, it's a bit of a celebration here as they are going to get control of this dragon.
Yeah, who needs a flank when you get a bunch of damage right on the front line there? They burn him down, and as we said from Champ Select, Trundle ult on the Maokai is going to be way less tanky than the last time around Odo had him. Azir and Varus both very good at killing that front line. The Leandri's build, the proc from the Varus as well, and they burn down the Maokai.
We'll have a look at this one again because Rogue a little bit split. They want to try to stop Top Esports from getting into this choke, but Odo's a little bit too far. Larson pokes with the laser, but it's the pillar where I thought Odo Amne would just flash over the wall and say, you know what, I'm a bit caught here, I'll flash out. But then he goes back in, sidesteps the Narstan and says, let's go guys, let's take this fight. It looks good, gets a knock up, gets the ult across, but how does Rogue really join him? There's a pillar in their way, they're slowed. Malrang, if he jumps over, will get Nard into the wall, so the carry's not really finding the right angle.
Yeah, there was almost no DPS at all from Rogue during that tanking instance there for Odo Amne. We talked about trying to avoid actually soaking damage there, getting in range with your carries and getting coordinated there. Big, big difference. TS, though, see what they can actually do. That's 2 dragons now. The pressure really starting to mount.
Yep, yep. It's a bit dangerous as well. With the fact that there is a Kalista on the side of Rogue, they do need to be very careful about managing that range situation with the fact that it is hard for her to get all of those autos happening. Secret Agent Trimby here towards the top side is hoping that Mark just leaves him alone, but there is the blind Zenith Blade, and they spot him out. TP. How are we going to get out of this one is the question. He says thank you tonight, and he will just taxi his way out. Get some quickness going. There's a twisted advance as well, double knockup. Trimby turning it on his head. He will go down, but is the trade going to be worth it? Absolutely! The double knockup with the kick. Mark going to try and walk it out, but Knight is dead, and that's so important for Rogue here in this fight. Comp's going to turn up, and it turns out they didn't need him.
Wayward with the Mega decides not to look for the turn. Jakilov was in River a little bit split, but a huge fight for Rogue.
Special Agent Trimby, who's catching who here? What a genius! He gets the kill onto the Azir. Knight, though, does have teleport.
Wayward's like, no, it turns out I don't want to be in there. As Jakilov, the gravity field's fantastic. Oh, the cleanse, brilliant here to keep him alive, but the health bars are getting low. Comp does have the rend available. That's the only secure they have. He does manage to do it here. As Wayward not going to get knocked up, but the positioning's fantastic. Rogue has turned it on its head. The shutdown and the triple for Comp.
Rogue pull it off. They turn the top fight. They start the Baron. Everyone's health bars were below 10%. Mark flashes in to try to finish off Malrang. They get the Baron and the kills.
Oh my goodness! It's Trimby's master plan. Subscribe. They get all the kills. They get the Baron. Are you kidding me? It all starts right here.
So Trimby caught by 3 members of Top Esports. He calls for the TP and charms all 3 of them. Knight pushes him back to stop the knockup. And when Odo Amne arrives, it's a 3 versus 3. Malrang's behind them. 4 versus 3. And then let's watch Malrang here. Just 4 jumps forwards. Brutal onto Knight. Kick flashes him. Knight has nowhere to go. Wayward wants to look for the turn, but can't really find the angle. Doesn't have the vision in that bush to decide to jump in. And then Rogue turn for a burn.
Yeah, the single most important kill they could get. They take down the Azir. They burn it down here. Jakilov doing so much damage. Starting to get worried for Rogue. You know, with all this poke damage, him and Odo getting so low in there, but the smite early as well for health on the Baron.
Yeah, otherwise Malrang would have died, and Jakilov tries to steal it with his Q. Doesn't go for Malrang, tries for the Baron, but Comp has the end. Let's watch Mark here on the right. Just says, you know what, Flashy, I'll try to kill the enemy jungler. Jakilov gets caught because he has no summoners, and then the 3 kills come through. Shutdown onto Comp on screen there. We can see bot tower is gone. Top Esports are pressuring the mid-tier 2, though, so they've picked that one up. Rogue very happy with that play.
Yeah, they are. They're ecstatic with that. TS did not even get the kill on the Malrang because the Gore Drinker is just enough health to save him from Mark flashing in now, wearing Baron buff. Rogue are coming for those towers. TS, though, have them trapped.
Yep, inner turret is going to go down. TS trying to get in here. There's the teleport for the defense. Larson coming on in. 4 members down here, and TS not going to be able to do anything just yet. Yeah, Trimby, he's got another idea. There's the Solar Flare, connects onto the Callista, but no cleanse necessary, no follow-up available. And all right, the ulti's going to just cruise on through. They do manage to get one of the snares as Marco's down to 50%. Trimby gonna get a few of those autos forward. Odoamne frontlining beautifully. And TES, it looks like they're confused. That's like mainly because of Trimby being just crazy this game.
I think they thought they had a collapse. Maybe the comms were to force out a Victor TP, but I'm not sure where Top Esports knew where Odoamne was. He wasn't actually with the team at the time, so there was a window for an engage, but Trimby going in with Odoamne not behind him means he has to go out, but like Jackie no flash.
Oh dear, yep, he's not getting out of this one. That is impossible. The Ren will pick it up and Comp collects another kill this game. They'll take themselves the outer turret mid lane and they'll try to augment that with an inner as well.
You could tell Jackie Love knew he should not be there right then.
It was a sheepish death.
He knew he shouldn't be there, and yet he was. Another kill and the tower for Rogue. They can retreat over to the Dragon. Already we see them going right for it. This is so critical. Stopping Top Esports from Dragon stacking here. Rogue have found their second win.
And Rogue was a team in Europe. Hang on a second. Mark might find Odoamne as they try to back away. Odoamne could look for the re-engage of the ult, but they decide against it. Rogue was a team in Europe, but every time they went to Worlds, European fans would believe in G2 and Fnatic. Every time they went to playoffs, no one really believed that they would win a split, but now they've won their first split in summer 2020. They come to Worlds, they're 2-0 in the group, they're up in gold against Top Esports, against Tian, the world champion, who knocked down G2, and they're sitting very comfortably in this game as Odoamne stops Wayward from getting that top tower.
And all I'm thinking about was the Trimby interview, where he's talking about Rogue time doesn't exist. Well, this game, it's just been Trimby time in that mid game when that's supposed to be happening. He's certainly denied that that was ever a thing, and I'm absolutely here for it because his Rakan, I don't know how it's been working, but it's been working beautifully.
Yeah, surprised to see Lee Sin Rakan coming out of Rogue, but the execution is there. Punishing Top Esports on overextensions on the top side, pressuring them out here. The Baron buff faded a couple minutes ago, and 2 minutes on the next Nash. Rogue trying to control his top side of the map, taking away their first Dragon of the game to stop Top Esports being on Soul Point. Comp building towards that fourth item. Larson trying to get the Rabadons right now. We'll see what Top Esports can do to respond though, because he has here lots of scaling. The Trundle can always ult the Maokai, so we'll see how the front to back goes for Top.
Yeah, it's going to be critical how they start these fights out. Even an extra second of DPS on the front line is going to give you such a big head start. And so they're camping brush right now, trying to defend their own territory. RTES with the encroaching vision coming here for Rogue. They've got the speed of the Rakan engage and the width of the Maokai engage can cover such a big distance here, especially in the jungle. Make it very hard for TES to maneuver.
Looks like Rogue want to siege this top tier too. Need to be careful though, because four-man stack of Top Esports, no TP wards behind the Maokai ult inbound.
Zoning ultimate, but it's not even zoning. Manages to get a couple of these snares. Tien not going to be too worried about it. Of course, King's Tribute and everything else that Trundle has going to keep him very, very healthy. As Comp clears out the minion wave Knight. Going to stay up here to defend this inner turret. Rogue retain control here, the top side jungle, because Wayward is just spending time here in the bot lane.
Is he not going to go for the tower? He's scared that someone could arrive. Could have just picked that one up with a couple more autos and ran away with the Mininar speed, but Rogue haven't left. Top Esports think they're sweeping out vision here.
Yeah, there's the grand entrance. Quickness going to come through as well. Mark just flashes into the waiting arms of Comp. The Chaos Storm going to be there as well. Odoamne makes sure that kill comes through. And that is a pick for Rogue. We'll see what they can get for it.
That right there, those two plays are a reward of Rogue's vision work, keeping the Fog of War in their favor. You could tell for sure, Wayward thought they were already gone, already recalled. He was so scared he had to get out of there. And the rest of TS also thought they had already recalled and reset to the bomb side to defend. So it affords Rogue the pick.
Rogue's going to start Baron on spawn here. Look at their position. 4-man in the pit. Mark 10 seconds away. Baron's about to spawn. No vision for Top Esports. They realize they're barreling down mid, looking for this inhibitor. We'll see if they turn around to try to contest the Baron. Maybe someone from Rogue has the base here, because they could look to just try to get some Nexus towers.
Oh god, are they base racing? Is this Baron for Nexus? That is not a trade that you want if you're Rogue, but TS, they are going to back away.
TP.
Not trusting the ability to do it fast enough, and like you say, Larson is going to turn up. He's got a lot of wave clear, and that is Baron successfully secured the second one of the game here. We'll see how the Rebel Baron power play is going to go.
And that's a far better trade. A Baron for just mid inhibitor is a really, really good gold positive trade you can make, because mid inhibitor is the most easily defended inhibitor to have down. So Rogue now, with the extra pushing power of Baron, they can soak up all these super minions coming down through mid lane. They got the extra cash in and the experience there taking down the Baron, and with those Baron empowered recalls, they immediately get back to defend.
So what will Rogue get done with this Baron? It looks like this top tier 2 should be their first objective, the freest objective on the map. Mid tier 2 similarly. We'll see if they go into a 4-1 setup because they have no TPs right now. So splitting up the lanes and playing on 2 different ones means that Top Esports could look to engage onto them. They have summoners for the disengage. Trimby's gonna get a little bit of topside vision. Escort comp up here, but Wayward's already getting this wave. We'll see if he's in trouble though. Trimby's on the way.
Oh no, the hop now on cooldown for Wayward. Does have a large Naba, but there are 2 members of Rogue chasing him down. The alcove, I don't think it's going to be enough to save you unless he does something pretty phenomenal here. Great grand entrance to knock him up. And now Wayward once again running the wrong direction. The Wallop is going to connect. There's a Gnar to say, please leave me alone for goodness sake.
Second time.
The same tower. Wayward's going home.
Oh, but not the way that he wanted to, Kobe. Not the way he wanted to at all. But still, TES move into the bottom side jungle, look to try and get what vision they can. But now with Baron and losing their top laner, TES, the danger is not over yet, and it's going to get worse.
Not at all. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on this buff. Top tier 2 will fall. Rogue will push in mid and look for mid tier 2 as well. Dragon's up in 10, so they have a very simple rotation here of top to mid to bot if they choose to go for it. Comp's just checking if Top Esports match and mark this top wave, and they do. So now we'll see the rotation come into mid. Comp and Trimby will probably want to move down there. Have to be careful of Tian though, and they're going to start hitting on this mid tier 2. Is Top Esports going to be able to defend it? If they can't, Rogue will turn to the Dragon.
Yeah, really nice rotation of pressure. They get him caught in the gravity field though.
Gravity field's absolutely fantastic, but he is still Trundle, so he stays alive for a really long time. They don't care about it though. They're just going to keep CCing him, and they will be able to take down Tien. And once again, Rogue get another pick.
First pick of the fight. A lot of ultimates used though. Balrang's going in.
I love it. Malrang just in, over and over again. That grand entrance, phenomenal into the back line, and he gets out safely.
He's going in.
No one really dead just yet, apart from Tien from earlier, and Mark is going to survive. Trimby, what is this? He's surviving forever, and now Comp is frontlining. That cleanse just amazing as he's dominating, takes down the Gnar yet again, and his screen's been great for so much of this last portion of the game.
They're gonna get the Azir tower down. I'm not so sure how much longer they can stay here. So many ultimate spells, flashes, mana bars are used to make those plays happen. They do not get this mid tier 3, but they get themselves a couple kills, and the Dragon will fall.
Massive Baron power play for Rogue. Over 4,500 gold and another Ocean Dragon for themselves. Huge, huge stuff, all off of that top side single play.
And it's the Rogue bot lane who are the driving force in that fight. The amount of in and outs they did there to kind of bait Top Esports in, CC them, pick up the kills, they played that phenomenally. And Comp, he was benched last year. Now he's on the world stage taking down the Top Esports, the second seed from the LPL. Let's watch this again because Tien slowly falls.
Yeah, they melt right through this Trundle. Look at that. And then Malrang goes back in, kicks him here, says, you're not going anywhere, Tien. They finish off the kill, and here comes the siege.
Let's watch Comp and Trimby here, because it's just beautiful, isn't it? Malrang initially goes in onto Mark, calling for a dive, but no kick, no ults on the Rogue side, just the Rakan and Kalista. So he charms up, drops tower aggro, then Flash knocks up the carries to Peel, gets Kalista ulted in before he can fall too low, then goes back in to knock up Mark, and then back out onto Comp, and then they manage to kite the Gnar.
W away from the arrow, Jakulev trying to snipe him as well. Trimby lives to tail the tail. And Wayward then on the front line. Odo just dodges the ultimate there, going in with the W on Maokai. They kill again the front line. Really nicely done.
And Kobe, over your career, you've taught me a lot about faith. But Trimby's faith in Comp in that play was just unbelievable, pulling him out with like single-digit health.
We just watched the trust fall live on camera here at the inhibitor turret, and Rogue succeeded.
Well, now they're going to see whether they can continue the siege, because that the inhibitor turret in the mid lane still does remain standing, and this is a Kalista comp. Not a lot of siege availability for this one, so they're going to have to play their side lanes well and possibly wait for another Baron in a minute's time.
I think the play here for Rogue, by the looks of it, is just hold Top Esports in their base as long as possible. Look for mid or top tower if they miss position on lanes, and I think they're going to turn and burn the Baron when it spawns. Flash is coming up here for Top Esports though, so the turn will be a little bit difficult with Odo Amne lacking his and Trimby lacking his. The hard engage, not so hard anymore. We'll see if Top Esports can hold on. It looks like they should be fine wave clearing. Just with this TP coming in from Larson, picking up the Rabadons.
That ward just expired as well in that Tribush on the top side of the map. So TES, things very, very dark outside their base, like you were talking about.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The LEC champions, and they're looking to come straight through the front door.
Well, they're just going to break it down. All right, that's one way you can do it. Enforced sieging with the help of some brambles. Comp going to have to deal with his worst enemy, which is a Trundle Pillar. But still, absolutely fine. They'll take the turret, not going to be able to get the inhibitor, but still can slink back into this fog of war, and checking through all of these choke points against this Rakan is very, very difficult.
Exactly. Great vision toggle by the observers right now. This is what Rogue have done over and over versus TS. Completely turn out the lights, deny all vision, and then lie and wait. Odo and Trimby, the special agents.
Yeah,
here comes the
dive
turret.
out. Yeah, in goes Trimby. That is the quickness getting one onto Mark.
Oh my God!
It's an absolute god. They'll tidy up the fight. Rogue now looking to close this one out. The inhibitor going to be taken. Knight is still alive. I might have been speaking too soon, but this is 5 versus 3.
European fans rally behind Rogue. They've taken down the LCK. They might just take down the LPL.
Some analysts might say an upset. I say the first seed of Europe has done exactly what we expected and goes 3-0 in their first week of groups. Unless Wayward finds something, not going to be able to. Knight, he is going to be put into the fountain as the Nexus will fall.
They've done it. They're 3-0 in their group. The LEC champions managed to pull it off.
What is happening today, gentlemen? These games have been absolutely absurd. And I don't know what Trimby had for breakfast this morning, but we need to talk to him because I need some. He was playing absolutely out of his mind.
Really good team play from Rogue this time around. You know, that operation would not have worked out if it wasn't for the setup here. The collapse from the entire team coming through. You mentioned it as Comp, this Kalista on the front line, constantly keeping up extra firepower for the rest of the squad to get out. My goodness, Rogue are on fire. They are undefeated here in the group stage at Worlds.
And I just want to highlight Malrong's play at the end there, because for me, as an LCK commentator, what I saw from Malrong was failing to get things done in the later stage of the game. That was a game-winning kick flash to get a double knock-up
Quite the glow-up.
Go 3-0 in group stage of Worlds. Like that, as far as a trajectory for a player, is absolutely amazing.
And it's been all year long for Malrang. The second he joined the league in the LEC, after a first few weeks, everyone said his playstyle's obvious. All he does is skip camps and try to gank everyone. When people figure him out and just ward out right past the jungle, he'll never pull it off. And what did he do in the finals in summer? He did that exact playstyle and it worked. And now he's come to Worlds and picked Lee Sin. Not so much early game focus and getting his lanes ahead, but finding plays in team fights. And that's what we saw at the end.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Because like you said, there is a lot of tape on Malrong's playstyle. Because like you say, it was pretty obvious in the LEC from the first few weeks, right? But there are also years in the LCK of him doing exactly the same thing. And in Korea, it would be the early game is just amazing, showing his mechanics beautifully, and then sort of disappeared a little bit towards the later stage. But obviously, that has changed because he's now just ruthless throughout the entire game, and it seems unbeatable from LEC playoffs now to Worlds.
Yeah, both he and Larson deathless in this game as well for Rogue. And it's just such a good job here with the comeback. That top play, getting the pick onto Knight, and then no hesitation on the Baron for themselves. They know Malrang, he smites the Baron for health. They've got the Ren to be able to secure it. They turn on to Jackie Love. They pick up these kills. As soon as they get that pushing power of the Baron, they sweep the map.
They cut it close on that Baron, didn't they? If Jackie Love angled his Q a little bit to the right, maybe Malrang would have fallen. What could they get done in the fight after that? But it was decisive. And that's really all that matters, that Rogue execute on the play. And I think that there was a lot of trust, I think you highlighted it, Atlas, about between Comp and Trimby and the different ways that they jump in and out of the fights. And you can see as a team, they have that trust as well.
No, I think that, you know, Comp on the Kalista showing the amount of utility that was available. I was highlighting things like range disadvantages. That stuff didn't seem to matter at all because everyone seemed to be an engaged player for Rogue in this game. And that sort of coordination was not what I was expecting, especially against top esports. And if you watch those best of fives against JDG in the LPL, like, that's not what I was expecting from this game, and Rogue just dominated.
Yeah, really nice job maneuvering with and exchanging with frontline too. Constantly actually going through the Trundle, killing Wayward as well. These kinds of W's, Wayward actually helping them a little bit in some of the instances, going straight for his own tower.
What I will say is Wayward was a bit MIA in this game.
He was a bit dizzy.
Yeah. Struggled a little bit in the top side, early deaths, kept getting caught out with 0-3-0 at one point. The Mega Gnar ults in the fights, flashing forwards, just missing Trimby. Some of the times, Comp instantly cleansing, then dodging away. So he never really found that big Gnar team fights to win top esports.
Nor was he able to really play the side lanes in an effective way. And I think a lot of that goes towards Odoamne playing out a lane Maokai really beautifully as well. So I don't know what the answer is for top esports against Rogue, but I know that we are joining Shox on stage with Malrang for our Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much indeed with Malrang after a huge victory over top esports. Congratulations, Malrang.
감사합니다.
First question, as everyone is cheering, I want to ask is about your Lee Sin specifically. It was great all game, but the last kick that you did to seal the game and how you look back on the game you had on Lee Sin today.
오늘 정말 경기 내내 리신으로 굉장한 활약을 보여주셨는데 특히나 마지막에 경기를 끝내버린 그 당구가 정말 대단했던 것 같습니다. 이번 경기 리신 활약에 대해서 어떻게 복귀하실까요?
일단 마오카이 정글 할 생각을 하고 있었는데 탑이 또 해보고 싶다 해가지고 리신 뽑게 됐는데 이게 그냥 생각대로 잘 풀려서 잘 된 것 같아요.
I was planning to play Maokai jungle, and then my top laner said he wants it, so I decided I just had to lock in Lee Sin, and it turned out really well, so yeah, good for me.
Yeah, it seems that there's a lot of trust in the team since you can just go ahead and do that. But I want to ask specifically about some of Trimby's moments in this game, like the one where he was stuck in the top lane, but then you turned and got Baron. How much faith is there in the crazy Trimby moves?
이제 트림비 선수의 활약에 대해서도 정말 궁금한 점이 많습니다. 이제 경기를 돌아보면 탑에서도 거의 물리는 듯한 그런 포지션에 있었는데 결국은 거기서 전환을 시켜서 바론을 가져오기도 했는데 이런 트림비 선수만의 플레이에 대한 팀적인 믿음은 어느 정도 될까요?
일단 저희 팀 인게이지 하는 친구들이 다 각을 조금 예술적으로 보는, 창의적으로 보는 그런 게 있어서 거의 다 믿음으로 믿어주는 것 같고 일단 바루스가 미드에 보여가지고 그것도 잘 맞았던 것 같아요.
So all of the players on my team that engages team fight, they have this artistic and creative way to approach team fights. So we just all trust them. And also we had some clues because we saw Varus on the mid lane, so we wanted to give it a go.
Okay, wonderful. Now Rogue ends this first round robin 3-0. What has made Rogue so good in your opinion this group stage so far?
지금 그룹 스테이지 1라운드 3전 전승으로 마무리하셨습니다. 이렇게 좋은 성적 거두게 된 이유가 뭐라고 보세요?
일단 그냥 저희 팀이 잘하는 게 아닐까요?
I just think we're good, and that's it.
Okay, well, short and sweet. I love it. 감사합니다, Malrang, and of course, Ji-sun. As always, 3-0 for Rogue. How about them apples? Back to the analyst desk.
They're just good. They're just good. Right? They're 3-0. They're just good. What more do we need to say? So phenomenal to hear from Malrang after that game because he was the person that we put a lot of the onus on in looking at this matchup against Tien, saying it was going to have to be him who's the catalyst for success from Rogue. And wow, I love that little nugget about how I was prepping to play the Maokai. I wanted the Maokai. Odoamne says, no, the tree is mine. I'll hop to the Lee Sin.
And this duo of Malrang and Trimby just ran circles around the entirety of top. And it was really, really tough. I think Malrang in particular, as we pointed out, on things like the Jarvan, the impact is very visible. But with Lee, especially in the later stage of the game, it can be very hard to have the same kind of backline access, find the angles. But he kept finding them in the mid-game. I think those mid-game skirmishes were really what accelerated Rogue to the point where Test just couldn't keep up.
And I think that was the big one, right? Like the desk was kind of talking about Gnar being MIA, Wayward being MIA. Well, a huge portion of that was Malrang getting up there consistently, getting those first 2 initial kills, then also making his presence known on the bot side. It felt like this guy could do absolutely no wrong the entire way through the early game. And it just set them up beautifully then for when they hit that mid.
Yeah, I'm sure Wayward wanted to be a part of the game, but when he's staring at a gray screen, it's not his choice. It was all about Malrang and Trimby. But we also got to talk about this Baron that Rogue picked up. The fastest of worlds so so far, just over 20 minutes, and a lot of it came off of some of this creativity.
It's again Trimby, and seeing a Malrang interview where he's able to fully express himself thanks to the translation, I think is so cool, because him talking about the artistry and the faith that he has in his teammates, I think is really highlighted here. This is the type of play, this wins or loses you a game. Like them hard committing here, having full faith and saying we are gonna go in, even though the Baron is spawning, because if they lose the skirmish and the Baron goes over to top, this might be a completely different game.
And I think it was a great call. I mean, he said it in the interview. We saw that Varus was mid lane, but also you could see that there wasn't a big Narbar built up on Wayward in that bot side either. So he tried to build that up. Then he went for the TP. So you bought a lot of time in that play. And honestly, I just don't see this being a Baron timer that's beat. Like, that was pretty much as Baron spawned, 20 minutes. You take that. That is going to be Rogue with the fastest Baron at this world.
You mentioned it a little bit earlier. Malrang was just one piece of the puzzle. The other was our 1+ OP player of the game. It goes to Trimby for his performance on this Rakan.
I mean, Trimby looked absolutely spectacular. A beast in lane, consistently putting pressure to JackeyLove. Every single time we seem to look at bot lane, it was because Trimby had gotten an engage off. And then as well, these engages from Comp and Trimby, the two-man duo with the ins and outs between both the Rakan and the Kalista, were decimating top esports.
And with compositions like this, the combination of that Rakan with the safety of the Kalista plus the mobility of the Lee Sin and Rakan themselves, it can look insane or it can completely backfire. So to see basically every single play that they went for hit the way that they did, I think is incredible.
Also, the fact that Trimby came out with just the highest kill participation across the board was super impressive. Like, he just knew exactly where he needed to be. And again, I love that we're seeing Rogue step up, because there was a lot of people that weren't sure how this team would perform. And when Malrang and Trimby are firing all cylinders, it just feels impossible to stop this squad.
I think there's very few things in life that are better than people doubting you and you then proving them wrong. And seeing them do that not only domestically with how dominant they were in playoffs, but then also coming in here, I'm sure there were still people that are like, whoa, Fnatic or G2. Maybe those are going to be the do. Yeah, I mean, me included.
Yeah.
All right, I trusted my EU colleagues. They were like, well, we don't know about Rogue. Well, turns out Rogue knew better than all of us.
Yeah, still a little, everyone a little trepidatious on how they would come into the tournament, but now they sit undefeated atop Group C. Sole possession of that first place slot. And now with at least 2-game separation over top esports, still waiting for DRX and GAM to play their final game of the first round robin.
And the coolest thing to me about Rogue is it doesn't feel like it's just draft edges. They're just playing really damn good. It's not you can pick out a single thing that they've been able to get, that they've been relying on. It's very diverse.
I will say, though, I really like how they're one of the teams most willing to flex this Maokai into the top side. It feels like Odo's perfectly comfortable on this pick. I mean, there's a lot of talk about Odo Omne's Maokai coming into the tournament because we've seen him in Champions Queue. But I think the biggest thing is just the fact that you're willing to go, hey, we're going to stick Maokai top, we're going to take the Lee Sin from Malrang, we'll still be able to pop off. And especially when you've got that Trundle there, like top esports were trying to like tunnel this Maokai into the jungle so they had the good matchup, but they never got a chance.
Right, we've seen Maokai in 3 different lanes support as well over the course of the tournament, but probably 90+% of the games have been in the jungle. So teams' willingness to flex it and pull out a playmaking champion like that Lee Sin to kind of flip the script on your opponents is definitely one of the ways you catch teams off guard in a best-of-1 scenario.
And now the thing is, with those best-of-1s, you've now got Rogue with 3-0. They are almost guaranteed to get themselves some sort of entrance into playoffs, whether it's a tiebreaker or whether it's just
you better be knocking on some wood or some EU fans are coming after you for saying something like that.
Like, genuinely, like when you go 3-0, it's looking pretty damn likely that you're going to get to move on. And when you've got Fnatic and Rogue now for LEC, it's looking like a pretty damn good year for LEC.
I am wildly excited about this EU squad and what they've put up on the group stage so far. Now, while that puts a capper on our second game of the day and we're heading to a break, listen to Rise on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can find that song and plenty like it on the LoL Music Hub on Spotify. And while you take a listen, we'll see you on the other side for the battle between Evil Geniuses and Damwon Kia.
No heroes and villains. Welcome to war. We've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Yeah, what? Run me my money.
안녕하세요. 담원기아 탑 라이너 너구리 장학원입니다. 패배 요인이 뭐 다양하게 있을 수도 있는데 그냥 실력 차이로 진 것 같다? 네, 실력 차이로 진 것 같습니다. 좀 얘기를 나눠봐야 좀 더 명확하게 나올 것 같은데 아직 대회를 그렇게 많이 진행하진 않아서 뭐 티어 정립을 다시 할 수도 있고 저 뭐 인게임 플레이에 뭐 부족한 걸 찾을 수도 있는데 좀 일단 대화를 좀 해봐야 좀 명확하게 알 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이주와의 경기는 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다. 거기도 좀 특이한 뱀픽 같은 걸 좀 많이 하는 것 같고 네, 해봐야 알 것 같습니다. 때랑 이제 2020년도 때랑 뭐 지금 2022년 담원이랑은 뭐 핵심은 비슷할 수 있겠지만 결국 선수들도 바뀌고 해서 스타일이 좀 바뀐 것 같아서 아쉬운 경기라고 죄송하고 다음 경기 잘 준비해서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you so much, Nogari, for introing into our third match of the day, as we'll see whether North America can finally do it. Put that W on the board. We saw that Rogue were able to do so against the LPL before. Can North America succeed against the LCK?
Well, they hit me with the Rise before this on the break. That's my all-time favorite.
I think if they lose this, they're 0-8. Will we see 9?
Calculations might be a little bit off.
I'm strapped into the desk, so I can't actually leave. It's a little bit off.
I'm sorry, I had to do it, but it's going to be an exciting game. EG really needs to get this win too.
There we go, and Impact.
Top die.
Impact aficionado right there.
Two world champion top laners facing off against one another. And last time around, we saw Nogari not exactly have the greatest time on that Renekton.
No.
So we'll see whether this can be a better performance for the Damwon Kia top laner up against an EG that is hungry for that first victory in the group stage.
Yeah, the Renekton didn't really work very well for Nogari. 0-4-0, I think he was. Never really got involved in the team fights. I think Dokdam and Kellen had a pretty decent game next to Showmaker and Canyon. They were putting up a hell of a fight against JDG, and it was a taste of what's to come, really, from this group. So, right into draft we go.
Yep, here we are into pick and ban for third game of the day.
LCK versus NA. And Kobe, you've been a little bit quieter than usual. Is it nerves? What is it? Is it just the hopium?
Yeah, I've been dealing it out. I've been dealing it out to everyone else so far today.
Yeah.
And now it's my turn to inhale. I think one of the biggest things would be if by some crazy way, you know, EG could manage to impact the Maokai, but that sort of trade here on red side is very difficult to do, and you already see Damwon here. They ban out the Akali, that raises the priority on a first pick Azir.
Yep.
So that might be the only way EG could get their hands on Maokai's. They leave that up and the Azir. Damwon, I think Showmaker would love to snatch that up. They've already banned out one of JoJo's most preferred counters, the Akali. The Sylas would be the other one. If they really wanted to pinch JoJo, they would also get that one. But if they want to, you know, spread across the other lanes and hit somebody else,
I think that I actually feel like this is Sylas' first pick territory for Damwon here, because they love picking that into Azir, even if a lot of the time it doesn't actually go the Sylas' way. It's a matchup that Showmaker is very confident in.
Well, Sejuani is another champ that's been very high prio in this tournament. Azir looks like it'll be the lock-in for now. Akali is a huge target ban up against Jojo Pyun, and I wonder if Jojo Pyun wants to pick Sylas himself. There's the Sejuani that I was just touching on, and it looks like EG are the ones who want to pick that one up. Can go top, can go jungle, similar to the Maokai, a little bit less flexible, but a really solid way of having hard engage.
Yeah, it gives you that front line, and EG, it does signal they want the front-to-back team fight. I think it's a no-brainer for the Sylas. Sylas is one of JoJo's top 2 champions, along with the LeBlanc. Have huge confidence in him on it, and into the Azir is a good matchup, so we'll see if they can actually execute it. It also has innate synergy with the Sejuani melee solo laner, stack up that stun with the passive very quickly as well. Whether it's in Inspired Sands or Impact Sands, though, is yet to be determined.
We've seen really interesting things, especially in the LCK with the Azir versus Sylas. It felt like it was the Sylas was the counter pick at the beginning, and then it evolved into Azir being the counter pick in the end, at least in our domestic region. And we'll see whether JoJo can demonstrate that actually it is a counter pick.
I wonder if this is a Philios Renata here from Damwon. We saw the Varus Renata similarly up against JDG. Yeah, it is going to be, it's a very Damwon thing to do, I think, here, picking up this bot lane. And I feel like Damwon's bot lane, they were picked up from Nongshim, Dokdanam Kelling last year, and they were excelling in the bot lane on specific picks like Varus, Aphelios, engage supports like Leona Nautilus. I feel like this meta shift away from hyper carry and Chandler support has really benefited the Damwon bot lane, and they're going to early prioritize that there.
Yeah, I've been loving Aphelios. for bottom lane, Aphelios is the most picked AD carry and very, very high win rate, highest win rate, I do believe. As well. So whenever you hit those 2 bullets, definitely a really good pairing as well with Renata. Shout out to Lehens there.
Ezreal.
Wow, an interesting choice. We've seen in the past things like Aphelios picked into Ezreal when it was a very different meta. However, not going to be the case.
I wonder if they'll try and pick up, you know, like a Karma or something alongside it too, then to really invest in that poke. As far as the bans though, since they have the early Sejuani, you might be thinking like a Trundle or something. Start to whittle down, you know, on some possible jungle champion pool here. It's that and top lane that we'll be aiming at.
I think the 3 supports I'm thinking of for EG here are Ezreal Leona, Ezreal Karma, Ezreal Rakan would be the 3 ones I'd be looking at here. Maybe that was the communication of, we have enough supports here to go 4-5, let's prioritize AD. They don't really fancy themselves things like the Varus, and they want to keep the Sejuani flex alive for a top jungle until last pick, till they get a little bit more information on Damwon's draft. There's the Poppy Band coming out up against Canyon. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Trundle as well.
Yeah, I like that. An interesting situation to put them in as well, because you can just ban away the Karma, and then I think you don't have enough pressure with something like a Rakan next to the Rakan. You can just get run over.
Definitely respecting the flex pick here, banning away the Viego. Definitely has been super highly prized, this dueling champion, especially being able to fight around those Rift Heralds really early. So they hit back at Inspired.
So last ban here for EG. Damwon, like you said, thinking that maybe that Sejuani is going towards that top side, and it's going to be a Camille ban. So I wonder if this is some kind of Gnar here for EG on 4. We'll see where the Sejuani goes, but could also be a Camille ban against Nuguri target ban. It's one of his best champions. It's one of his favorite champions.
I think it's a good assumption from Damwon, though, you know, thinking that the Sejuani is going to go top lane. So protecting themselves here, and that assumption kind of backed up as well.
And EG with a team that kind of pushed themselves into a corner in their draft against G2. They drafted so much playmaking that if they didn't have agency in the game, then they really seemed to struggle. Right now, they've got a little bit of a balance with the Sejuani being that tank top laner. The Ezreal will do well in the mid game. There's the Ezreal Karma we were touching on to get a little bit of bot push. Bard is another one that could work. It's good against immobile carries and range supports and things like that if you want to make easy picks, but it just makes the lane phase a little bit difficult, and he will need to roam around to leave the Ezreal in isolation, but we'll see what they're
there it is!
It is the Bard.
Vulcan had a Smurf Bard game as well this year, so let's see if they can utilize it. It does so many things for your draft too. In addition to, of course, the roaming that everybody looks at, it lowers the value on Rift Herald comparatively to these dragons if Vulcan can match him and immune one of the towers as they try and pop it too. So let's see about the push through here. Lee Sin still left up for Canyon. Canyon just so diversified as a jungler.
Oh, yeah. It feels like every pick you're like, oh, it's Canyon's this, Canyon's that, but he just kind of plays everything. Bard is our 99th champion at Worlds 2022.
Ooh, are we going to get the 100th in this draft, I wonder? There's 2 more picks for that.
Breaking records, baby.
And it's the top laner here for Nuguri. Jace is one of his specials. I mean, you think of Nuguri, you think of GP, Jace, Camille.
Wow.
It's going to be the lock-in of the Jace. Now, EG have a few options. Do they put the Sejuani top? Do they put a jungle and try to counter the Jace with things like a Malphite, perhaps? You know, something really tanky and beefy just to deal with that lane.
The horse being considered. That would mean the Sejuani's going into the top lane inspired, going to jump on the Hecarim this time around. A fun draft from EG here. A lot of mobility and a lot of lockdown and preparation for a lot of these fights that could be happening. Tempered Fate really does change the game a lot.
Yeah, I think one thing, though, they're very scared about Damwon's early game, because Damwon have all these pushing lanes. You know, the Jace for sure, try and push up on this Sejuani, Azir onto Sylas. It's going to be very precarious as far as jungle invades. If you have pushing lanes for Canyon, try and set up for him to go for some invades and find Hecarim. Hecarim is one of these junglers you can try and attack early while he's on his own camp.
What I will say for Damwon is this is a full range champion comp, right, with a Lee Sin. So getting picked off can be very easy. If the Hecarim, the Sejuani, and the Sylas can get on top of these range champions, they're going to have a very hard time kiting back. The benefit is the Renata ult will be strong into these 3 divers. They need to look for picks with Bard and flanks with things like the Sejuani or the Sylas to kind of gap close onto these 4 range champs.
Yep, one of the last times I watched Canyon playing into a Hecarim, I lost all my hair, gentlemen. He managed to gap Peanut in a pretty ridiculous way. But for EG fans, I lost all my hair because they didn't win that game. So there is still hope available. Very interesting drafts, though, to come out here. And the Jace coming in for Nuguri. Definitely one of his signature picks from the past. It's time to jump onto Summoner's Rift and see whether EG can pick up the first win for North America, the World Championship here today.
Yep, this Damwon team, they've got a ton of damage, but they're going to rely on a lot of outplays. The Lee Sin kick, the Azir shuffle, and the Renata ultimate. If Evil Genius can avoid those 3 ultimates, or at least maneuver around them, then they can get that engage and look for that kill.
Well, Prime Gaming, gentlemen, giving away 150,000 RP to several lucky fans every single day of Worlds. You can head over to primegamingworlds22.com to enter and make sure to put in today's secret code to get bonus entries. For more information, you can use that ! Prime Gaming in the chat.
That's a lot of RP. A lot
That
of
is.
skins that you could pick up that all these players are using right now. Power Rider Sejuani, the best one on Sejuani.
Oh, by the way, Jace, Jace hadn't been picked or banned so far at Worlds. So 100.
Has he not?
We did
100. We hit 100 champions.
We should have been more excited, but we just probably assumed.
I knew that either Nuguri or Zeus would pick it.
Yeah, right?
At least once this tournament, for sure.
I've already looked up Jace stats so far, so I'm like, oh yes, well surely he was played in plays. I just missed the game.
So this is it for North American fans, for EG fans, just trying to turn the ship around here at Worlds 2022. Yet to pick up a win, but this could be the one to do it in. Would be a very important one to do it in, to join the race for the first 2 spots in the group. And Nuguri's gone for the cull in this lane. No phase rush either, so once he's locked down, that's it. He's in the thick of it.
Yep. That's not one to take notes for. That is a Nuguri thing, not a Jace versus Sejuani thing.
He's always in there.
Yeah, he will take the cull no matter what. That's a great Arctic Assault there from Impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nuguri still gets a minion, and he's got the push going as well. Range advantage here. Wants to get the push early on, then he can start dipping into these brush, avoid even ranged minion autos changing back. It should be a full clear for Inspired. Again, Hecarim, you almost always want to go for this full clear, especially if you think you are protected. You'll go 2 points in your queue for an even quicker full clear. and not even put your point into your E until you get to that level 4 off of your Krugs. There is a ward over the back of the Raptor pick here from Showmaker, so they know the timing for this Hecarim. Looks like Inspired will be able to get the power clear done on Hecarim. Feels quite nice.
Full clear on Hecarim is the go-to really on this kind of farming jungler. Nuguri trading really hard onto Impact there. And when you think of Nuguri Pass and Damwon Pass, they like to prioritize things like the Twisted Fate to help out this lane, but it's only the jungler that can look for Impact now on towards this top side.
And this is a perfect example of what I was talking about with the 3 pushing lanes for Damwon from the tri-view. This is the scariest part about the draft for EG. They get pushed in top, harassed, pushed in mid, harassed, pushed in bottom, harassed. And they've got a jungler that just about to get 4. Nice.
Yeah, so Inspired actually going to be a little bit stronger, I guess, as far as experience is concerned against Canyon, as now Noguri gonna have to back away. Acceleration Gate will create some distance. Oh, right at the very edge. And now Canyon is just gonna be flashing forward. Impact in so much trouble. First blood goes down, but immediately it's gonna be answered. Now Noguri gonna have to get out of there. Flashes, Inspired's under the turret, but he isn't going to fully commit. And Noguri will escape, but still 1 for 1.
Yeah, that's actually quite good for Evil Geniuses, considering that was one of the scariest parts of the game for me for this draft, having them all push in. Inspired comes away with the kill here on the Hecarim. This is a carry champion, fellas. Let's see if the jungle carry can come through.
Oh, Ignite's used towards the bottom side. Carry is actually very, very healthy, but he gets Gravitomed. And Doctorm just going to back away for now. Diving as this duo is difficult.
And Kaori just TP'd back to lane, so that stings even more. I think as he landed, he E'd forwards, but he's just lost 60% of his health bar.
Yeah, I think the other sting here for Evil Geniuses is that Nuguri got that kill on the side of Damwon and has the pushing lane yet again for the Jace, so he's going to be a brutal up here. Here's another look at it. The benefits of finishing your clear so fast here. Inspired level 4 to level 3 on Canyon, procs the phase rush. But then, as you know, Canyon goes right in on the Sejuani.
So, Impact, no Q, no flash. So, Canyon saying here, hang on a second, if I flash Q this guy, we can get the kill. Inspire blocks it though, and he's top actually behind Nuguri.
All right, he's just canted behind the turret. Nuguri now going to have to try and get back to it. Permafrost is great. Winter's Wrath. Inspired locks down another for EG.
Beautiful camp there for Inspired. He goes back, he buys the steel caps, rank 2 boots immediately for the Hecarim, and goes straight through the tower.
Picks up the kill, no flash, pushes him back into the Sejuani. The base damage is there to pick up the kill, and this helps the Sejuani lane out so much. Canyon's on the bot side, though. We'll see if he can get these camps. Vulcan's on the way to mark him.
Exactly, because they know you did a full clear. You're upsetting the expectations of where the Hecarim is going to be. You think, oh yeah, he'll just go back for his second clear of his camps, but camping on the top side of the map.
Oh, okay, Vulcan is fighting Canyon, though. I don't think that's going to be a really fair one, but he is barred. Bard can do some pretty crazy things. It is still going to be the Gromp stolen away by Canyon.
I love it. He's doing as much as he can to defend Inspired's jungle. Even ignites him there.
Yeah,
the Ignite onto Canyon. Get off this Gromp. It's not going to be enough, and it's still going to be the Dragon started up here for Damwon. They're paying the price of the top side camp.
And we see the clear game plan coming out from both sides. EG, heavy focus top side. Give up bot lane, basically, and Canyon's identified that, well, we lose 2v2 top, it's going to be very hard for us to win, especially at level 6 against Hecarim Sejuani with Ignite up. Let's start stacking Drakes, let's start to get Doctam ahead on this Aphelios.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how powerful now these buffs on the Dragon are ever since the changes they made after the durability patch. So those Dragons definitely are going to go a long way. Early mountain dragon, but here's another look at it. The route that Inspire took, you can see it's over the control ward, over that Scuttle Crab speed, and then right into the gank because he knew he got the advantage of the flash there on Nuguri with the last play. Up against the wall, there's no way he's going to be able to dodge out on that W, so Impact lays it through with the Sejuani, they pick it up.
Yep, absolutely nothing that Nuguri could do, but this time around, at least he managed to pick up a kill, much better than the last game, and he's on the Jace as well, so he's just going to continue to push. Couple of plates go down towards that bottom side, though, and this is the problem, right? This is Doctam's Aphelios. He's the best player of this champion in the LCK, bar none. I think that is our opinion. Some would argue that Gumyushi's certainly up there, but Doctam certainly did so extraordinarily well with this champion. Inspired coming down towards that bottom side, looking to attack the Aphelios lane, but not able to get anything done just yet.
Yeah, and when you are accelerated like this on the jungle Hecarim, you know, for Evil Geniuses, definitely looking for Inspired to go into the carry builds here, especially because there's no tanks, no health builders really on Damwon. Lee Sin going to build a bit of health, but besides that, definitely going to get so much more value out of like the Trinity Force, the Stride Breaker, the Eclipse builds, any of those things for the Hecarim.
Jojo's picked up an Emperor's Divide. He's going to take it back to Showmaker here in this mid lane, who has just been quietly accruing about a wave of a CS lead, but From what we've seen from Jojo's health bar, it's been extraordinarily low most of this game, but he's still kept within touching distance.
Yeah, and we talked about the Azir Sylas briefly in draft. He's going to get pushed in and see if he can impact the map if Inspired decides to pay a visit. What I will say is in the in-game chat, Damwon is spamming Nuguri's flash, their own teammates, top laner's flash, and basically saying, I think the comms are, Canyon will play topside when Nuguri has flash because then they can maybe outplay the Hecarim Sejuani. Right now, it's very tough, but Canyon just leveled up on that bot wave. He's lying in wait on this pink ward, but it doesn't spot the ward that Vulcan just put down. We'll see if they commit for any kind of dive shenanigans here. Well, Canyon's there now.
They're definitely going to do so. There's the kickback. Handshake is going to be comboed, and Vulcan will be taken down. That's a lot of chakrams. Oh, Arcane Shift forward there from Carry, holding onto the flash for now, but Canyon is just going to bully him away. Q is going to connect, gets out of the turret range. Let's see whether the juggle's going to work. Absolutely it is, as Canyon backs away after the double.
Inspired, gonna go for the chase, try and answer.
He runs pretty quickly. There's the safeguard, another handshake. Kellen's so good. The flash from Doctom's going to come forward. Looks like Inspired is going to be able to pick it up. Q connects onto Jojo, and Canyon's not going to follow it.
Pretty good execution there from Damwon on a tight timing as Hecarim was going back to the top side. Camps took him a long time to get there. EG do get one back though, and this one goes on to Jojo. This Sylas, such a big pick for him and for Evil Geniuses overall, so maybe they can put that gold to good use. But Damwon ahead 1,000 gold now, and the Dragon. It's into roam mode here for Vulcan to try and salvage.
Yeah, looking for Nuguri. Maybe if they can blow his flash, then the Herald setup becomes a whole lot easier. Jojo Pyun has the TP up very soon, but he's going to run to lane. But we'll see this one again here, but this dive from Damwon was flawless. Canyon just jumps over this wall here, knows it's warded in river, comes around the side, kicks Vulcan in. Getting Vulcan down is the hard part because he's very healthy, he has flash, he can be very mobile in getting away, but it's kick into handshake, flashes out, Doctam then tanks after Kellen drops, they get the initial kill, and then Canyon just standing on top of Kaori with his Q waiting for Doctam and Kellen to be ready for the redive.
Exactly, and Kaori had already used the Arcane Shift 4 to try and get the counter kill onto Doctam. His Ezreal ult isn't going to get him there as Kellen flashes out with the tower aggro on him. This whole dive, too, with the Aphelios on red-white guns here where they're coming back, and he has the flash.
In the meantime, Doctom in a whole host of trouble. He's going to try and get some work done. The bailout, I don't think is going to work, and it's absolutely not. There's the shutdown onto Doctom's Aphelios.
Jojo with the roams, the Sylas, trying to be the difference maker in this game and pull it back for Evil Geniuses. They do punish the flashless Aphelios. See about the push in there from Azir because Showmaker on the Azir does not follow, tries to get in. He's already worked off one turret plate for himself and getting quite fed. Here comes another cannon minion into the tower.
So Inspired just took the base and Canyon hasn't started the Herald up just yet. He's hovering behind Showmaker in case any plays be made. Vulcan again now leaving this lane. Once Kaori gets this kill, he has TP back up. He's got the bot push in. You can see the Ezreal just used to make sure it crashes. He's fine in isolation as we talked about in draft. He can be very happy farming on a tower. They've already lost 3 plates, but if Vulcan can find plays on this map to shut down the Jace or the Azir, that could be crucial. Pings on the Herald right now from Damwon, but right now they're on the bot side of the map. Canyon just shadowing behind Kellen, who has no flash. Needs to be very careful in making sure their bot lane is safe to contest this wave.
Yeah. You can see that Vulcan just chilling out in the river at the moment, collecting some chimes and things like that. But does mean Carry is going to be by himself. Hex Drake up and available. 11 minutes for the second one is pretty early, to be honest, for Drake number 2.
And look at the Sejuani right now. Impact is coming out of base through mid lane. He wants to cover Dragon and then use his teleport back to the top lane to try and stop Nuguri. Nuguri going for the recall here. This could be, if Impact gets here, numbers advantage.
But position. Yeah. Canyon's just been standing there for a really long time.
Impact flank.
All right, in goes Canyon. He has his eyes on the Dragon, but the team fight might be picked up here by EG. They take down the mid laner. They take the Dragon themselves. Doctom is very dangerous at this point in time. Inspired's going to fall, but Damwon Kia needs to get more if they want to win this fight. Impact now on the wrong side of this large wall, but he's still going to be able to Arctic Assault away, and I'd say that's a big win for EG.
Huge there. Impact the flank from the Sejuani comes out down mid lane on the reset. Kaori, though.
Nuguri just going to dive on top of him. Another auto will be picked up there. Gets the flash as well as Damwon Kia looking to take even more.
Oh my god, the chase mechanics. He buffers his E on the Ezreal, so he knocks him slightly back in range for auto attacks there and has the W to chase him down. Corey tries to flash there at the end, but the auto attack's already coming through. Pings on the top side now. I don't think the action's over just yet. Canyon sprinting towards this Herald. Jojo Pyun's on the top side. Vulcan's coming out of base. That's the next objective to fight over.
Oh man, we need to collect ourselves after that one, as it's a 1,000 gold lead in one direction, but the kills are even. Let's check this fight again.
Beautiful flank from Impact. Absolutely amazing to land onto Showmaker. It looks great for EG, but this hostile takeover, I think, slows EG down too much so that they can't get Canyon instantly in the fight. So he manages to get in the pit, dash away. Inspired goes a bit too far here and gets rooted up.
And you saw Doctem had the Infernum ultimate, did so much damage there to the front line. Basically, every other member of EG was already out of the fight. Big chunk there. And then Calorie straggles into lane a little bit too far versus Nuguri. Nuguri sees his angle, flashes in, knocks him back. So even after that, he still gets it in. When you flash like that, the auto was already in the air for Nuguri. The only way you can break that damage is if you flash into the Fog of War. If you're still in vision there, it's going to land every time. He gets the kill.
Yeah, it's a very weird knockback on JCZ. It's a very, very weird one.
All right, we did get the Infinity Edge for Inspired. He's going for that carry Hecarim build. Triforce.
Infinity Edge.
I like an Infinity Edge as well. That sounds exciting.
That sounds really exciting. We've seen Infinity Edge rushes in the LEC before, so that was on a Rex side, though. This time, Hecarim going to get the Triforce, but Herald's up. Plates are falling off in 20 seconds, and this is still the first Herald, so a little bit less valuable in terms of plate gold, and Inspired's on the enemy Raptors, so I think Damwon are saying, enemy jungler's bot side will pick this one up. Nuguri can't really lane bots right now. I think he'll get dove, so he's joining his team.
All right, well, Kellen thinking about actually trying to get a bit of damage onto Jojopyun here, but Herald going to get taken here by Canyon. Attempted to, he's going to be able to secure it, but can he get the eyes? The question, looks to try and get out. Hostile takeover is massive yet again, but Inspired dives forward. There's the Tempered Fate. Who's going to be able to win in the end, though, as Nuguri picks up one kill onto the Silas, but Canyon also falls down. Showmaker just collects the eyes, says no more of this funny business. Let's see if we can take a turret.
What a scramble. These fights are so close. Another one-for-one fight here. Canyon was able to finish off and hit the eyeball plus smite the Herald, so they got the kill gold for the Herald. And as well, the eyeball was then picked up by Showmaker, so Damwon get the objective. Impact here on a ward.
Nuguri actually walking as if he didn't know that he was there. I don't think he's going to be able to kill the Sejuani at this point in time, but still, cute to try and get a bit of damage. Inspired also walking over a ward, but he knows exactly what's going on there. Impact's going to back away. Nuguri safe for now, as he does have a minion wave and a turret very close.
So Nuguri now 3-1 on this chase. We'll take a look at this fight again. I'm not sure how I feel about this bot ultimate, so we'll see it again. Canyon gets the Herald initially, but it's Inspired and Jojopyun that get hit by the hostile takeover. And I think that Vulcan thinks ulting here is good to stop them from being, well, basically hitting each other. And then as it finishes, we see the ult come out from Inspired to get a 3-man fear, but then the ult lands from Vulcan. I wonder what the follow-up would look like if the fear connected and Impact joined the fight. Anyway, 1-for-1, Jojopyun falls, Canyon falls, Kellen gets away with a flash over the wall, and then Showmaker picks up the eye.
That was one of those self-deny Bard ultimates there. Didn't get the duration for the fear off of that two-person play, but EG on the reset. Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. Already Damwon have established pushing on bottom side. I think the Aphelios just finishes up that turret. Doctem on this Aphelios has been so rich here. He can finish up bottom turret well in advance of the arrival of Dragon, which helps them move in. You see Kellen right now getting that vision set up.
Yep, able to move himself down there. And Showmaker also able to get that charge into the mid lane. Not able to grab plates with it, but still will have that one very, very close to becoming a Sun Disc and expanding Damwon Kia's realm of control. Kari needs to be a little bit careful here, but Arcane Shift is going to get the Ezreal to safety, but not going to be able to get the turret to safety, as that doesn't have an E, unfortunately.
And they can place the Azir Tower here with 10 seconds on the Dragon, so that'll help them so much in getting the mid push. But we've got a base coming out here from Doctam and Kellen, as Showmaker's pushing this mid wave. EG looking for an angle. They can always ult the tower there and just dive Showmaker, so he maybe thinks he's a little bit safer than he actually is. Don't have enough vision to work with. I don't think they know that Doctam's in base, but Jojopyun's on the side. They could collapse here. Damwon in the river first.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a window there if they had perfect information, but it goes aside. The mid wave pushed in too. See Showmaker gets those minions all the way to the mid tower. They start dying, so Kaori actually arcane shifts over to them. That was the ultimate from... Oh, okay, it was just stolen.
Yeah.
It was about to time out there for Silas.
I was a bit confused about the hostile takeover as well. It was the hijacked version.
That thing timing out, so just throws it away.
EG just in a choke right now. It hurts a little bit because the Jay's QE will always land and they'll get poked out. They need to find a better avenue into this Dragon Pit. Going through bot is what Inspired saying here. Let's just push bot wave and look for angle. But Kaori has the TP. He's in mid wave. He's going to have to TP on that pink if he wants to join the rest of EG in contesting this objective. They managed to go through bot. They have a little bit more space to work with, but the Dragon is almost down already.
Tempered Fate is going to land onto the Aphelios. This could be big, but EG, not a lot of follow-up at this stage. Canyon takes a lot of damage. Inspired looks to just get rid of Noguri. They pile in on top. The Drake looks to be the priority for Damwon Kia, but is Noguri going to be able to survive this one? Canyon deciding that he just wants to come and help out his top lane. A hostile takeover defensively, and the heist is completed. Damwon Kia just walk away with the Drake. Don't look for the fight.
Yep, they get it, and they get out alive. That is 2 dragons for Damwon. Evil Genius is there. You can see the call from Inspired. Hey, while they focus dragon, maybe we can get a pick and then run down the fight. Play for the fight. It's only dragon number 3 here, so it's not too close to stacking, but they could not get that kill. Nuguri escapes on the Jace with his flash. He knocks him back, gets over to Canyon, and they get the peel with the Lee Sin ultimate. JoJo is ready to go in with that stolen Azir ultimate as well, but could not find the distance for the chain to get the play.
Yeah, the call from EG was kill the Jace and then take the fight from there. Nuguri managed to kite it out, despite the Hecarim ult landing on top of him and getting pushed back into the Sejuani. The ult was already used from the Sejuani onto Canyon to try to push him out of that Drake pit. Vulcan tried his best with the Bard portal to chase him down, but Canyon saves the day. So, map state right now, push in lane from bot, from Damwon, and their next objective will be this top tier one. I think Showmaker will be looking at that one. There's another ult used, but they'll be eyeing up that top tower.
Yep.
And Canyon will try to shadow.
Yeah, Canyon now just going back to his jungle, clearing out the camps where he can find them. A little bit of a lull state here in this part of the game, as I will learn how to speak English, I assure you. 1 minute until the Baron is up and available. No team with enough of an advantage to lock that one down. There's good vision here from EG as Canyon testing the waters. Inspired will spot him out as Nuguri paying a lot of respect to Impact here in the bottom lane.
I'm not sure why Damwon's really bot side. I think they've just realized now that this bot tower is dead. They can't defend it, and Showmaker's getting top tower. They're not playing to the pushing lane, but they just all ran through mid to get there. Tempered Fate's going to miss on
JoJo flank?
Yeah, JoJo looking for the flank with that Tempered Fate as he picks up the kick as well. Avoided by Doctarm is fantastic. He's got the chakrams, and they do so much damage. It's Canyon that locks down the kill there onto the Silas, and now Damwon Kia can push further forward. They've got a minion wave. True Shot Barrage sails by majestically, but does not do a lot of damage. Canyon locks down the red buff and is now looking to assist the rest of his team. Doctarm off to the side, Calibrum in hand.
Aphelios with the white gun, so much damage there. JoJo tries to get the flank on him, but Doctarm's able to avoid the stolen Lee Sin kick, and he just melts JoJo inside the Raptor pit. Damwon will push for another turret.
Doctarm having flash there really helped the reposition. JoJo couldn't lock him down. And Damwon get that mid tower, like you said. So now moving towards this Baron. I don't think they can start it up, but they want to put a little bit of vision down. EG should know that they're in this area. They don't really want to face check anything, but Damwon are on base timers. This could be a window for EG to set up a little bit of vision. 2 minutes on the next Drake will be a Cloud Soul.
I love it. We haven't had very many of them. I believe there was a Cloud Soul.
Hey, I picked Hex Dragon for my
I know, you and Jack, you are definitely huge brains, but I'm committed to my love of the Cloud Soul. Vulcan have to get in there as Vulcan. In a bit of trouble. Canyon looking to try and get some cooldowns out from the Bard. Tempered Fate going to be avoided yet again. Inspired's press W, and that means that he is pretty tanky. There's the ulti forward. Nuguri in a whole host of trouble, and he will just be taken down. No help from the rest of the team, and I thought maybe it would come forward, but no one was really in position to help out.
Big pick for EG there. Shut down onto the Hecarim. We'll see if they can push for more. They need to get that top wave in so they can look for the top tier 1. They can't look for a Baron, but it looks like they're just going to back away. JoJo's on the way up there now. Maybe if they push the wave a little bit early, they could have looked for an objective. They won't translate it into anything just yet, but that's a death stance on the Hecarim.
Yeah, and Doctarm also just got his recall off. He's got his completed Bloodthirst with the upgraded boots and Gale Force here for the Aphelios. So he gets right back out for the reset. There's no extra play on this. There's no dive on Showmaker, you know, no flirting around with Baron to try and get some summoner spells out of a turn. Instead, it is going to be all eyes, 50 seconds towards this next dragon. Because they made the call for the fight in the last one and gave the second dragon over to Damwon, this one starts to get a little bit scary here as Damwon want to continue stacking. First things first, though, the push on the side wave up on top lane. Recall out there for Showmaker first, and JoJo's going to walk his way down.
Ooh, Canyon needs to be careful of a face check here as he looks for Vulcan with the Q. Winter's Wrath not going to connect. True Shot Barrage once again, not going to hit the mark as Callan just wanders his way out.
A lot of tenacity on that Lee Sin. Impact can't really lock him down. 20 seconds on the spawner. Base coming in from Kaori. He has the TP, but
Frost, pretty good there. As there's the kick flash from Canyon, and once again, Jojo Pyun's going to fall down. This could mean that Damwon Kia can just take themselves this mid-wave under their control and now look for that soul point, which is so important for that map control.
Doctum has been so good. He starts out there with a Gravitum gun, replying to Jojo's attempt with his Everfrost, and it's instant reaction from Canyon. He does not hesitate. Lee Sin flash, kicks him in, gets the pick. There will be no fight over this dragon.
Oh, does nail it with the True Shot Barrage that time around, gets rid of the Bloodthirster shield, but there is the soul point that we were talking about. Baron still up and available. Damwon Kia with no vision of the area at this point in time, as Inspired is pushing in the top lane.
Yeah, a bit frustrating for EG. They're not getting a cross map here, so maybe Inspired thing's gonna force this. Showmaker, not gonna get the ult, the unstoppable from the Hecarim, but the next focus for Damwon is bots.
Yeah, Impact taking at least half of his health bar for now. Pretty tanky as the Sejuani at this point, especially with Doctor not in the area, so will survive and gets rid of the minion wave as well. Jojo Pyun coming down, seeing whether he can try and find the angle. Oh, brilliant! Glacial Prison to come forward from Impact. Tempered Fate connects onto 3. Can they line it up? Hostile takeover. Kellen just waits for it. Handshake is brilliant as well. The defensive play has been fantastic as Inspired looking to deny Damwon Kia their exit. There's the magical journey just to follow through, and now Damwon Kia trying to get themselves back into position to win themselves a team fight. They have to fight to get out, and it looks like they're very well prepared to do so. Vulcan down extremely low. Both of these supports can't really battle anymore. Damwon Kia are allowed to leave.
That was so close. In the end, the reinforcements arrived just in time. They usher Kellen out with only 100 HP left after that ultimate tags him, and they have to retreat.
Oh, it must be so frustrating for EG. They could have got a few kills there. The fight was great. The Temper Fate onto Doctam, Kellen so low, and they were chasing them down with the Bard Portal, but they get nothing from that play. The poke from the Jace pushing them out of the fight, and Doctam wants to Philios when he's untouched and has room and space to work with. So it's so hard for EG to lock him down. Baron is up. Canyon's on this crab. We'll be able to pick it up with the smite if he sees Inspired.
Yeah, they are closing in onto Canyon, who is there for quite some time. Safeguard's going to get him out. Showmaker in the area, and Blast Cone will save the Lee Sin, at least for the moment. So EG with a bit of control around this Baron pit. True Shot Barrage starting to land. I feel like Kaori's really got his eye in this point of the game.
First strike farming, baby. Got to stack up that gold.
Oh, yeah.
Get as much as possible. And Kaori's recovered pretty well, I would say, despite that lane phase being so brutal. Now he's 2-2-1 as Ezreal, up in CS against Doctam, even in experience. But it's Showmaker that's a big problem right now. Jojo Pyun's not really been farming too much. They've been trying to force these plays. Needs to catch a couple more side waves. Has 2 items, though. Mid-game spike there for the Sylas. Just the Ezreal will only get scarier and scarier. 2 levels up now is Showmaker, and Canyon is found Inspired, who's also 2 levels up, farming up the Storm up against this Lee Sin.
Nuguri finding a lot of good poke, very high value here with the Jace as well. In the disengage on bottom side, the Shock Blast here sort of warding off Evil Geniuses. Another big one lands as well. The difference here in the poke gonna mean a lot. Kaori trying his best here on the Ezreal with the ults, trying to weave in some of these Mystic shots, but Damwon have the control ward up on Baron.
If they want to, they can do Baron extraordinarily quickly. In the last game, we were talking about Barons being relatively slow. This time around, Barons on both sides, honestly, are pretty quick.
Especially because, look, Doctum is going for the Infinity Edge next. Gale Force into the Bloodthirster, into Infinity Edge. He's not going for armor penetration. You know, he just doesn't want to go through the front line. He wants to kill Jojo again or go for the Ezreal.
Yeah, well, Impact slinks into the river here. Jojo just going to be pushing out this top lane. You can see a lot of darkness, honestly, on both sides. I mean, Vision hasn't really been the aim for the last little while. Damwon Kia do have 1 minute 30 on the Cloud Soul point.
Their sights are set towards the future for the Dragon Soul arrival because it gives you so many more options. If EG play too much to Dragon side, you can make the Baron play. As you said, Atlas, Aphelios Azir can melt that thing. Or they can actually go for the soul.
Damwon need to be careful of this Ezreal. Kaori just transformed a Vamp Scepter into that Hydra. What does Doctam have in base here? Does he have the full Infinity Edge? No, it's going to be a crit cloak and a pink. So for this next soul fight, I think Kaori might be a little bit stronger than Doctam. This could be EG's window to get a gold lead, to get back into this game, to win a fight and look for a Baron. They need to set up some kind of sneaky vision right now. It looks like Vulcan's fishing around here with Inspired and Impact, trying to see if they can place any wards down, but If EG have a chance, it is in this next 40 seconds. They need to be careful that Damwon don't just rush a Baron, you know. Yes, it is their sole point, but they can't afford to just mismatch you as you put so many resources on this bot lane. You can see 3 members of EG down there. They could turn and burn Baron if they have that information.
Yep, Carry can't get caught out, but of course does have Arcane Shift. So, Ezreal going to be relatively safe, trying to at least answer some of these lanes as teleport to come forward, and Damwon are just wanting to regroup. Nuguri, is he going to face check? Oh, they actually maneuver themselves out. Okay, I love the vision toggle. It really does keep you on your toes. As Nuguri not going to die this time around. Q doesn't connect, and now we've just started the river ramp. Come through, gentlemen.
Cowrie's going to have to teleport. He's so separated right now. He's coming in towards the tri-brush here to join the rest of the team. It's mid-push versus bottom push. EG take the bottom side of the river, and it's a standoff.
This is it. Battle lines are drawn over the wall, looking for an engaged poke wars between the Jace and the Ezreal. Dragon started up, inspired. Won't take too much damage from the first one. Crown procced from Showmaker. That helps the fight a little bit. Dragon down to 8k, Impact still fishing for that ult. He's on vision though, so Vulcan's gonna sweep that one out. Where's the Tempered Fate gonna go? That could disrupt the fight for Damwon.
Yeah, or secure the Dragon for EG potentially. That Shock Blast is going to be denied, and Tempered Fate finds no one. The Dragon's very confused about what to do, and Vulcan takes half of his health bar in damage. Still a relative standoff, but you can see this poke working out so well. Emperor's Divide picked up by Jojo. There's the ult forward, but the Berserk comes through immediately afterwards. Emperor's Divides, both of them coming through at the same time, but Damwon will obliterate this team fight. The Cloud Soul is picked up as well, and they'll march up the mid lane.
Damwon to wipe Evil Geniuses out of the Dragon Pit. They take the Dragon Soul to boot, and it's straight towards the base.
They won the war of attrition. The poke was landing, hitting multiple members. The Temper Fate didn't connect. Inspired missed his ult, trying to steal the Dragon. The hostile takeover and Showmaker made it happen for Damwon.
Yep, and now with 3 dead on EG's side, Vulcan and Kairi trying to save these Nexus turrets. Damwon here are looking to try and recover after a difficult first match here at Worlds. Or second match, I should say, and are now looking to secure themselves another one. 4 in a row for the LCK. I think they're back on the horse now as the Nexus goes down.
What a very back and forth game up until that Dragon fight. Yes, EG were a little bit behind, but itemization-wise, I think that they had a chance. Just the poke from Damwon, the setup was stronger. There was even a window there where I thought Nuguri would have been caught. If they stayed in that bush, they could have found it, but that's the power of hindsight, right? They wanted to reposition through bots and group up, but it didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, Nuguri actually doing so much work this game on one of the champions. It used to be a huge signature champ for him. A lot of poke damage laid out. And Damwon, they pull it off. The high investment in damage and just playing out around a few key CC ultimates to be able to make space for themselves. Really just constant high-level play there from them to come out on top.
It did take a lot of finessing in this game, though. I think that Nuguri was caught out a fair bit in the early stage of the game. There's still a lot to look at here for Damwon here as far as continuing up the trend for Damwon here, but still an absolutely fantastic game on so many signature picks like you were talking about. But that draft is difficult to pilot if you don't hit a lot of these check marks. So able to get by in the end.
And that's the power of a draft that has winning lanes. If you win the lanes, you're good. But the enemy team might have a better team fighting comp, so you need to be ahead by a certain margin when you arrive to those team fights. Damwon fell behind in the top side, but they then reinvested resources bot, and it was Docdam that got them to the mid game. And Nuguri picked up a few stray kills here and there to get himself back ahead against Impact.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd be if I was watching this game, I'd be worried if I was in T1's group, because what you've done is opened the door to the Zeus Jace. If Nuguri's allowed to play it, you could imagine that he would too. So it's dangerous times.
Yeah, I really think Docdam played so well this time too on the Aphelios. You know, very conservative with those cooldowns, multiple times, switching over, perfect gun for either taking tower plates, defending against the flanks and the dives. Nicely navigated by him. And as you can see, poke, of course, especially if you're in a top lane isolated matchup of range versus melee, always going to have the big damage numbers there.
Lethality advantage. You know, it was like when Varus was in the game, especially the mid lane lethality Varus that came out first many years ago. It's just you have to ignore it because it just does way too much damage. Of course, Aphelios doing damage in team fights, and Carry on the other side actually doing a fair bit as the Ezreal. A bit of poke available to him as well, but just not quite able to hit that critical mass on the side of EG, unfortunately.
Yeah, they never really got a collective dive onto Docdam, you know?
Yeah.
It was only at the end that he really died to the bailout because he died to the Nexus towers, but they needed to find an angle with a Sejuani ult like they did onto Showmaker in that initial Dragon fight, where they can get that first carry pick, because this double carry threat of the Azir Aphelios is so dangerous the later the game goes. And Nuguri, as much as the damage numbers are high from the poke, and you can kind of cut it off because it is poke, he was landing some really big shock blast. That last fight, the 4-man shock blast was really big by Nuguri. And then I think once that hit, EG felt forced to engage because they realized the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get. Let's just try and go. Unfortunately, it missed.
Yeah. It did feel like that fight, though, was potentially going to go either way, to be perfectly honest. Like, that was Damwon Kia finding exactly what they needed in that particular team fight, but I still felt like if the Tempered Fate was to line up, it's just such a weird pick, the Bard, as far as changing the game.
And we saw this versus JDG with EG as well. There was points in the game where they won a massive fight around Dragon. The 5v5 is even coming into the final one, and then it all falls apart.
Yeah. Bard is such a hard champion to get those timings perfectly right and the placement perfectly right for those giant plays for them. Didn't quite come together in this game. I have to say, Damwon, especially with the year that they've had and the struggles that Damwon had, looking so good here at Worlds once again. Really, reminding me of that World Championship form.
Yeah, no, they are looking absolutely fantastic. The meta's come back over their way, and we're heading over to the stage to join Shox and Nuguri for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Atlas. Indeed, the first thing I want to ask about is, of course, the Jace pick, which is yet another new pick here at Worlds. Why was it the right time for the Jace, and why did you pick it?
우선 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 제이스 픽에 대해서 정말 궁금한데요. 제이스 픽이 등장하게 된 이유, 이 조합에 봤을 때 지금 등장하면 딱 맞다 생각하신 이유가 뭐예요?
징동전을 지고 나서 픽에 대해서 고민을 좀 많이 했어요. 어떤 픽이 우리 팀에 잘 어울릴까? 또 제 성향이 잘 어울릴까 고민하다가 사실 막 엄청 막 정해둔 거 온 건 아니었고 이걸 지금 그냥 해봐야 될 것 같다 느낌이 좀 들어서 근데 사실 헤카림 박혔을 때 진짜 너무 무서웠는데 어떻게 잘 풀려서 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
So after losing to JDG, we were going through the draft and picks, what is the best pick for us and especially for me regarding considering my play style. And I wasn't coming here like deciding that I'm going to play Jace on stage today, but it was more like we have to give it a go today. We have to try this out today. And it worked out really well, so I'm so relieved. But I was so scared when I saw Hecarim locked in.
Okay, I can understand that, but it worked out. This has been a very diverse world in terms of the amount of things that have been picked and banned. How happy are you with your team's meta read overall?
이번 월즈가 지난 어떤 월즈보다 정말 다양한 챔피언들이 등장하고 계속 다양한 많은 픽들이 나오고 있어요. 그런 만큼 담원기아의 메타 해석에 대해서 얼마나 만족하고 계신가요?
저희 코치님들과 감독님이 이런 메타 해석에 대해서는 정말 뛰어난 분들이라고 생각하고 있어서 저희 팀이 좀 결과는 좀 안 좋을 때가 가끔 있지만 그래도 이 메타 해석만큼은 정말 자신 있다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 네, 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
So I'm pretty sure our coaching staff, they have one of the best meta reads around. So sometimes our result doesn't really show, but we're pretty confident.
Yeah, still 2-1. Now, of course, we're really happy to see you back reunited with Showmaker and Canyon. What is it like being back at Worlds with your teammates?
이제 또 쇼메이커 선수, 캐니언 선수와 함께 이제 다시 월즈를 치르고 계시잖아요. 또 이제 어떠신지 정말 궁금합니다.
여전히 잘하는 친구들이다. 사실 뭔가 바뀐 건 없는 것 같아요. 그냥 오랜만에 만나도 그냥 좀 같이 그냥 계속 하던 느낌. 그래서 그냥 익숙하게 하고 있습니다.
I mean, they're still so good, and even though there was a bit of a time when we were apart, but still, when I got back, it was like we were still having this teamwork going on. So, yeah, we're doing a great job.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as well, and we'll kick it over to the State Farm analyst.
Thank you so much, Shox. Great to hear from Nuguri as he's reunited with his squad. And of all things, to pull out the Jace in this game as a response to what they were seeing on the side of Evil Geniuses. Tank in the top lane gives him permission. We also had the Bard, so we can't ignore that either. More and more unique picks coming out at Worlds 2022.
It's really, really cool, and it ties into what we've been seeing since the start of play-ins, which is that even with the meta getting figured out a little bit in terms of individual champions, in terms of play styles, I still feel like the playing field is wide open. We see 1-3-1 RNG, I think, is the best example of this. We see team fighting styles, we see death bowls. There's just a lot of options right now, and I'm hoping that continues, because usually meta kind of tend to get stale and solidify as we get deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, but it really doesn't feel like it has any time of slowing down. Like, we're adding 2 new champions to our picks now as well with the Bard and the Jace. Like, it still feels like you can bring out a ton of different things that can mix things up. And looking at this, I think with the Jace was a really nice addition, right? It gives you a ton of range here. We could see how well Nuggery was working with the poke in the early stages. And even though we had that Bard trying to get the engage and set things up, it just didn't really look like it was working for EG.
Yeah, it was 98 champions with presence at the World Championship coming into today, and we got 99 with Bard and 100 with Jace. Jat was the one who called it out backstage. Jace also happens to be the 100th champion released in League of Legends, so very fitting that he is also the 100th champion to gain presence.
100th game for Faker yesterday. We're hitting hundreds across the board here at Worlds.
It's really nice. I'm happy to see all these milestones being hit, and what it means for a meta, and what I really like is that what we've seen is that teams more and more, especially very successful LPL teams. Shout out to you, Dagda.
You mean LEC teams? Very successful.
Well, I mean, as well. More and more have started to kind of find their own identity and then go from there. And I think this was something that Rogue also has mentioned already, which is we're just doing what works for us. And a meta in which that is actually a possibility, I think, is incredibly cool.
Yeah, I mean, when we've eclipsed 100 champions, it does definitely dictate the fact that most teams have something available to them that fits their style, and that excites me for the way that we watch those styles clash. When it comes to the gameplay itself in this one, we're first going to take a look at Inspired and what he was able to get done early. While it was a heartbreaking loss for Evil Geniuses, that's not to say that they didn't show up in any way.
Yeah, and it looked good from the get-go, right? We looked at Inspired, it was like, okay, he hits the level 4 with the quicker clear, moves immediately up to top side to make the gank happen, and look, it ends up going with the Sejuani going down for impact, but still manages to get one on the board. And then it becomes a case of, okay, let's go for the repeats. Let's make sure Nuggery is in really painful position on this Jace, because Jace is a champion, wants to play forward in the lane, wants to look for plates, and wants to make sure he has the vision to do so. But EG did a really good job of shutting down and playing around that vision, so Nuggery wasn't able to do that.
And in theory, Inspired on the Hecarim, with a Bard as well, into an Aphelios did have, I think, great angles to carry, but I think the rest of the team, especially the bottom half of the map, was struggling a lot in lane, so that never really came to fruition. And I want to kind of highlight, because we didn't go about it in the draft earlier, Dokdom's career stats on Aphelios. Because obviously this year he's joined Damwon Kia, previously was on Nongshim Red Forms, a team which was okay. Across his career, he's 71% win rate, 44 and 18. With an average KDA of 5.5 and a kill participation of 65%.
Over that many games, that is phenomenal.
And that is, on Damwon, obviously this team has done very well, but Nongshim Red Force was all right.
And this is where I want to take that point and combo it into what we're seeing here, right? That kind of feeling for EG, that they need to do something about the Aphelios and team fight.
And that's what they're trying to do with the Bard, right? We saw that initial play where they tried to get the lockdown. Then you look at here as well, where Inspired tries to go in with the Unstoppable Force, but the Bard hits just in time to keep Dokdom safe. And then Dokdom was able to step up once more and become this big carry. And this kind of became the story of EG's fights. They would keep trying to find these moments where they could go in, aggressively work with this combo, but unfortunately they just couldn't quite get the synergy there, where they'd hit Dokdom with the Bard ult, but maybe there was no follow-up, but the follow-up wasn't timed correctly. And then in the last fight they try to play it patient, but they're just getting poked out entirely by the Jace.
Exactly, you got Azir and Jace on that side just poking you down. It's going to force you into a situation where you feel like you have to engage on imperfect terms.
And even though the team fighting comp from AG is very strong, I don't actually think it's that easy to find angles, because with Aphelios, if your dive doesn't work, you immediately lose the fight, because then he can kite back. But into a Renata specifically, especially when bolstered by an Azir, you're like, you need to engage because you're playing into Jace. So you're losing the neutral, but how are you going to engage, especially straightforward, if your Bard ults don't find a target?
Yeah, and it's hard. It's extra
really
heartbreaking considering that a lot of those champions picked up for EG feel like comfort picks. The Hecarim, 4 Inspired, and the way it started. That was the setup for them to run over that game, get the first win for both themselves in North America, and maybe able to couple it forward into the second round robin.
And I think Inspired had a fantastic game, and it does feel like now we're getting to the point where EG, well, they had a great game against JDG, really pushed them. Now we're looking at a great fourth game here as well. It feels like they're just coming up barely shy of what could be big wins for North America.
I'd forgotten about that JDG one, but that makes it hurt even more. That's the twist of the knife right there. Well, the World's 2022 Event Pass has launched, letting fans around the world support their favorite teams on the Rift and in real life. Fans can claim rewards and collect 2022 tokens to exchange for exclusive content like prestige skins and chromas. And to top it all off, 25% of the pass proceeds will be added to the World's 2022 prize pool. We're heading to a break. When we come back, it's RNG versus 100 Thieves, the last hope of North America in the first round robin. We'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, they would love to see that. Oh my man. G2 fans are now NA fans. True.
Oh, right at the very edge. And now Canyon is just going to be flashing forward. Impact in so much trouble. First blood goes down, but immediately it's going to be answered. Now Noguri going to have to get out of there. Flashes Inspires under the turret. Emperor's Divide picked up by Jojo. There's the ult forward, but the Berserk comes through immediately afterwards. Emperor's Divides, both of them coming through at the same time, but someone will obliterate this team fight. The Cloud Soul is picked up as well, and they'll march up the mid lane.
Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you.
to Worlds 2022 here in New York City. We've got RNG facing off against 100 Thieves. I am Freak, this is Jat. And we have seen the LCS go 0-8 so far in the group stage. The question is, will we see 9? That's Crepo's joke. They are not here today, so I think we will not. I think today is our lucky day to get a win in the group stage.
Against myself here because my hot take coming into Worlds was that RNG was going to win the World Championship. You can still win Worlds while losing to 100 Thieves, so I can have the cake and eat it too, but we'll see in this game. 100 Thieves has not had the best start to the group stage. RNG has shown a lot of growth from the play-in stage to this group stage and are currently undefeated.
Well, we got the bans coming through. North America, another lesson. Banning Fiora, a champion the league has never won with on the world stage. Yuumi dropped off the table here as well on RNG's side, looking to run the table in this group. Sure, they may have dropped the game to DRX back in play-ins, but otherwise, they beat everyone in front of them.
Yeah, lost the first game, won the next 4, dropped 1 game to DFM in their best of 5 before winning the next 3. So currently riding a 5-game win streak. Although once you make it to group stage, it fully resets, so 2 are the only 2 that matter.
See what else they can get done onto this one. Galio Lysandre getting in a lot of these signature roaming champions for Xiaohu, though at Worlds itself, still 3 games on Silas in the play-in.
Aatrox open.
Yeah, that's a big one here. Lysandre will be his first new mid lane of the group stage, though, itself, and Aatrox going to be locked in. We'll see. Breathe. What does he want for the counter?
Yeah, this is a pretty common thing for RNG, where they will give over Aatrox because Breathe would like to play Jax. They are hovering the Aurelia, but...
yeah, there it is.
That is just a hover. They wanted to get a little bit of a rise out of the crowd. I will say, the fans here in New York, there is a lot of LPL fandom that is either local or made the trip over here, so we have possible dueling chance here depending on who is getting the upper hand in the game.
Yeah, oh, right now Graves, the extended hover here, puts it very damage heavy on this side of the map. Not a huge Senna team here, RNG, not a huge Seraphine team either, though. Often when you see double carry topside, you often play a bit more supportive down to the bottom. But we'll see what's going to come through here for FBI. Looks like Aphelios, who has done quite well here at Worlds.
Yeah, FBI's definitely had a rough group stage so far, was down about 40 CS at 15 against Ruler when Ruler had the Aphelios. So I do really like them being able to get their hands on the Aphelios this early in the draft. They're waiting on their support pick, who he's definitely one of the more versatile supports, so I can understand that, especially if Closer didn't want to get pinched too hard in jungle, knowing that RNG had already locked in Graves.
So Aphelios, by the way, currently has the most wins of any AD carry in the group stage so far. 6-2 has been a strong pickup here. Akali gets to come in for Xiaohu. That's going to be fun. We'll see what Abbedagge can do to answer him after 2 sets of bans.
Yeah, I think the default would be Silas, but there are 2 bans here for RNG. I expect them to take that off the table at the moment, and it does really narrow what Abbedagge can be effective on. Azir has been such a great pick for him. LeBlanc is a strong pick for him as well. Orianna is no longer available to be picked, so we're going to have to see. I definitely think we'll see 2 shots taken at Abbedagge's champion pool with these RNG bans.
All right, aiming at the Lucian-Nami duo. The RNG are so keen to play down there. Seeing what other answers might be available for the Aphelios. Closer also want to talk about who, I mean, when he gets going, I think has been one of the better carries on 100 Thieves. People to take over a game and actually win for the team. I think Closer is really up there, and Viego, I think, so comfortable for him. So if you're saying, hey, maybe there's a way 100 Thieves wins, they do have champions that I think would lend to that.
I mean, when 100 Thieves first lifted the LCS trophy, I know I'm going back over a year, it was with pop-off performances from Closer's Viego, so you're definitely trying to do anything possible when you are in a situation like 100 Thieves is in right now at 0-2, and I think, honestly, the first 3 picks for them couldn't be much better for what has worked for them in the past and what is currently in meta. It's a very great start to the draft for 100 Thieves.
As you mentioned the Silas, though, here is a big one, though, for Gala. Oh yes, Kai'Sa, an absolute stellar champion for him. As time ticks down, hovers around. Misfortune, by the way, 0-4 in the group stage. 2 of those actually on FBI himself, as pops off of that one, goes back to, I think it's actually going to be Kai'Sa, going to be locked in here for Gala.
I mean, listen, this is very much, for Gala, a pick because Gala is a good Kai'Sa, not because it necessarily fits the team composition. Kai'Sa is not naturally winning versus Aphelios in lane. Aphelios outranges early can definitely push Kai'Sa in for most of the early game. And then the way Kai'Sa comes back oftentimes is if you have a good way for your teammates to apply the plasma so that Kai'Sa can fly in, of which RNG does not have. The only thing they have right now is the Jax E. So this is not a good Kai'Sa angle, but Gala is a very good Kai'Sa. So that's why I think they picked it.
Yeah, you can ulti a backline stun. That is Jax only doing it. You stack at the plasma as you're mentioning. That is Jax only doing it. Maybe an Alistar comes through as an option here, looking at Shen would be an odd take, but allows you to play really heavily toward top side. We have been seeing a bit more from the LCS angle. EG in particular was playing towards the top side, but Leona is going to be locked in now. That might help my pick'ems. I have her for most deaths possibility, but a lot of
not going to help this game. No, we'll see.
Yeah, 0-0-0-17 for Hoovy.
Shen could definitely work piggybacking against Akali, but again, it would not be natively strong in lane. That's not to say it's impossible for RNG to make an outplay and make it good. So we'll see what Ming ends up settling on. Amumu or Nautilus, I think, are the most likely.
Team fight, engage. If you lock him down, he's gonna die. It's almost always Glacial on the champion. No Kalista to keep you safe. Almost never do you run Aftershock to make sure you can frontline. You're hoping the stun is enough, and your team cleans up from there. And it's 4 damage champions and an Amumu.
Yeah.
Ming is like, y'all better have gold. This is a one-way trip otherwise. 100 Thieves, a much more well-rounded composition. Aatrox has been so much the man of the draft. Of course, Maokai now hitting the ban table so regularly. Maybe you never see him almost ever again here at Worlds, but a lot of cover 100 Thieves. We'll see if they can play to the level of the LPL 4th seed.
Yeah, not the level of, or will they be played at the level of the MSI champions?
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That's the question, because I think so far in the group stage, it's been more the latter. And even in terms of talking about Ming on dangerous support picks, he's already found success on support set when he didn't have the Kalista either. So it's a very unforgiving pick, that Amumu, but if anyone's gonna pull it off, it would be Ming.
Alrighty, well, we are into the last game of the first round robin for both of these teams, as is the case pretty much the entire time through here today. Does RNG join 2 other teams at 3-0? LPL cohorts JDG, as well as the LEC's Rogue, the only other undefeated teams here in groups. And we're looking to please win one from a sad Cloud9 fan. Listen, hey, listen. We've got kind of this one, 10 more games at least to find a win here for the LCS, okay? No one beats the LCS 18 times in a row. Hopefully no one beats them 9 times in a row. It's happened. That was week 2 in 2015, but hopefully we'll see when it comes through.
Historically, no one's beaten them 11 times in a row. That's
the record.
10 is the current longest NA win streak. Not that that's a tracker I want to be actively updating, but just to note.
Oh, this could already be spicy. Way over the wings.
It's
as
so
the squad
weird
comes around.
Some days here, but this
the
is a
ward.
good start.
There's the stun. Did he learn E? Yes, that's to learn E. That's going to make his laning phase much worse, but hopefully they have the damage to follow through.
Flash.
Oh, the Q slow. The slow from Akali. First blood comes across for Gala.
I mean, that's a pretty classic level 1 opening for RNG. You send 4 through river, you get the person who can dash over the wall to fly into Tribrush, someone else wards it, you get the CC over the wall, and it's also a very dangerous push to be checking that maybe they bring Aatrox down there because he's the only one who can build dash level 1, but it's still not enough, probably because of the Glacial Augment slow. But yeah, tons of teams do this where you see the bot lane is who wards over. Ming has 2 bandage tosses, lands both of them perfectly.
Yeah.
And someday flashes a little late, gets killed for first blood, and it goes over to Gala.
Yeah, it does feel to me a certain bit like Greed. That second bandage toss, you can react to with your flash. Get you over the wall, okay, cool stun, nice ward, well played. But you know the timer of Q2, and you can see him coming. Just burn your flash and take the L. He doesn't lose his flash anyway, and now Gala's also going to be booting bot lane with an extra longsword.
Yeah, not going to make that lane any easier, and very bad start for 100 Thieves, because let's talk about this. First pick Aatrox. Why is Aatrox such a priority pick? Right now, his counter pick is Fiora, and most teams don't execute that, plus it was banned in this game. Jax can beat it, but doesn't naturally get pushed. So when Someday loses flash level 1, he cannot play aggressively in that lane. Jax gets pushed. Talk about this bottom lane as well. Well, the Aphelios normally would be able to shove the Kai'Sa with range advantage, but the all-in now is so much stronger for RNG because of the extra combat stats from the longsword. It's much more dangerous to try and push because RNG can come back. So it's possible that that took 2 winning lanes for 100 Thieves and turned them into 2 losing lanes for 100 Thieves.
At the very least, early push still belongs to FBI and Huhi, first to level 2, trying to see what XP they can deny as Breathe once again looks for a trade and backs away before Someday can even auto-attack him back. Still, health bar decent enough with the Doran shield healing, and trying to hit some Qs to heal a bit more as well. There hits the sweet spot, gets a bit more back, but as Breathe's at half HP, he's still got biscuits, he's still got a refill potion to push through the stacks. Way, so getting his farm going as well. Gets his Legend Alacrity stack from his assist and makes that clear ever so slightly faster.
Yeah, we got the triple cam coming out, so Wei would hope to contest the Scuttle Crab, and Jax can actually shadow into the river here. You can see him moving down, so this makes it more difficult for Closer.
Push too, though.
But Lee has push.
Oh, that was Closer who claimed it. Wei smited early, and I think that was just a Q stab. Closer, yeah, gets the Scuttle.
Yeah, and this could be a double Scuttle angle as well. They can now cross together through mid lane, get Prio back. Bot lane has push, so Closer will get double Scuttle here. Nice play there by Closer.
I even like the option select of him charging his stun, where it's like, if I flash with a minion, we hit confirm the seismic shove, and maybe you die there. Xiaohu just plays far enough away that he's fine. It is indeed double Scuttle, as you mentioned here, and though first blood came through to RNG, 500 gold with the diminished assist pool. It is much of that gold walked back via the early game. The double Scuttle, the farm lead. Of course, there are still many minions to kill, but 100 Thieves actually playing an early game quite well.
Yeah, well played by 100 Thieves as well, maintaining push in this bottom lane, not giving Ming angles to land bandages yet to all in against them. Interesting that Wei is sticking around this long. All he can do is get vision, and then he's definitely delaying his reset.
Oh, and he's going to spot close with it, who doesn't walk by or into the brush, so Wei doesn't... So Wei has all the info. Closer doesn't know anything about this. He can see the little 1 gold zombie ward. He goes, I got you, bro. And it's just going to be the recall. Information known. Yeah. The important thing is, yeah, the first recall came through early. So Viego is on the map first. He can go back down to his Raptors and whatnot. Looks like he went to go cover topside and make sure Someday wasn't going to get ganked under the tower. Indeed, he wasn't. He was safe. And he's like, okay, back to the clear.
Someday also doing very well early on in this lane, despite not having the flash, having a huge wave crashed up against Breathe here. The last game Someday played on Aatrox at Worlds was also very successful. He was far ahead in laning phase, just couldn't transition it to victory. So the early disaster looks like it has been averted for 100 Thieves, and they're successfully stabilizing the game.
And a support roam for Huhi, who I believe skipped the recall that FBI took, simply walked up mid. I don't believe he walked through any wards on his way up, but Xiaohu's still playing far enough away. Abadaga doesn't go for the hopeful seismic shove, and ultimately nothing is gained there. Ming walks his way down also, sweeps for any aggressive wards, spots none, as there aren't any, and go back to a holding pattern into the lanes. Steel Cap's in for Someday, he's TP'd. Breathe is what he walked back to his lane, longsword in tow. Q3 is going to land, decent damage there. Counter-Strike does take 15% reduced damage from AoE abilities, so actually does affect the Q3 of Aatrox by a small degree. Saves him like 40 health, walks back anyway.
Yeah,
okay.
Could have a big fight here, 3v3.
Oh, 3v3, you're right, closes here. They can go right onto Ming. He's been stunned. Do they have the damage? The follow-through so well timed. Huhi times the Zenith Blade. Doesn't care about the flash. And 100 Thieves are on the board.
Well read by 100 Thieves and well executed by Huhi. Also, Xiaohu is level 6 and was thinking about joining, but he is just not fast enough. Huge play for 100 Thieves.
And of course, they've got to chant TSM.
That is not the tri-code.
Yeah. Most known for not winning games at Worlds. Here, 100 Thieves, I guess, to be fair, in a similar boat so far. But so far, so good in this one. Equal in gold. Scaling is a question to be answered much later on. It seems roughly close from what I can tell, as FBI will take this wave under the tower, a little bit of root damage. But RNG, though tied in gold, have control of the bottom river. They lost the support, but as the recalls come through, they're going to get first Drake, and this puts them ahead on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so able to take advantage of some timely recalls by 100 Thieves to take this Drake. Early Infernal, not the most powerful, but it gets stronger as the game progresses. So it's going to be good for RNG to have that in their back pocket.
Yeah. Statistically, like recursively looking at professional games and trying to pull out data, it's worth an 800 gold lead, and I believe it's 14 minutes. That like 800 gold lead versus an Infernal Drake has the same win rate. All else being equal.
Yeah.
It doesn't always matter in every individual game, but I find the data interesting.
Yeah, specifically for RNG as well, a team that has so much damage is definitely going to up those thresholds of possibly getting some kills.
Breathe gets level 7, goes in for a trade, but closes around. He's gonna get pulled back. Can they kill him? His flash is up. They keep landing the stuns, and Breathe will drop Closers 2-0.
Closer Viego down 0-2 in group stage, calls back to the pick that possibly put him on the map to many fans. He's got a whole bunch of jungle camps up now too to continue his acceleration in this game.
And the crowd learns the correct chant here in New York.
It's crazy. RNG and 100 Thieves through the headset sound very similar. So I couldn't tell if that was a 100 Thieves chant or an RNG chant. Okay.
That was
I looked at their fans and most of them smiled and waved, which would tell me that it is a 100 Thieves chant.
I gotta say, be able to smile and wave at the audience, and I love you so much, thank you. I have missed this for like 3 years straight. Thank you all so much. Let's see if it's gonna be enough here for the hometown favorites of 100 Thieves. And you've got RNG already back to the races though, maybe down 1,000 gold. But will they get Herald someday? Walks into 3, flashes the Amumu stun, but the follow-through is still gonna be good enough. He's gonna drop the Xiaohu.
Yeah, definitely Someday was just checking because with Kai'Sa bottom lane, 100 Thieves really wanted to fight this. They can still possibly push them off. Look where Kai'Sa is, so even with the dead Aatrox, it would be a 4v4 once Aphelios survive. It resets. But 100 Thieves is on a timer here. That's a huge wave crashing into the bot wave, and FBI is just so sad that he's missing out on the CS, but he's committed this move, and they might go for the Herald.
Oh, they're gonna look to skip that one and maybe go for Breathe instead, but he jumps to a mini, he's gonna be completely fine. The entire play is called off, so RNG, so well done. They get a kill, they get about 2 waves and 2 plates in the bottom lane. Gala is, I'm just gonna guess, ahead of FBI at this point in time now. Gold and XP-wise, somebody gonna be sent down to the bottom lane. His TP will come up before Breathes. That's not going to matter in the short term, though, because, hey, without an AD carry around, this is probably a safe Herald play.
Yeah, I mean, Gala got first blood, 400 gold. He gets 2 solo plates, 320 gold, and that's about what his gold lead is over FBI. It's roughly 500 or 600 gold, which accounts for the assist that FBI has. Because 100 Thieves did move up their entire bot lane, though, they do get the Herald, so they can technically pay it back if they're able to drop the Herald in FBI's lane.
Decent seismic shove, good damage. Xiaohu, no real offensive stats yet. I guess there was a bit of health in his inventory, but no MR. He went for the Sork Shoes to be the assassin, hoping to dodge the heavy amount of stuns here on the 100 Thieves lineup. Purple Gun, Abadaga's Rocks, Closer W, Huhi's entire kit. All those could be more treadsable. Goes for the more aggressive option here on the Kali. It's going to rely on his positioning. And maybe the runes as well. Legend Tenacity almost certainly in there, and pretty likely with Resolve Secondary to have that kind of that base covered. He's still low on MR.
Yeah, and as we progress towards the second dragon and 100 Thieves resetting to likely bring these waves back, so much of this game is going to focus on Ming. So really watch if he can find an engage angle, and conversely, if 100 Thieves can just kill him. Because he's not going to be that tanky, 0-1-1 on Glacial Augment Amumu, and there is a lot of, I guess, first strike damage. They don't have the rune, but just like the first team to go. 400 Thieves, Leona can CC, Viego can even get 1 stun onto the Amumu, and the rest of the team can probably give fatal damage. So if 100 Thieves is able to push the waves and have first setup in River, I don't think RNG has the people to be able to walk in. So that's going to be 100 Thieves' win condition this game, is if they can continue to keep their waves pushed and be first on objectives, that is their path to victory.
Well, the walk on up here, 3 topside, looking to get the entire tower here. Now, if no one but Xiaohu is around, you can get a lot done, but it looks like FBI instead is just simply going to share in part of the plates. 160 to the Aphelios, 160. Yep, he's in the extended range there. 160 goes to Closers, Viego as well, but they will not crack an entire turret. Xiaohu still feels safe with it, but now they try again in a 3v1, and he will back off.
They're going to get it, though, but they're going to completely give up this dragon. So this is definitely a strategy we saw a lot more about 2 months ago, before dragons were increased in power by about 50%. So very strategic here to just get gold on Aphelios. Current 80 carry item gap was Kraken Slayer to Noon Quiver Pickaxe. So 100 Thieves opts to not take the fight, get the gold to FBI, and go next.
Yeah. And especially if you say, hey, we actually don't have control. It's Mythic Gap right now. We don't have the power to beat Gala in a team fight. He's got cleanse. We can't stun lock him. Okay, best we can do is cross map, and that angle I can respect. It keeps the game relatively close. He has 2 Dragons to 0, but it's 2 Dragons to 0 against a 2,000 gold gap. Just the top scoreboard, if you remove everything else, probably favors 100 Thieves just a little bit.
Yeah. So through 12.5 minutes, 100 Thieves definitely having one of their best games of group stage thus far, but NA's had actually a number of close games. No one remembers those, though, if you never close it out for a victory.
No. They're going to push now towards the bottom side there. Wei is around, but you've got a Kali in the top side. Empowered teleport not available, only the basic one still. It's not 14 minutes, but the wave is cleared easily by Wei.
Yeah, 100 Thieves just getting some deep vision. There's really not that much on the map right now, so either someone on RNG has to be out of position for 100 Thieves to punish, or they're just going to keep farming up. If you're 100 Thieves, you would actually be fairly content just continuing to get gold onto FBI's Aphelios. If you think back to the times where 100 Thieves was most successful, it's when they have a clear identity on the way that they want to play the game. There were years where that was diving bottom lane, there were years where that was diving top lane, and then this year actually it was kind of about having low volatility games, getting to about 25 minutes, and just having a better teamfight comp. That's actually what they've been able to achieve so far in this game. The only thing working against them, I'd say, would be the fact that Gala has a lot of gold and the fact that we're 2 Drakes away from a soul. But for the most part, you could take nameplates off and say this is kind of how 100 Thieves wants the game to go.
We'll see if it's going to be enough, though, against RNG. Much like the rest of their cohort in the LPL, known for very good team fighting, and we'll see if that's going to work out well for them as we move on, because pretty soon there will be a team fight. There will be a fight over this Mountain Drake in just 3 minutes. It's a pretty accelerated timer here as well. As you look to the top side, Demolish going to be available. Chunks that one down for about 15%. Someday lanes a Q, takes out the turret shot. And Wei, once again, is there for every siege. Every time there's a wave actually reaching a tower, Wei is here to say, is it going to be okay? It is. Meanwhile, Gala, alone on the bottom side, was safe enough to go for even more himself. 100 Thieves is going to be counter-jungling in the top side of the map right now. Red buff going to be available. The Raptor's taken as well. You still take the 500 gold of an outer turret, but at least something claimed. And, well, that was nearly vision asymmetry. Wei almost saw with the sweeper. And maybe there's a play, but no one was really around to help catch that one in.
Absolutely. A lot of map splitting going on overall. Gala is, I mean, I can't say enough good things about Gala. He is an insanely good player. And when you get to 3 or 4 items on Kai'Sa, you still become a menace, even if the only CC setup they have is a Jack stun or an Amumu ultimate.
Wei is around. Does he get the vision? No, with the smoke screen, he can't go for it anymore. This is going to be claimed. I believe a smite goes through for Wei also. Bottom scuttle also going to be his. So red buffs were traded back and forth. End of the day, 100 Thieves got to take some Raptors, but Gala still took a turret and is nearly at Phantom Dancer. Will easily have it in time for the dragon fight.
Yeah, gold is very even for the 80 carries, but the build paths they're taking are very different. So it looks like FBI is going Gale Force Bloodthirster. It's a much higher cost build, so the 2-item power spike will come through onto the Kai'Sa first.
And they also took the sidestep for Boots 2 as well. Certainly not a bad call by any means, but it just means that his 2-item spike, 3-item spike, they're going to be later on as Gala sits there on barely Boots 1 here. Herald number 2 started. Abadaga going for the poke.
Yeah, they're taking it, but if Huhi or Abadaga could get any type of engage onto Ming, it would be a clear go button for 100 Thieves. RNG's showing him a lot of respect, though.
Yeah, TP comes in, but after the objective is already gone, Shahu is around. Breathe coming down. Closer
100 Thieves hopes
have the move speed to live. Indeed, they'll get out. Someday was on the bottom side. He's taking Krugs currently, so that is a TP burned for a Herald still taken by the LCS. Last hope of getting a single win in the first round robin.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice sequence that we saw there. So it was a lot of conservative map splitting by both teams. I would say actually when Wei stole the red buff from Closer, that was a bit of an overstay, and it gave 100 Thieves the time to actually get the proper setup on that Rift Herald and take it. So 100 Thieves is going to take that every day of the week if you consider the Rift Herald for red buff trade, which is effectively what happened.
And we're on a Phantom Dancer now. 35 seconds till the Drake comes up. Teleport available for Someday. Abadaga do not know if he could spellbook over to that right now. But we know that Breathe could match that teleport no problem. He is in the top side. RNG had the 2-item marksman. There is substantially more power in Gala's hands than FBI's. As Closer summons a Rift Herald to try to go for the mid-turret. The rest of RNG coming around to hold this one. Gets a root, really good damage. That chunk could mean so much. As Gala pushed down about 2/3 HP. The Herald charge will land. It will not quite kill the turret, but it puts it low. That's how I get the attacks in. Ming posturing up with the crown. He might feel safe. This turret is one hit from dead, but Abadaga cannot risk it, cannot greet it. I don't believe he actually was in range for a local turret because he didn't damage it, didn't get the extended range, but that's still 250 into the inventories. But now can they zone out RNG?
He still has his crown up. This is a bit of a sloppy entrance to River from 100.
The jump in is stunned. Flash ult! Is it enough? Ming can drop, burns his stopwatch. One burn as well. Breathe in the front line. Way flash to safety. Xiaohu gets one. Trade it back for Ming. Will we get the reinforcements? So Closer finds his stun, but will he live? Flash to safety. Sunday is low. Breathe is on for the shutdown, and this could be all they need. He'll look for the stun. A dive in kills Huhi, and it is indeed RNG with more to be done. FBI has gone out. The double kill for the top laner, and RNG will claim a Drake as their consolation prize.
If you give RNG the smallest window to engage, they will find it. 100 Thieves spends a bit too much time killing mid-turret. Somebody's a bit slow to come down, and the river vision wasn't carefully taken by 100 Thieves, so RNG just goes all in. Ming finds that perfect engage, and the rest of RNG can clean up. Watch this one more time. Just look where Aatrox is on the minimap, and FBI is just kind of in river, but they don't see everyone. So as the controller goes down, Ming goes in and just hard stuns 3 people. That buys the time for Xiaohu to nearly one-shot the Taliyah, and FBI is never safe to free fire because the fight lines were never able to be set up for 100 Thieves. Closer gets the reset, tries to buy them enough time, but Breathe has arrived, is untouched for most of the fight. They can just continue chasing through and clean up the fight.
Gala just chasing him down. Nice ulti as well, even if there wasn't going to be more for a jump. Always the killer instinct available. Beautifully done by RNG. Is going to put him heavily now into the lead. 3 Drakes to 0. Gold lead in inventory now as well. We can tick down 4.5 minutes. 400 Thieves hope they would like FBI to have a Bloodthirster done, a second item complete. Maybe a Zonius for Abadaga there as well. They're going to hope the items can come in time. So he gets this turret for himself. The DPS should be high enough. No one's contesting. That is at least gold in inventory. But RNG definitely ahead in this game.
And RNG has been playing off the back foot for about 8 minutes. They did a very good job of not losing out while 100 Thieves had good map positions and playing towards their win conditions, which is when 100 Thieves tries to take an objective, that's when they're finally going to expose themselves to take fights. But if you look at the way RNG is positioning, generally, Wei is just shadowing the lane that needs to get pushed so that they're not in risk of dying. They're taking all the safe CS. You can see they're doing it very well. Gala is getting more and more fed. And when they need to, that's when they get aggressive. So it's actually very calculated risks and safe play that has gotten RNG to this point.
It's really nice because it allows them to be like fairly ultimate based. Where, yeah, okay, as long as Ming can press R, he'll buy enough time. Okay, that's just gonna be a kill. There we go. Lands Q, lands R, no way out for who. He can't even stun, can't press W, does nothing, just drops right away. And there's that safe aggression. They got that little pocket of vision. They see support wanted towards something, and they collect 400 gold.
Yeah, another misstep there by 100 Thieves. So that kill went to Gala, didn't it?
I think so.
Gala and 9.3 thousand gold. 1,000 gold ahead. Speaking though, the safe play is still there. Xiaohu just dipping out as Closer gets spotted on the control ward. Xiaohu was able to be pushed up that 4 because he spent the time to get the deep vision. And because they see 2 people, Breathe now knows that there's no jungler on this side. Someday doesn't know that there's no jungler on this side, so he has to back away.
As the support and jungler come around, he starts to feel a little bit safer. Says, I can at least walk up for XP range, and Breathe kind of senses it as well. He's going to be able to easily jump away from that. Will not quite claim the turret, but that is soon to be more gold inventory. RNG, by the way, you looked at top lane at all. That's nice. Your mid lane turret's going to die. Gala playing happily aggressive. I believe got his share of the gold there from tagging the turret. And just, you can kind of see the differences in how willing they are to siege. You saw Abadaga with a Herald 5 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago. Well, I don't know if I can walk up there. Mumu's in range, and Gala's like, hit this in your face. Like, you're not going to do anything to me. And he was right.
Yeah, looks like turrets are going to be equalized as well here. You can see Wei again just shadowing Breathe in case any funny business was attempted by 100 Thieves. He's there to give confidence. And they also see the reset. They kill this very fast. Phantom Dancer, Kaisa, also Graves. It is spotted out, so that'll almost certainly take them off of it.
On the vision, they show that they're stopped hitting, and indeed it has been fully stopped down, so not a play anymore, hoping that maybe people were greedy on the wrong side of the map, maybe if they went bot lane or something. He's still in the mid, though. There's not going to be anything else to do. But Aatrox catches the wave in the top lane, and now we are a minute and 30 away from Mountain Soul. A 24-minute Soul RNG, likely to grab it here. 2.3K separates these teams. 100 Thieves have to fight up against a deficit.
Yeah, if the Soul is picked up, I think it is a 90% win for RNG. So this is a must-win setup or fight for 100 Thieves. One misstep around the mid lane, around setup where they're trying to push a wave before they have vision. RNG, we know, can pounce on them. Ming from the Fog of War with the Bandage Toss could be what ends the game for RNG. We'll see, though. You can see 100 Thieves over-prioritizing this at the moment. They've left top lane, so Breathe is going to get deep push. That's because now 100 Thieves had more people. They were able to at least move into River to clear a little bit of vision. But honestly, Huhi has no wards left. There's no control wards in 100 Thieves inventory, and there's only 38 seconds. These recalls are too late to get proper setup. RNG's in a very good spot right now.
And they completely give up mid-wave, which is weird because there's clearly enough time to play for mid before the actual dragon spawns. It's going to be grabbed now out of the tower, but this means RNG knows, oh, we have completely infinite control. We are seeing 3 of you on the mid lane. We see Aatrox in top tier. Cool. Everything is ours. We know we can crush all of your vision. This river is going to be a complete nightmare for 100 Thieves to walk through.
Yeah, Sumday's going to kill that wave, go back to base, and then probably TP on mid or bot wave to approach. Huhi's also had time to go get wards, but you can see with Dragon up, the river is RNG's. So it's very difficult for 100 Thieves to move in. They're going to get mid push, but then Huhi essentially has to blind check. And it leaves a window for RNG to possibly engage Breathe.
Someone has to face check this. Dragon could be dying right now. Gala could be zoning out as Breathe simply solos it. This could be a Mountain Soul claimed in 4 seconds. 100 Thieves unwilling to walk toward the Mountain Soul. TP is coming in now. Finally, they spot vision onto Ming as he backs up. Breathe, TP's in just now.
Sumday's still on the side wave. Okay, he's teleporting in now.
And they've got to try to find their way to contest this one, but of course they know Mumu could engage it. Waiting on the wings, gonna be spotted. Maybe marked by Huhi, 4K health. At some point, you gotta walk in. Odin's gonna come across, smite it, and it's Mountain Soul claimed. Xiaohu buys time, and the team fight's gonna go a whole lot worse. Already Closer's burned his stopwatch, and he dies. And it's just time for the cleanup. RNG, which one will they kill next? A flash in, triple stun for Breathe, a follow through for Ming, and count him, 1, 2, 3. A stopwatch will still signal his fate, and everyone is dead. 100 Thieves take too long to find the fight, and RNG fight it for him.
RNG is just better.
Oh, yeah.
There was portions in this game where RNG didn't have the setup and needed to outfight. They did. Then there's portions of the game where RNG had the setup and 100 Thieves had to out-execute, and they could not. RNG completely mopped the floor with 100 Thieves. They have the soul, they have the 12 kills, they've acquired the Baron, and they have blown this game wide open.
Now the 0-9 run for the LCS looks to be complete as this one ticks down. They're running it, and you can see that fight yet again. Xiaohu waiting in the wings. They know Closer's the guy to watch for. He's still nowhere near the pit. And when he finally tries to go in, just better smiting, because he is into the pit.
Yeah.
943.
But the difficulty here for 100 Thieves about not having first move there is even if if everyone jumps in to try and steal that Mountain Drake, they get clean ace because Ming will flash ult their entire team and they'll likely die. So they tried to move in without being all in range of the Amumu ult, which just makes it impossible to get a true 50-50. So Closer dies, he needed to go for the steal, and then once he was dead, everyone was too spread out, and that's when Kai'Sa feasts.
That's one of the nice things about going towards Mountain Soul is like, if it's a Baron flip, they get Baron, they earn like, 3,000 gold in golden XP and stats and whatnot, and it's like, oh, we lost a really big thing. If you flip Mountain Soul, it's like, oh no, you got 8% more armor. We 5-0'd you, by the way.
Yeah.
So like, cool. They're actually okay flipping if you're already 3-0 Drakes. RNG,
for sure.
Of course, get both sides of that one, so beautifully done. Better hands, better execution. And a big goose egg, 0 engaged done for Huhi in that fight. Everyone dropped. Closer, of course, stuck in the pit there as well. So RNG now close out the game. They've got the Baron. The Red Bull Baron power play itself may even include the Nexus itself. 140 to go.
Yeah, and this could very well be the end of the game.
Gala dives in. He's already cleansed. He's going to go for a Closer now as well. The ult won't bring him anywhere. He's on the 2. One grab by Xiaohu. A stopwatch keeps Gala alive. And Someday, now left alone, does absolutely nothing. A quick stun for Ming. He's going to get out of the turret shots. He'll die to the tower. But it's going to be a whole lot done now. Gala will drop aggro in time. There is another ace. RNG 17-4 has slaughtered 100 Thieves.
It has turned into a rout. This one will be over before 27 minutes.
Some valiant efforts in the early to mid game. 100 Thieves got at one point a 2,000 gold lead, but could not cash in on a decent start. RNG 3-0 in the group.
Well-deserved victory here for RNG. 17 kills to 4. The defending MSI champions, spring split LPL champions, had that rough finish to the summer split, finishing 4th. But throughout the year, they have won all but one of their tournaments.
Yeah, a very strong team right now. 2 individual games, mostly inconsequential. Dropping first seed to DRX, didn't matter, they won the best of 5. Dropping 1 game the best of 5, didn't matter much there either. They're still where they were going to always end up being in this group, getting through play-ins. And now that the group stage has started, 3-0, they've beaten all comers. Relatively convincingly too.
Absolutely, and it's not an easy group that they're in, for sure. Coming in as a, quote, pool 3 seed. So, based on the seeding, they are not meant to be this good, but they definitely are. And I think looking at 100 Thieves, definitely very dejected. I think of all the games they played, even the one they played against Flying Oyster, they're going to want this one back more.
Yeah.
Because to me, 100 Thieves had the superior draft. They had the ability to push any lane. They had good team fights set up, good engage. They had a 2,000 gold lead. They had set up on several dragons. They got outplayed on the first blood, which made it so they couldn't dominate early game enough, and they definitely messed up the 3rd dragon fight. Those are going to be the 2 moments that they're just going to toss and turn at night, I think, about not being able to pull those off. And it was such a critical moment, too, not only for them, but for the region, right? 0-8, now they're 0-9 after the first half of group stage, the worst first half of group stage in North American history in front of the home crowds. That's devastating. But this one, I think, more than any, because of all the advantages it felt like they had, I think stings the most.
I think to take the copium angle here, and then we'll toss the analyst desk, is the fact that, hey, if you can play that well, at least for part of the game, against the best team in your group, this is the strongest performing team in your group, just have that performance, like finish the job on one day. The one day you finish your group out. No one is limited after the first week of groups. You can always run back the table, 3-0, take your tiebreakers, whatever. Fate is still in 100 Thieves' hands. Yes, they're 0-3, I'm aware. But if you take the best parts of one of their games and extend that to 3 full ones, they become a good team. All right, we are ready to head over to our interview with RNG, and then we're heading over to State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. I'm going to steal this one straight from Jat. The other day, he said, RNG 4 seed? No, pretty sure RNG's the 1 seed, or at least 4 seed equals the 1 seed in this regard. Undefeated they are here in the group stage, taking down 100 Thieves and pretty much dashing any hopes that North America has in the group stage.
Yeah. It looked okay. Like at the start, we were kind of like, oh yeah, you know, everyone's kind of going all right.
I was looking for either of you to console me, and you just gave me a long, drawn-out, yeah, thank you very much. I needed that.
I would. You're too far over.
Oh, absolutely brutal. We do though need to talk about Ming and how he made every second count in this game, and thanks to reliable Cisco network when it came to the mid-game skirmishes and finding the opening on that signature Moo, he'll get the crucial picks and lockdowns throughout the fight.
And this was brilliant at the start, right? He gets the 3-man ultimate here to make sure that he can set up RNG, but right as he comes out of the stasis as well, just barely pipping onto FBI with the 2nd round of the bandage toss, actually sets up the rest of this fight then. Closer has to overcommit onto Xiaohu to protect FBI, and also gives Breathe then access to the backline, which then sets up even further for RNG to dominate this team fight.
Because of the space that is bought by Ming there as well, Wei actually has the time to get away from Someday. If Someday starts chaining resets there, which I thought initially he was going to do, they can turn that fight around, but instead the fight gets spread up, and that's where the Jacks can just get continuous rotations in. And I agree. It was a game that at times felt very winnable for 100 Thieves, but when it came to actually getting it done, just didn't seem to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And we heard both Jat and Free talking about that just a little bit, right? But that's the reality of these kinds of tournaments is you have to get it, you got to get it over the line. It doesn't matter if you look competitive in all 9 of your games if they end up in losses. So unfortunately for North America, we fall down yet again. For RNG, they are looking good here up top their group. Now it's time for us to join Shox and Xiaohu for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. And I gotta say, I think you heard it already, but there were a lot of cheers already for Xiaohu after RNG and the first part of the group stage, rather. at 3-0. First off, Xiaohu, a fantastic start to the tournament in terms of the group stage for RNG. Are the games going towards your expectation and what you prepared? Is it playing out as you expected?
那首先恭喜你们在小组赛的第一轮是3战全胜，可以说对于小组赛是一个非常好的开始。那或许小虎觉得你们在整体的前3局是有打出预想中的一些效果吗？还是说可能比你们准备的可能发挥的还要更出色？
我觉得这3局比赛就是我们选的阵容，包括大家执行的战术，都是已经我们在入围赛已经就是练出来的体系了，然后大家选出来发挥的也都很不错，然后可以3比0。 先拿下第一轮的小组赛，就是可以为我们下一轮小组赛争取去练更多体系的时间吧。
I believe for the draft we have chosen and also for the strategies we have used in the actual games in the group stage, we have already somehow make the preparation through the playing stage until now. So I think this can really help us a lot. And also I feel like after this, we were able to have a 3-0, so that means we can have more time to maybe do some preparations for the next round, and maybe in the next round we can try more drafts and more strategies.
Okay, the play-ins helping there for sure. Now, Xiaohu, it is wonderful to have you back in the mid lane at Worlds. What do you say about the level of competition compared to when you last played the mid lane at Worlds, and how do you reflect on your own performance so far?
那这一次，我们又在世界赛的舞台上再次见到了中单小虎。和上一次以中单选手的身份来参与世界赛相比，你觉得大家可能整体的一个竞技力有什么样的一个变化吗？到目前为止，你对自己的表现还满意吗？
首先我认为就是英雄联盟5个位置，中单位置肯定是就是所有位置中竞争最激烈，也是选手也是表现最好的一个位置吧。然后。我也希望这次世界赛我可以在这么多顶尖中单中脱颖而出吧。
League of Legends have 5 positions, but I believe for the mid laners must be the most competitive ones. There are so many strong and outstanding mid laners in this World Tournament as a whole, and I would like to prove myself on this tournament again as a mid laner. I would like to show all of you like I'm outstanding one.
Fantastic. Final question. You've been waving at everyone and they've been shouting your name, and there's been so much support for the LPL in general and for the RNG, even though we're in North America. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
现场有很多的人为你们而欢呼，刚才小虎也是和大家一起挥手。所以说，虽然远在北美，但有这么多支持你们、支持 LPL 的粉丝朋友们来到现场，和你一起同心协力。所以说，有什么话想要对他们说吗？
谢谢。其实听到这么多安吉的呼声，我觉得一切都在不言中了吧。然后，对我们后续的表现也不会让大家失望的。
Definitely, there's so many cheering and yelling. They're all yelling about RNG. They're all supporting us. I think there's nothing I need to say because. I wish you use our performance to show you guys we will not disappointing you guys, definitely.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. And of course, Wendy, as always, we're going to kick it over to a quick break, but when we come back, we have Genji up versus Flying Oyster. Do not go anywhere.
say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Hello and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's time for CTPC Flying Oyster looking to take on Gen G. And we'll start on the Gen G side of things. Chronicler, I want to get a sense of how you evaluate this team's performance at Worlds so far.
I know this is not going to be a popular statement coming off what we just saw, but it's been okay. It hasn't been that great. I have come off of an entire split of seeing Gen G, no matter the draft, no matter the game state, absolutely dominate their opponents from start to finish. And even though by their own admissions, we see them overall saying we were in full control in this game, we were stacking dragons early, we have a really good team fight composition. I will echo all of that. But still, the standard that they've set for themselves, I think domestically, has been so incredibly high that their performance at Worlds thus far feels okay.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise for me has kind of been just how sloppy it is, right? Like when you look at them mechanically, like we look at it there, like the Chovy sweeping in for the Azir, you look at them domestically, that would have been 2 players dead immediately, but missing the Azir ult entirely, we've had whiffed abilities across the board. It just feels like Gen G are still trying to warm up into Worlds, because when you look at them domestically, they were so dominant, so good in team fights, and I just don't know what's happened between now and then.
Okay, this feels like a little bit of doom and gloom for a team that's 1-1 and quite possibly looking at a 2-1 record.
So I think the big thing for me is there's a very different level for Gen G. Gen G are supposed to be tournament favorites, not group favorites, right?
Okay.
I think that's the bar that we're trying to hold them to.
I knew you would understand.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, explain it to me. Me and my pea-sized brain over here. Make it make sense to me, Chronicler. Okay, fine. So they're not meeting your expectations as a 1 seed.
Yes. And also as an LCK seed. But
and
we have
also as an LCK rep.
We have kind of a problem with setting very high expectations and standards instead of just being like, hey, we got to win. That's great.
Okay,
which it is.
Well, so then, I guess I'll ask it this way. Do you feel like there are openings then for Flying Oyster in this matchup with the way that Gen G is playing? Because again, coming into the tournament, I think pretty much everybody would have said this is locked up, considering it's the 1 seed and a tournament favorite.
Yes, but it does rely on Gen G making a misread in draft. I think if Gen G get a good draft, I have full faith in them, even if they don't play as well. I think in terms of laning phase, Doran in particular hasn't looked that great, but as soon as we get out of that, I think they are still the same kind of team.
And that's the big one for me. I actually think Rest coming into this has had a fantastic series. Like, I think he's looked absolutely brilliant in all their games. So if they can get Rest ahead, I think with him in the front line, Shun in the back, that could make such a massive difference here for Flying Oysters. And that's where I'm looking to see, can they start to get those team fights in their favor? If there's a couple of missed abilities, that could be the openings that CFO needs.
Yeah, what do we learn or what do we take from that opening win for Flying Oyster and what they might want to look to replicate in this game here against Gen G?
I'd actually flip it around, and I'd say, Flying Oyster, look at what RNG did, which is attack Gen G where they're uncomfortable, which is very early on. It was early trades that Doran took where he got punished, and the way that they snowballed the map that made it very, very hard to play. And I think Rest can maybe set the rest of his team up for a similar style of play.
And I'd love to see them kind of double down on what Chronicler is saying. Take things like Aatrox for Rest in top lane if he can get his hands on it, right? That's obviously a big up in the air one. But I think things like the Draven for Shun in the bot side, Kalista and Kai'Sa for Shun in the bot lane. Like, take the fight to Gen G, force them so they actually have to go and fight you one-on-one, and then see if you can try and force, well, some of these unforced errors.
Yeah, recipe for success in that first game was getting Shun on that Kai'Sa, set up in situations where he can take the ultimate in and clean up the fights for triple kills. While we head down to the stage to join our teams, Shock's caught up with the Flying Oyster 80 carry, Shun, for more on his world so far in the Verizon post-game interview.
I'm here with Shun and Iris to help for the translation. And first off, I just want to get your general thoughts on how the group stage has been going so far for the team.
今天输了嘛，而且后面还有一场剑狙要打，然后就今天知道自己我们队的决策方面可能输给其他比较厉害的赛区，所以我们回去可能会检讨一下，希望明天可以拿出更好的表现。
So we lost today, and definitely we have another game facing off against Gen.G. So after today's loss, we actually know that we had some problems around the decision-making during the game. So definitely we will make some adjustments on that. Hopefully we can win the upcoming matchups.
Well, looking forward to that one, and I'd love to hear your thoughts specifically on the matchup versus Gen.G and the fact that you'll be playing versus Ruler. What do you think about what the game's going to look like specifically?
我觉得我就拿出自信，我觉得就能表现好。但是我们决策方面还要再更加加强，才有机会赢下他。
So as long as I play confidently, that it will be a very big chance for us to kick the good takes to win. But definitely we have to improve on our decision making during the game.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back for the cast and champion select of Gen.G versus Flying Oyster. This is a battle at 1-1. Many people, I think the plurality pick 'em vote for winner of Worlds is Gen.G. They drop to RNG, right? And you look at the games and this team so far does feel beatable. And this would put CFO at squarely second in the group if they can take this win.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in their victory, it wasn't that dominant, which is definitely not what the expectation was, albeit the expectation was extremely lofty. And the most banned champion at Worlds actually makes it through the ban table here. And of course, it's going to be first picked by Ruler.
Third ever pick here in the group stage. 90% presence, has gotten through draft a couple of times, but very, very rarely. So going to be grabbed up here. We're going to expect Ruler and Lehens to have a very good bottom lane down there. Sad for me, I like the Singed Senna lane. You know, I'm a big fan of Senna lane, especially Singed as well. So not going to be here into this one. It's going to be Caitlyn plus Karma, Lux, who knows? We'll see. Lee Sin, though, through for Gemini.
Yeah, and really quickly, the Caitlyn was winless in play, and it got picked 4 times, although it was heavily banned. It lost its first group stage game, but has won its last one. And what was happening in play-in when Caitlyn wasn't working was you get a small early lead, but kind of the first time the other team can either get your flash or kill you, it loses a lot of power since it has a pretty big mid-game dip. So it's going to be an execution-heavy champion for Gen.G, but they are the type of team that can execute it.
Yep, and they go for Lux, so they are just going all aggro. They want to win through this bottom lane, and again, they have to keep the pressure on, right? You don't want to suddenly let them catch back up in the mid-game, so see if that one comes through. Worth noting, CFO have first blood in every single game they have played. See if they can get it here as well. That can actually throw the whole Caitlyn Lux thing off kilter if they get the pressure on. Renekton would be a possible answer into Sejuani. Don't love it personally, but as time ticks down, that's going to be locked. We know Syndra's going to be mid. We know Renekton at this point has to be top, but Sejuani could always flex jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton, if Sejuani does go top lane, would get outscaled, but would have early pressure in lane. So when I look at this top side, it is very, I want to say dated, because it's something that's definitely been played before. You just don't necessarily see these champs at the top of the meta. But the way it works is both lanes have really good gank setup. Lee Sin is a really good ganker, so it allows you to play to the top side of the map with a lot of aggression.
So across the summer split, as we look at bans coming through still to the top side, getting rid of things like Ornn, it's been 5 Sejuani games for Doran, but also 3 for Peanut. So it's been comfortably a flex for these two players throughout the LCK, coming through now into Worlds. But they're saying, no, we think you're going to move Sejuani down. You're going to find an even beefier tank top side, maybe to secure some scaling. We'll see. As Akali also dropped away for Chovy.
Yeah, interesting with the Ornn ban. Ornn is another one of those outscale picks. And there are a lot of jungle bans with the Viego Graves already taken out. I really do feel like Doran's just going to play the Sejuani top lane, but we'll have to see as Gen.G enters the 4-5.
I like the world's champ, delete Yuumi, victory! I like we got to scroll through all of them. So it does leave Azir up, by the way, as unless you're going to play Lux mid, which I heavily down. It is his most played across all of summer. It is the only champ he has played so far at Worlds. I don't know how good Azir Syndra is as a lane. Maybe that's why Syndra was locked, to try to block an Azir pick. Maybe Mission likes the matchup. But if he wants it, clearly it's up there. The data is out there. You know it's available. And the fact they're not banning it means they must think they like the mid matchup.
Yeah, I mean, even Kalista Renata is going to be available for Flying Oyster as well. So definitely a lot of aggression. It will be heavily outranged by the Caitlyn Lux. So it's really going to be, like, Gemini has all gankable lanes. He actually has too many lanes to gank if you're trying to craft, like, the, quote, perfect team comp. But it does give him an absurd number of options.
Okay, so Sejuani top, Hecarim into the jungle. Ahri comes through as the mid lane of choice. Post 6, she can probably ult away for a gank attempt, but pre-6, Syndra stun into combo pretty well. That'd be fun. That would be so much fun.
Just do it. Let's go for it.
Would have to play behind minions, or she auto dies to the hook. You can always follow that up. As the time ticks down.
The fact that he's laughing makes me think he's not going to do it.
But he's getting the impressions. And it's going to be
still good.
This is the most early game team you could possibly draft in League of Legends.
It's still good. I don't know why you don't just hover the Pyke the whole time you're blitz baiting, but the Pyke is also awesome. There's so many kill opportunities for them early game. Gemini, he's going to feel bad about farming any camps because he's always going to want to be ganking somewhere. So they need to be very clear in their communication and very clean in their play, because Gen G is going to be pushing so many lanes. They're going to be farming up a Storm, becoming this inevitable beast of a team comp, but Flying Oyster will just want to fight.
Expectations pathing towards bot Pyke. I mean, you almost want to run cleanse on Lux, to be honest. Like, get me out of that Pyke stuff.
I mean,
let me get away somehow. There's no way you actually do it here, but yeah, pre-6 midfield's playable off Syndra Stun. At any point in time, bot lane it's a Pyke lane. I'm gonna throw them at you with Kalista if it's post-6, if it's pre-6. We're just gonna go for the Ghost Water dive into a stun. Like, let's get it going. This is gonna be a whole lot of fun. CDBC Flying Oyster, in both their games, first blood, in both their games, first turret. Expectation is that they can keep the early game snowball going. We'll see if they can make that one happen. And if they win, they just take control of second spot in the group.
Yeah, and even though they could lose this game and still have a path out of groups, it makes it so much easier to go into week 2 at a 2-1, especially when the team that they'd be beating and pushing down to 1-2 is Gen G, who many people saw as the favorite going into the World Championship. So I really respect how committed they are here to going all out in the early game with aggression.
This is going to be fun. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. We have upsets on the day. Let's see who can take second spot in the group. Just one game behind RNG before the second round robin. CFO, ooh, that's actually, I think I missed the ward. I think that's actually not quite in the brush. I could be wrong. Doesn't matter regardless. Either way, they get the ward down. They say, okay, nothing special is happening. No one's going for the sweep. First blood would be nice. Now not going to be a play. Defensive ward and a walk away for Gen G, just huddling around because, you know, Pyke level 1, you are dying to Pyke landing a hook on you level 1.
It's not going to show anything, but I actually love what Gen G did. They warded both entrances to their jungle, and then they 5-stacked on a bush. So the only way they were actually going to fight that is if they saw on the ward that not all 5 people were invading. Because if it is a 5v5, they'd lose it anyway. So they managed to not get any disadvantages level 1, even though Oyster had a stronger comp.
All right, well, they get some loot in their jungle as there's no invade, and also you can link your league account with Prime Gaming to receive free in-game content as well. Free digital goods, get yourself on that one. Looks pretty fun. I will say, I get my capsules, I get my Legends of Runeterra capsules, I get my Valorant stuff, I get my League of Legends stuff, it's great. You know, you can jump in on that one as well. Red buff gonna be claimed here on the top side, and unsurprisingly, Gemini would like to path toward the bottom lane.
Yeah, and we gotta pay very close attention to Lehen's flash, because or Ruler Flash for that matter. The last time we saw a Caitlyn lane lose, it was because the enemy bottom lane was able to get a flash early, and then when the jungler comes down at level 3 with double buffs, there was little tools left to escape. Because Gen G want to be able to push. Good hook.
Shot. Auto-traded, but the thing is, the way out is so much worse.
They did it.
That is a really, really, really troll choice. There's the flash forced out. Actually goes Red Raptors into mid lane. And you've got, basically, Chovy's gonna have his ult before he has his flashback.
Yeah, so that is a big win for Gemini. It hardly costs him anything. Maybe about 5 seconds on the Wolf Camp, so an extremely efficient first gank. It also makes it more difficult for Chovy to have mid-prior, which then, in turn, will make it more difficult for Gen G's bottom lane to push if Syndra is constantly in river. So not a bad start.
Really?
Look at that return, though.
Yeah, well practiced by Lehens. Of course, you can always get the health back, but you jock into the brush, it's going to be fine. But hold the as long as possible for the heavy slow. And they've already preempted it. They're already aware, hey, this could be the play. The trinket ward's over the wall. So as soon as it comes out of Tri-Brush, they'll know this information. But they're not level 2 down to this bottom lane. A slow for Lux.
Oh, that's huge.
Space, but it's going to deny the entire wave. What beautiful pathing and coordination. Burn a flash out of mid. Burn the entire wave out of bot lane. And it's an early TP. I don't know if Rest have a stun available, but Doran just letting him get XP at all in this lane.
That was so good by the Flying Oysters. They trade aggressively enough to make it so Gen.G can't get level 2. The Lee Sin comes down still at level 3 and makes Gen.G not want to stay under wave. It doesn't actually give them a goldie, but like that's the type of stuff they need to do to have a chance in this game.
Well, Peanut does what he can. He got the full 7 camp, clear the full bot to top road, plus the scuttle, and your Krugs are definitely up. There is 0 chance. I mean, they saw Lee Sin in mid with 8 CS. They saw him path bot side. Everyone knows for sure Krugs are up. Peanut gonna get handsomely rewarded. Solid 100-something gold. Rest probably not diveable, but it does mean Peanut's gonna get a very, very wealthy first recall.
Yeah, Peanut with the Hecarim is very happy about what he was able to do. His bot lane is probably not as happy about it. But that's the trade-off you often make when you're playing Hecarim. You don't want to have to be ganking lanes at the pace of Lee Sin. That's the natural power trade-off between the two junglers. Lee Sin wants to gank Hecarim, wants to farm more early. Ruli's even gone call, so it's interesting that they just haven't been able to get any presence in this lane yet, despite having Caitlyn Lux, but game's a little bit more stable now, so we're more likely to see them shove.
Rare miss by Lehens, didn't pop his E for damage into Shun. A little unnecessary, doesn't matter a ton. That 80 health is going to change much of anything, but is what it is. Wards go down, Sweeper in for the Pike as the top laners keep trading back and forth. Of course, Doran's already gotten his first recall off. Rest going to take the latest one he can. He knows the route that Hecarim is taking. He knows he wants to full clear up, as there is a ward put down early on the river to watch that Hecarim is not coming into the bottom lane just yet. Will be running to his own Raptors. There is a Trinket ward that I believe timed out. Okay, so I don't know if it actually saw the Hecarim itself, but either way, Peanut is still going back through for his clear. And Rest has about 40 seconds before Hecarim can be in his lane.
Yeah, and Cloud Drake being the first Drake in this one, it's one of the more difficult Drakes to solo because it attacks so fast, so I don't think we're going to see it taken that early, especially not by Gen.G.
If he holds E, he's always safe here. You can preempt it, yeah. So it goes in before there's ever going to be a light binding. No trap follow-up, he's going to be out, but it does mean the wards get killed. Peanut staying on the bottom side. They can count camps, they know what things he's gone for down here, but still, I don't think there's ever a chance Lee Sin counter jungle's left side jungle. While again, looking for the stealth hook play. Just forcing Gen.G off. Guarantees Shun is not going to be zoned off any of his farm. Easy auto rend kills the caster minions. And Lee Sin's still around here. In case the rewards in the river, he doesn't jump over the wall just yet. Rest gonna take a pretty aggressive trade here. Has Merc treads and Magic over the play. Keep on the stun is a low duration, and there's no flash. Next spell, the cooldowns are too long. Didn't have another W backup. Only now hits level 6. That was the way for level 6. Couldn't clear enough of it out. As they fight now for the bottom scuttle, will be claimed by CFO. Still a very close game though. Gold identical. Cannon grabbed by the Kalista.
Yeah, that's the thing. This much early game power, even gold. So Gen.G is the team that wants to keep the kills 0-0 and the gold even until 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. Flying Oyster is the team that wants to see that lead going up and to the right. They're doing a pretty good job pushing the tempo. Rest gets the first plate, gets first to level 6, is breaking a bit of an advantage in the top lane, but 400 gold, 300 gold on Renekton versus Juani isn't going to matter later on in the game. Flying Oyster are still looking for that fight to break open the game.
12 camps through for the Hecarim, feeling pretty good right there. Gets his second recall off. Gonna have plenty on the way towards either Triforce or Divine Center, but again,
very good.
Zone Gen.G out of the bot lane. They will do so yet again here. Level 4 only on Ruler, as a second turret plate is claimed, but he will still be back in range to get most of the caster minions. Now, the casters actually, interestingly, so gold-wise, they have a lot less than melee minions. It's 14 to 21. XP is actually a lot closer. So in terms of like being zoned off of, or like catching XP in levels, casters actually still hold a large percentage of it.
Still a very impressive early game from Flying Oyster, just because of who they're doing it against, right? Chovy, Ruler, two of the best laners in their position in the world. And you look at those CS differences. A lot of it has to do with Gemini and him getting the early flash, providing the early pressure onto the bottom lane. But Peanut also one of the best junglers at the World Championship. Yeah. Gemini doing a great job pressuring, but we'll see how this game ends up breaking, because finally Chovy's made it out of mid lane. Gen.G's pushed this up the turret. They might go for a dive.
Back up. They've got the root already. They got to ult him in, but Shun's not level 6. They're going to try to burn him, and first blood comes through. Second blood instantaneously as well. Chovy's like, you can gank 3 times, buddy. I only need 1.
And that is the difference. Think of all the times Flying Oyster had the wave stack ready to go for a dive, and Ruler and Lehens just left.
Yep.
This time, though, the Kalista Pike under the turret, 4 members of Gen G, they catch them there. They were unwilling to leave. They didn't read the play as far ahead as Gen G did. So the first time Gen G goes for aggression, it works perfectly. And Chovy's now in control of that mid lane.
Yeah, Ward goes down. Ward probably doesn't see Chovy himself, but they're like, Lee Sin's behind us, but no one's calling that Ari's missing.
Trap, Root, Fear, Root, dead. Crazy CC chain.
Yep. Gemini being there was maybe enough if Hecarim was the only gank, but they didn't track Chovy. Shows up, gets the double kill, and he is off to the races now. Huge on this Ari. And Gen G looking very good. Only a 400 gold lead, but I mean, against this composition, every single champion outscales their opponent.
Yeah, also Renekton being over level 6 with ultimate up usually means that the team gets control of the top Rift Herald. So right off of the reset, Koala does not go bottom lane. This is the correct choice. He sends up for top lane. I also think it's the correct choice for Gen G. Caitlyn lanes do not like to leave, so they're just going to try and get plates for Ruler in trade for this valuable Rift Herald.
Well, second plate claim. That's actually now a tied score there. 2 plates apiece down to the bottom lane. Keep in mind, though, Herald in the inventory of CFO's jungler means you've always got a chance to crack the entire bottom tower. The third plate is, I think, partway dead, but still standing, so the plate charge itself wouldn't quite kill. 1 plate now top side for Doran, who TP'd out of his lane at level 3 to help his duo, and now with Gemini around with rest, good timing on the ulti, great Q, Doran lands a stun, Gemini flashes back out, but they have to damage to fight Peanut, they're gonna kill him! Overextension from Gen G's jungler.
Peanut was out! He was saved! Doran did everything! He interrupted the Lee Sin, he ulted him, and then Peanut said, you know, maybe I can get... No, you cannot get more damage. You needed to run Peanut. He completely gives that one away. Rest with the kill.
A little bit of a sigh of relief on CFO. They were looking down the barrel of losing this game, but a bit more towards their side. As level 7 is in for Kalista. Ruler has his ulti, Lehen's the same. Koalas level 5 would love the ulti to help secure lethal damage. But Flash and all the summoners actually up for the entire bottom lane here. Gonna walk right into the root. Knows he has Kalista back pocket and says, yep, this is the play. We go for Ruler, forcing his flash. He's gonna flash follow. Will they have the kill? Has the ulti, Ren! No! Climbs him for 1, but they gotta run away now. There isn't a way for Shun to live. The Koala runs pretty fast. Chovy's ulted once, gets knocked back by the dragon. Lucky it's not a Hex Tech, and it's gonna find it. The charm lands, the snipe comes through, and Koala drops now as well.
Such aggression by the Flying Oyster bottom lane, but the collapse does eventually come through from Peanut and Chovy. Getting the kill on Ruler, though, like mission success in terms of shutting down the Caitlyn so far. I definitely have to say 0-1-2 and only 86 CS at 11 minutes. And then this top lane having the kill, having the double buffs, Rest definitely able to take a chunk out of this top turret.
2 plates there.
Where did the Rift Throw go?
Mid? I think I got mid plates for Chovy roaming. That's my guess.
Okay, possible. Watching this one more time, you can see how many tools Kalista Pike have. So you miss the hook, and you just still get thrown in to be able to get post-flash net stun onto Ruler, and then execute him with the Pike ultimate.
And yeah, he tries to run, but Chovy's like, I know where you're going. There's only one way out for you. Second ult comes over the wall, and just good charm.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When Ari moved bottom, Rift Herald was dropped in the mid-wave. That got 2 extra plates and puts this turret precariously low.
Mission will be able to farm the 4th plate for himself as well. Of course, 1 was shared back to his jungler for the summon, but at least some money in the inventory. So we can still see the gold is relatively close. First drink of the game has not yet been claimed, as Rest will take a small trade. Actually saves his stun for the whole thing. Didn't really value the damage. Ow! Damage towards Shun. But now we got ourselves going on to this first dragon of the game. +1 Cloud Drake. Thank you, Pick'ems.
It is slow, though. 12 minutes, 30 seconds. Going to put us at a very late soul. So much of this game was really about trying to deny farm onto the Caitlyn. No one had the tempo to be able to take the dragon down. Shield bow procced just by Lux.
Yeah, okay. Look for the shot on a Chovy. Lands it, but with the charm landing, he's never able to E forward. Chovy the ulti anyway, goes back in for an aggressive trade. Knows what he has, what his limits are. And indeed, just gets the damage done. My ult's down. Might as well do 300 damage before I have to go.
Chovy, some cheeky Everfrosting. Definitely has the lion's share of the gold so far for Gen G.
Yeah. I also love how aggressive Chovy is. Like, he went cooldown boots in a matchup where I feel like most mages in general buy Merc Treads into Syndra because it's Syndra, QE combo, hurts a lot, and he's like, nah, it's fine. I like this one. Yeah. So that's the actual combo of Kate Lux, is when I'm about to land the Kate ult, just Lux ult them. If they scatter, I land Kate ult. If they don't scatter, I get the double Lux ulti, and you know, body blocked. But yep, Shun is out of lane. Shielbo popped prior, and Gen G still pushing on the bottom side.
Caitlyn Lux, that's the display. Doesn't need to win early on in the game to still be able to have that. That's not even a mythic item completed by Ruler, by the way. That was a shield bow completed Caitlyn. And Lehens and Ruler were able to take this turret down solo. Yep. They really want to be able to get this last plate as well as the first turret. They have 5 more seconds, but they got to be a little careful.
Not quite enough time anymore, so just the poke instead.
I mean, they're still going to get it.
Oh, wait. Yep.
They got it.
No,
wow.
No plate, no plate.
No, really?
450. He got first turret gold, but not plate gold. So just off by a little bit. Esports Overlay is about a half second behind actual game time. So the plate had dropped. Is it a big deal? Not really. Is 160 gold going to change who wins this game? Almost certainly not. But did go for harass slightly over plate gold and could have gotten that.
Someone's going to clip that later when it does actually cost him the game. But
yeah, you know.
Possible.
One CS also to go until Cola's done. That is the worst feeling, is like I would love to greed for 30 seconds, but it's not worth the tempo loss.
Definitely.
But that would have been cooldown boots, or Zerker Greaves done.
Yeah, absolutely. Instead, he just comes with 2 daggers instead. No control ward. AD carry thinks it's fine. Support is very angry that he has the extra dagger, but some things never change.
Wants the zeal. It's actually very common for AD carries to skip boost 2 for as long as possible and just go for power spikes. Try to get to item 2 and 3. Just get to IE. Those Zerks are very efficient. Good damage out of the jungler. Follows through ward. Auto is... Oh, it's going to be so close to killing him, but the shield is going to keep him alive. Gemini will set up for the Lux ulti. Will Gemini die? Yes, he will drop, but Doran may not be around much longer. Ulti, I believe Koala may have still been able to share a cut as his ult was in the air, but doesn't take the kill itself.
Yeah, 1 for 1 in a 2v4. Hecarim stealing Raptors, Caitlyn pushing mid, Ahri pushing top. It will equalize turrets for the Flying Oysters, and they have to stay aggressive. They have to continue to go for plays like that.
Now, with the gold close, you should allow your champions to be able to do their jobs and still be stronger in the early game. But Chovy, solo gold to the top side, 165 CS, highest in the game. That's with him roaming. Has several good plays towards the bottom side, so perfection so far out of what many consider the best mid laner in the world.
Yeah, Chovy, pretty good. He burned flash level 2 and still has this advantage. But you can see Doran teleports in to save this turret, and Lehens is hoping to be able to get another turret to join him, but Gemini cuts him off. Narrowly dodges that first gank and actually falls for it. So definitely an outplay by Lehens in a very difficult map position, being able to use the Sejuani Ignite, get the Lux ultimate down to at least get one. It's a small consolation for Gen G.
1 for 1. 1,700 gold lead, though. Feeling pretty solid right now. Gen G down a Drake, but overall the top scoreboard puts them at winning. And with the team comps on the left and right-hand side, looking pretty good right now for the LCK champions. Looking at 2-1. See if it keeps going, though. There is much more game to play, of course. Second Herald now being started up by Peanut.
What's interesting about team comps like what Flying Oyster has is, I'm tempted to say, oh, the gold lead is lying to you. Gen G is a lot further ahead. But, like, so much of it will just come down to playmaking.
Yeah.
Like, it actually doesn't matter how much you get theoretically outscaled if you have a ton of playmaking ability. Because you can still get the right CC chain on an unfathomably fed Caitlyn and win the fight. So one of the reasons I really like this draft from the Flying Oysters is it gives them early game agency. And even if it doesn't blow the game wide open, while it doesn't give them a reliable way to win or even a high percentage way to win, it still has a way to win, which I think is important when you're the underdog in a matchup like this.
Let's see if they can find that then. 1,500 gold difference, still up that first Drake. Second one would make the scoreboard relatively close, but there's a lot still to play for, and this one is Caitlyn taking her normal position here at 50 minutes of I push the mid lane. Call me when you need me. I'm here to get 11, 12, 13 CS a minute. This cannon goes down, and Gemini gets some vision. We now get to fight for this Drake, mounting up in 2 seconds. Shun would love to join his team. Nice shot by Lux. Gemini does not shield mission, only himself. Doesn't matter a ton though, but over the wall! Shun caught out, cleanses, flashes, and Gemini tanks the charm.
What a bro. Great job. I mean, it was a cleansed Kalista, so the charm would have been very short duration. Rift Herald drop mid, and no Ahri ult if there is a fight soon.
Danger, though. Gemini getting dropped down to 400 HP. Has to jump back to his teammate. Herald charge is going to get through. Yes, it does. So mid lane turret quite low. A Rend is something. And now as he smites for health, he's going to try to regen up off the blue buff. Gemini back to 2/3 or more. Hook comes in, but Sejuani is tanky. No flash, no problem. Blue claimed. Quick stun comes through for rest, but you really cannot kill Sedge. He's ignited, he ults. Oh! Hecarim over the top. Koala wants to live. Pulled back into safety. Double knockup, but he will die for that one. Just delivers himself as gold. And Ruler gets a double kill.
Man, Doran is a brick. Like, he is so difficult to kill in this game. Gen.G, that could be the fight that makes this no longer close, especially because they're getting the Mountain Drake. Armor MR for that beefy front line, and the kills went over to the carries. So Ruler, who had been heavily denied for most of the game, Cull cashed in, 2 kills in this one, Mountain Drake in hand, Gen.G back on track.
Gen.G are off to a tear in this one. Coming into Worlds, they had something like a 90... Hold on. Chovy.
Go for it.
Charm interrupts Q2. And that means there was no play to be had. With ulti, it was going to be kind of close with Blue Smite. Maybe not quite lethal. Coming into Worlds, Gen.G had a 95% gold lead. 95% win rate with a gold lead at 14. And getting higher after this one.
Yeah, and just look at... I talked about playmaking on Flying Oysters. You don't want to make the play on the Sejuani. You do that stuff to anyone else, and you probably kill them. But you do that to a Sejuani, and you move yourself into a choke so that the Hecarim can ult you, you're going to have a bad time. So Flying Oyster get funneled in to a choke point by the baiting Sejuani. It's a disaster. They know it. That was not a good fight.
Now it's going to hurt, but we're going to hope to see if there's playmaking to be had. We press tournament into the game. Baron at Nashor has spawned. And Gen.G say, yes, we will indeed take control over the top side. Koala fights for a ward. He'll survive it. Takes a Caitlyn ulti, but he'll regen it back, no problem. Red buff to be stolen. Gemini would like to fight for it. Dives in. What a beautiful kick. And the playmaking is through. Ruler's down. Shun might live, but Peanut kills him all the same. 1-for-1, no 80 carries. Aruda's there on a Koala. He would love to live. And Rest takes him down. The playmaking. CFO got a 2-for-1.
Beautiful start to the fight by the Flying Oysters. Ruler, doesn't matter if he's got all that range with the RFC if you get right on top of him first. Chovy also wasn't there at the start of the fight. Unfortunately, Kalista did die as well, so otherwise I think we could have seen a rogue-like Baron start right away off of that, but that's the type of play that Flying Oyster unfortunately need to make again if they want to win this game.
They squeak back about 400 of the 2,000 gold difference here as Chovy's like, you're on my blue buff. Charm nearly lands. That was close. Gemini smites.
Oh,
I think that was Spellbook. I think Chovy Spellbooked it.
Oh, yeah,
and then bursted it with his combo. So Gemini, yeah, his smite's still up. The timing was too tight. He could have stolen it. I believe it was up at that point in time. Certainly up now, but doesn't matter too much. I do want to get a quick sidestep. Hold on. We'll go to this fight here.
Yeah, so you can see Renekton and Ari both showing bot lane, so it's supposed to be this 4v4. And Gen.G looks aggressive, and just watch. Ruler doesn't have vision. Gen.G feels very confident, but taking the Q onto the red buff, definitely not in Ruler's calculus that was a possibility. And Peanut, by taking down the Kalista, makes it so the Baron can't be taken. Also gives up his own life, so ends up making it a one fight for Flying Oyster.
So one discussion I've seen is the prevalence of Oblivion Orb and Morellonomicon at Worlds so far.
I was having the same thought.
Yeah, is a big Morellonomicon enjoyer. So the Grievous Wounds is not exceptional in this game. It's not bad, right? Gore Drinker, Lee Sin, Renekton Q, there's a Kalista with a shield bow. Like, it's gonna be okay. The amount of healing reduced is probably going to be like 1,200 into the game.
Currently it's 43.
Cool, yeah. So not high.
Yeah.
However, it is 2,500 gold for 300 health and 90 ability power.
Yeah.
It is a really good stat stick that happens to have Grievous Wounds on it. Think about all the brews that build Chempuck Chainsword.
What would be a comparable stat stick? What's another item you go for?
Literally
for a mage, is there another item here that has health AP?
I'm partial to, we see Shadow Flame a lot.
Yep.
Shadow Flame, it's 400 more gold, which makes it like a later power spike, but it's overall more offensive power.
Has 10 more AP, 100 less health.
Yeah.
And the magic pen passive.
Yeah, which I think is very, very good and supported pretty well. There's things like Banshee's Veil, that's really efficient, but you're not against that much AP. It's a little bit awkward. I don't actually even hate Seraphs It's less AP, similar health. It's got some haste on it, though.
Sure, but then you also never go as well, which is nice.
Yeah, which is like kind of nice. Like I think Seraph's actually a pretty decent second item as a bridge there as well. But the idea is like I'm just trying to build like some kind of bridge item that like is a bunch of stats, and then I can go like these multipliers like Zhonya's. Like I don't like Zhonya's early because there's so few stats on the item that you kind of power trap. The active's good, but you don't kill anyone. And he's like going Zhonya's now, and like, okay, that's cool. So there are options out there. Cosmic Drive is good. Lichbane on some champions is good. There are a lot of good second items that I think that like they're still more undiscovered in the pro meta. But Chovy in particular has been doing a lot of Morello second as a bridge.
Yeah. Good point. Nice little item discussion. I know you go deep on the item stuff.
I love me some items.
Yeah. I will continue this, but I know there's a Drake spawning in 10 seconds.
Okay.
So I don't want to just keep talking about Morellonomicon as the game unfolds. 2,000 gold lead. Let's see who can get set up on mid-wave. Currently, Genji's a little slow on it, so they're going to have to brute force their way through. Luckily, the Lux is very good at this because you can fire vision into a brush very well. Unless you get stunned like that.
They pulled in the hands, but he's got a stopwatch. The charm, and they're going to kill him back. A 1-for-1, no smite for CFO. That stun is massive, but he's able to pull him right back out. However, does Rest get to live? His flash is available. His ulti is up also. He feels safe so far. Here comes Chovy over the wall towards Koala. Gets the charm. Shouldn't going to be able to cleanse that one away, but the health bars are getting lower and lower. Ignite is on the Rest. His ulti has already been burned, and he doesn't have a way back into this one. Doran still just too tanky. A 1-for-1, but map control belongs to Gen G.
Dude, how's that for a caster curse? Yeah, Lux is really good at this. Dead. Yeah. Right away. Lehens, I think, needed to be more cautious. You should check with your E. That's one of the reasons this range support was actually playable even in older metas before enchanters were good, because you can so easily check without dying into brush, but you could see, I believe it was a mission stun from Syndra that originally started the CC chain. And we're just going to go again. They've set up again around mid lane. Sejuani this time has a bit of a flank, and Gen G is the first one in the river.
Oh, he's going to be right on top of many people, though. Chovy doesn't get stunned for enough, though. Peanut managed to tank the hook coming out of Koala. That, I think, nearly could have been Chovy dying. Yes, he has flash. I believe his stopwatch is still available also. But at least burns the cooldown. Let's reinforcements show up, and now just being zoned out. The cupcakes are there. They jump over the wall what they can, but it's not going to matter. I don't think they have a way in. Not easily. Koala tanks it still, and the ulti goes incredibly wide by Doran. But it just doesn't matter at this point. They're all going to get away. This is the third Drake of the game claimed to the Gen G's name.
Nicely done overall. They just had a lot of power. They didn't even need to land their CC, but they set up the traps and the choke. Flying Oysters had no way in, and they are just continuing to scale up while the gold stays close.
Ward dropped in the pathway down. Koala, is like, can I play for this? Yeah, okay. Cool. There's no charm coming my way. Ward goes down. Walks through, sees a control ward. Knows with W and E and whatnot, he's probably going to be safe. Indeed is so. Go back to the farm side, and now Rest going to continue his battle there with Doran. Of course, so tanky on the Sejuani. This is Black Cleaver coming through, and it looks like it's going to be a hull breaker as well for Rest. He is building to try to have pressure on this side lane. He'll be nearly immortal with a build like this, at least on that side. And with the Cleaver, can actually help Lee Sin and Kalista get through Sejuani.
Yeah. Okay. Morellonomicon.
Yes.
Because I've seen this so much on Twitter, and I actually haven't analyzed it myself, which is why I want to talk to you about it.
Yeah, cool.
Everyone tunnels on like, wow, this healing reduction is nothing for the first 30 minutes. But then like after 30 or 35 minutes, you're actually reducing a lot of healing.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's a multiplicative scaler in that sense. Like people just heal for way more later in the game. What is your opinion? Is it just fine to build early and people are tunneling on the wrong things? Or in an ideal world, would you actually still want to see it fourth?
So I think, so there's cases where like Oblivion really early is like supported, right? So like if you're playing, if you're like Lux against Soraka in bot lane, I Oblivion first back, and then I sit on that for a long time and I buy real items. As a bridge item of like, it's 90 AP, 300 health, I still think things like Rileys are probably a bit better and whatnot. But in a world where you're like, my 3-item build needs to be really good, we're 32 minutes in.
Right.
If you suddenly really care about Grievous, it's like, well, I was slightly worse at item 2, but it's way better at item 3.5.
Yeah, so you're like Order here, like, you actually like that 3-item combo at 30 minutes, and you think just the stats of having Morello's second are actually better than having the Zhonya's second.
I think it's defensible, yeah. Like, I mean, 300 health is such a good stat. Like,
I mean, it is defensible, especially...
The build's cohesive.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, we got a route going on near the Blast Plant, gets him back to safety. Gemini saves every summoner, does jump to a support ward. That's W on cooldown for 12 seconds still as we see a fight in the bottom side. Koala does not win against Peanut, but knows that any ulti can be preempted and immune functionally by just dashing out to the side, and indeed is going to be okay into that one. 28 minutes into the game. A while to go until Hextech Soul is a possibility, but Gen G continuing to own the map. You can see their ward coverage is all around the top side. There is no vision around Baron, and Koala knows he is in danger anytime he tries any of this.
Yeah, and speaking of 3-item builds, Ruler now has the Infinity Edge, so a whole bunch of power.
Onto a ward, and they're gonna find the root on the two! The dive, the double fear! And they've given themselves up, but the shields are on in time! They're gonna get him back! Ruler drops for a jungler. Rest alive, just barely Bashun. Maybe in the wrong spot, trying to kite it out, trying to stay alive. Shield bow pop. Q comes back through. He won't quite die! Finally drops indeed. Lehens, flash to follow. Killed off by Rest, but the man is alone. Will there are enough cooldowns? Yes, there's going to be a lot of damage, and he will die. Shutdown comes through to Peanut. Only 2 kills on the one side, 4 on the other for Gen G.
Heartbreaker fight for Flying Oyster there. It looks so bad at the start.
Make it.
Chovy?
Peanut, nah.
Chovy popped off in that fight. Ruler, once again, though, finds himself in a very precarious position, dies at the very start of that fight. But just, I think, like the sustained damage of the Black Cleaver Hecarim and this Ahri has been enough. So they're just like, you know, why don't we take the fast way? Let's just not look both ways before crossing the street.
Going forward into the fog also, definitely a danger.
Yeah, but the rest of the team is fairly close, and Ruler gets up so far there that Mission from around the side is just able to surprise him. I mean, he was in full vision. The minions were tracking him the whole time. So I think definitely a misplay by Ruler to step up so far. And then you can see the rest of the fight, because 2 players were so heavily chunked at the start for the Flying Oysters, it's still going to be in the favor of Gen G.
And +2, map control retained to be ticked ever closer to the Hextech Soul being a possibility here. Gen G probably about a minute away. Yeah, 42 seconds. And that means it's going to be happening. You can see actually pretty even spread of damage. Ruler did die pretty early on, but yeah, the Bash Brothers up at the top side doing just as much as anyone else did really here. Luxel actually required to spot for vision. They weren't quite sure what might be happening. Even Caitlyn gonna spot it.
They could just start now. I think they're going to, because this is their best chance to kind of flip the game. If they can get first setup here,
TP up for both top laners. Yeah, Blue's gonna pop here as well. Here comes the teleports down. Renekton and Sejuani coming from opposite side.
Yeah.
Peanut on the front.
Mission wants to one-shot someone. Watch the Hens.
Big damage. The Hens drops indeed, but will they get the rest of it though? The flee and the death for the AD carry. This is a good trade already. It's gonna be a flip. Who's gonna get the smite? It goes to Gemini. Jumps to his team. Chovy has to cleanse away Rest stun, and it's time for a full retreat, but will it happen? Stopwatch gives him 2 seconds to run away. And just like that, CFO pulled the gambit. They go -1 kills, but they get the Baron.
Dude, that is the play. You have Callista, just go. And I also want to point out, so we got a Let's Go Oysters chant. Mission's Syndra is legit.
Yeah.
Part of it, I think, is that it is so absent in the meta. People are forgetting about some of the Syndra angles, but like this angle around the side of the red buff right there, Lehens does not see Syndra until now. And you're already stunned, and you're like a little baby squishy Lux. You're overkill by Mission. He could have done that to Ruler or Lux if someone comes around the corner that way.
With the fight coming around here, Doran does not get himself a red buff, but Lux might help. Koala, low on health, finds his own stun, could regen when needed. And he's not going to be in a burst angle. Again, it's a flashless.
Oh my God.
Sejuani, tanky, ult still going to land. Mission gets the kill.
He is an absolute unit.
Yeah.
But they still take him down. And a shutdown, too, over to the Syndra, who's really scaling up in a big way. Rest, though.
Yeah, that's a 2v1. This is a much less tanky top laner. Rest would like to get an empowered Q, but a juke back by Chovy prevents him a lot of the healing, and he's going to burn him down. Add a couple hundred there to the Merlinamicon for Chovy. Kill finally comes across.
Oh, yeah, let's check it out. That's 775. That's pretty good.
Yep.
16 stacks on the Medjais as well, but technically Flying Oyster still has a couple people wearing Baron. Oh, Gemini.
That's spicy. He's got no mana. Good sidestep.
Chovy's so good.
Not caught shopping. Top lane goes down. The Mission does get some gold back. We are 100 gold apart in this game. Or sorry, 1,000 gold apart in this game. I moved the 10th place over by 1. Gemini got a Q to a minion to try to get out. Peanut does have ulti, but does he quite have lethal damage? With Koala coming around, it's going to be a bit tight here. There we go. Conqueror stacked up. Koala stuns to buy some time. Gemini needs a shield. Get it blocked. Will do so. Kicks for safety. And at this point, Mission are here. You can't go for any more than this. This is definitely safety on the way out. Kill the ward and reset. Keep in mind, though, the timer is ticking down. 3 minutes until Hextech Soul.
Yep. CFO definitely bought some time. with that Baron take. And man, Freak, this really continues the conversation of Gen G, right? Tournament favorites by many, really getting pushed hard here by the Flying Oysters. By no means are they in full control of this game. Doran getting picked up, Baron goes over to CFO, Ruler been caught out of position multiple times. We have a 4-0-3 Syndra on the other side. Mission is a player with a lot of Worlds experience. Flying Oyster is definitely a competitor, but Gen G really want to close this one out because the game has gotten to a very precarious place.
Getting closer and closer to Ruler not being an easy target either, as he has the stopwatch. That might be a move towards Guardian Angel, could even be like Bloodthirster to try to immune some more Syndra damage. As a 3v1 to the bottom side, Doran feels so safe, jumps on in. He's got Chovy nearby. Luck's gonna land damage on a Mission, and that will charm and kill Koala. The support is down, no pike to be had. A flash forced out by Chovy. He saved the Everfrost during that first kill.
Doran is just so tanky. He is so unkillable. I mean, Mission with the Void Staff, if he used his full rotation, I think would actually do a significant chunk to the Sejuani, but he really is trying to save that threat for when the Ahri dashes in, when he can get a stun onto Ruler or Lehen, so he needs to save it, and it's just kind of allowing Doran to do whatever he wants in this one.
Frozen Heart, Force of Nature, stun. Wow, the flash is up Chovy. He's gonna be okay for now. Stopwatch gets rid of some of the damage. Gemini gonna be dove upon, but gets out as well. It's Mission down. 1,000 gold shut down the Doran, and they can't get the rend. They can't kill him. There's 200 HP left on the back line, but they're just not gonna die.
Did you see that damage onto Ruler though? Just one button, that was the gameplay button onto Ruler right there, but he still had the stopwatch. He could stop it, they get the bounty. Sejuani's gonna be even more unkillable. Pretty much just bounty and gold accruing though at this point with 1 minute to go to Dragon. So flashes are the big thing to have to check here. Chovy's is down, Syndra's is down, which is gonna be really big as we approach 1 minute out to that Hextech Soul.
Chovy knows how much time he has. He TP'd to the top side to get the wave pushed in, get a bit more money. He's not gonna be able to buy with it. In fact, his build is done anyway. 20 Zakmajai's Void Staff in.
True.
And
if he dies, if he dies, he'd probably want to switch it out for Death Cap, but he's going to be 3,000 gold away from that. Yeah, let's watch this one more time. It's just Gen G trying to set up this siege, and Mission does get baited a little bit, thinking he can one-shot Chovy. Or Ruler. Ruler steps up just to auto-attack, and while he's rooted, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think everything hit Ruler before the stopwatch.
Yeah,
the stopwatch didn't buy any time. And that draws him forward to get the kill.
He gets the Rend, doesn't kill Doran, of course. They managed to attack something else to get the extended Rend range, but doesn't kill. It should take some more poke, and guess what?
No
Sejuani's here, Chovy's here, Mission makes the stopwatch come through. Can he live? Doran cues him in the back, takes the kill down without a mid laner. I don't know how CFO can fight for this one. Gen G gonna turn for the Hextech Soul.
Yeah, I think it's a fool's errand to contest this Hextech Soul now. Gen G really punishing the low mobility of Syndra. Getting the flash means they hard focus. Mission needed to be miles away, but at the same time needed to be in mid lane to try and get prio. So just really well played by Gen G there. They now have the soul. Mission is still down. They're gonna force around Baron.
Here we go. Started up by Doran. Not the fastest to solo Baron, but he's basically invincible anyway, so not gonna be a problem for him. A bit of time bought as they spot rest on the way over. Gemini, outsmot for Baron. Outsmot? Outsmote for Baron last time around. Cupcake, root, a lot of damage. Rest, charmed now as well, just attacked. He's gonna find the stun. Can it somehow kill Doran? A flash of the wall keeps him alive. Koala dives in. Oh, he doesn't land the ulti. Chovy stays up. And Gen G feeling comfortable now. Gonna get the TP out of Mission. Round 2.
Gold still remarkably close. Needs someone in that pit to actually hit the Baron. Okay, they're chunking it down. It's taking a little while though. Flying Oyster has ult up on the Syndra, but he's just so squishy and is working with no vision. So Flying Oyster can't really get in for this one.
Yep, the rest sees what's going on. Ruler still would hit from the backside, jumps the pit finally, make sure he's not an easy target. Gonna put it in range, and it's gonna be Smote. There's the claim. Baron on the board. Number 2 of the game. Gen G getting there first. But up 4,000 gold, 3.5. Up Hextech Soul. Has all the cards they need to win this game.
Absolutely. Hextech Soul never going away. Baron will go away in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Guardian Angel, I think, critically picked up by Ruler. You also have the Zonias completed for Chovy, so either of the carries that Mission was hoping to assassinate with Ultimate have an immunity to it somehow.
All right.
They can hook this guy.
Round number 5.
I don't really know what it's going to do.
Can you kill Doran with 4 people? And you cannot because his teammates are around. Ulti's going to go wide. Rest coming back to the front line, but there's still no kills to be had. A stopwatch buys a moment, but just that as he goes down. A crit from Ruler kills him. Gemini will take a single tick of damage. Chovy is now godlike. A stopwatch from Mission, and that will be failed. He'll fall now as well. The hook comes in on a Chovy. He's still tanky enough, though. They cannot find lethal damage. Ulti comes across for a bit. Looking for the stun combo, and it will not happen. Ruler cleans up the double kill. That is a clean ace. Gen G lose no one.
25 stacks on Chovy's Soul Stealer. A near perfect game for him. 7 kills, 11 assists, and even though it took over 39 minutes, the important thing for Gen G is they are the ones killing the Nexus and moving to 2-1.
Definitely a fun one, a pretty close one at that. A lot of pressure on the bottom side. Moments of greatness of Baron for the PCS #1, but at the end of the day, it is Gen G going 2-1 to end the first round robin.
Couple Rise smiles from Peanut at the end. No need to be elated after this one. This was the expected result for the LCK 1 seed. Former world champion Ruler trying to repeat that feat with a completely different roster around him. A lot of Gen G fans showing up as well to support this squad.
And we'll see him next week. That's going to be the end of it, right? Is who's going to take the final spot here. If they can get revenge over RNG, you can take the top spot at the very end of that one. If Flying Oyster can somehow step up, they've even got a chance of making that one happen. Anything can still be done here at Worlds. A well-deserved bow for a well-deserved victory. Chovy deathless. Pretty solid performance here on the Ahri.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting with the way these double round robin groups work. Like, kind of tracked it over the years. The difference between 2-1 and 1-2, it's not that big. Yep. Like, when I think about it, so much of it has to do with the way you come into that 3-game day when the group is decided. Because for Gen G, if they are the best team, they're thinking, let's win the group, which is absolutely still possible now that they're 2-1. But for the Flying Oysters, they're thinking, hey, that was close. We play a little better. We take Gen G down. RNG does their job as well. Hell, they still make it out of the group over Gen G as long as they beat them in a tiebreaker afterwards. So a lot to reflect on for the Flying Oysters going into next week. Not a terrible result for them. They were definitely competitive, but ultimately we know Gen G 2-1.
Comes down to stepping up and playing well when it counts, and the better team was Gen G here today. We'll see what happens next week. Now we are readying up for our interview with a member of Gen G, and we are for now heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Yes, Gen G, the better team in this outing, but honestly, from my perspective, only by a small margin. CFO really made them work for that.
I really love the play from the Oysters here, and I think we need to give the credit that the #1 seed of the PCS deserves. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of Oyster support, and justifiably so. I, from the beginning, had faith in Chovy's Ahri, because he's insane, but I loved from start to finish their game plan and how they played around, I think, some of the less well-executed parts of Gen G's game plan.
Yeah, I love the draft coming in, right? Because when you look at this initially, you've got a hyper-aggressive draft that comes in, and it's one that they actually use quite well in the get-go, right? When you look at this early levels from the CFO bot lane, they set up this nice wave stacking, and immediately, look at where Gemini is in the match. He's moving down now to zone Gen G away from this bot lane turret, and already you're starting to accrue these leads for a CFO in the bot lane. But as Chronicler was alluding to, this is when Chovy starts to get involved, and this is where it goes sideways.
Also, shout out to Doran for just teleporting there to make sure that his bot lane can actually get back to the wave. Unfortunately, and this is where Peanut's Hecarim comes in, as well as Chovy on the Ahri, this single play equalizes the bot lane. And from that point onwards, you're playing even as Callista, which isn't really enough.
And this is where it starts to accrue, right? Because you get that initial play, it was okay, we can even this up, get some gold and some CS back for Ruler. And then here, they actually get the kill onto Ruler. And if Shun gets away, this isn't the worst trade in the world. Or sorry, if one of them gets away, it's not the worst trade in the world. But the fact that then you again get Chovy in the roam to pick off Koala, it just gave too much of an advantage to Gen G. And they'd right the ship at that stage. They started to get towers, they started to hit the mid game in their stride. And it was a bit of a stumble rather than their stride, but it still put them massively far ahead.
Look at that record all time as Ari for Chovy. I mean, really had to put on a pretty monstrous performance to drag his team over the line, because exactly as we talked about, CFO had a very clear strategy. They were willing to give up some huge power picks. I'll remind everyone that Caitlyn is the most banned champion at this tournament, and yet they handed that over to Ruler of all people because they believed they had it in the tank. They had the strategy to take it down.
And it's kind of baffling, to be honest, because when I actually looked at this team initially, like when you look at Gen G, it was like, do not give Ruler that pick. Do not give him the Caitlyn. It's such a strong pick for the LCK, and specifically for him. It was like, as long as the LPL teams even ban it, they should be good to fight up against Gen G. So a bit unfortunate, especially when the Draven got banned away as well. They just couldn't get the ball rolling for CFO.
It was a valiant fight from the Flying Oysters, but a Gen G comes out on top in this one. In only a few minutes, DRX will do battle against GAM. Check out DRX's pick, What We Left Behind by Hydromag, is a song that represents their playstyle on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. But before you take a listen, we're joining Shox and Chovy in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. Indeed, after what I can only imagine was a pretty difficult game if we look at how long it took. Chovy, what were the difficulties and the challenges here in this game versus Flying Oysters?
솔직히 방금 경기도 조금 쉽지는 않았습니다. 경기 마무리하는 데까지도 시간이 좀 많이 걸렸는데 어느 점이 좀 잘 안 풀린 것 같나요?
아무래도 제가 이제 바텀 쪽에서 라인 정리하고 있는데 정 레드 쪽에서 싸움이 일어나는데 그때 제가 합류를 못한 상황이라 거기서 살짝 좀 게임 굴러간 게 멈췄는데 그렇게 힘들다고는 생각 안 합니다.
So, there was a clash down on the bottom lane very early on, and I was not able to join there. But I don't think that was a critical hit for us. It was not that hard.
Okay, I'd love to talk about your impact on the rest of the map, because we know you are always fantastic in lane. But how happy are you personally with how you've been able to impact the rest of the map at Worlds?
이제 초비 선수는 또 라인을 정말 라인전에 무조건 이기고 라인전이 너무 세고 라인전의 패왕으로 잘 알려져 있는데, 그러면 이제 거기서 벗어나서 다른 라인에 영향을 끼치는 그런 본인의 활약에 대해서는 지금 어느 정도 만족하시나요?
일단 라인전을 무조건 이겨야겠다라는 생각도 좀 버렸고 롤드컵 와서 이제 그리고 좀 유연해야겠다는 생각이 들어서 오늘 일단 이번 경기에서 보여준 제 플레이는 좀 만족스러웠던 것 같습니다.
So heading into this Worlds, I kind of removed the obsession that I must win lane. It's more about I gotta be a lot more flexible, so I'm pretty happy.
Okay, fantastic. Now this is the end of the first round robin for Gen G as the first seed from the LCK. Of course, a lot of pressure on your shoulders. How do you look back at the team performance so far?
이렇게 그룹 스테이지 1라운드가 마무리되었는데요. 아무래도 LCK 1시드라는 그런 또 타이틀이 많은 압박으로 다가올 수는 있는 것 같은데 1라운드 돌이켜보면 어땠나요?
일단 1라운드 확실히 아쉬운 점 많았고 그리고 1시드라는 이름에 부담감은 전혀 느끼지 않고 있어서 걱정 안 하셔도 될 것 같습니다.
So yeah, I mean, I left a lot to be desired in the first round robin, but at the same time, I'm feeling no pressure about being the first seed of the LCK, so don't you worry about that.
I don't think the fans are very worried. Finally, Chovy, I have heard that you are familiar with the Church of Chovy. Would there be any advice that you have for aspiring mid laners who want to make it big?
또 초비 선수에게 굉장히 잘 알려진 또 해외 쪽의 별명이 처치 오브 초비라고 하죠. 초비교 이런 게 있잖아요. 초비 선수도 좀 아실 것 같은데 초비 선수를 정말 보면서 또 열심히 꿈을 키우고 있는 미드라이너 분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
그렇게 봐주신 거에 항상 너무 감사하고 있고 저를 이제 보며 목표를 삼는 여러분들에게 좋은 이제 뭐랄까 좋은 교과서 이런 느낌이 들 수 있도록 항상 좋은 모습 보이도록 하겠습니다.
I always appreciate all the praises, and I will always do my best to become the textbook of the aspiring, mid laners.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, 감사합니다. Chovy and Ji-sun, as always, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, last game of the day and of the first round robin, DRX versus GAM.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You just got a behind-the-scenes look at the players giving post-match interviews after a phenomenal battle between DRX and Rogue from day one, brought to you by OnePlus. But now, DRX faces a new opponent in GAM Esports. We're going to start on the side of GAM here, particularly looking at two players, Kiaya and Levi, as core components to their wins throughout the year, and hopefully a win here against DRX.
And I know that might sound crazy after seeing how well Kingen and how well Pyosik played, but I will still insist upon this being the main entry into this match for GAM. I think Kiaya in particular on his Camille has been the main reason why in this game we saw them even have a shot against Rogue, and they had to divert a lot of resources to keep him down and to keep him from being too big an impact.
And this is where we start to see the pop-ups, right? The picks that happen, but especially in this fight as well, he was so good at finding access into the backline, working with Levi who gets the steal to get onto the carries of Rogue, make make them sweat and make them very uncomfortable. And the fact that he was able to do this consistently speaks wonders to Kiaya's pressure throughout this game and why you will have to fear this man when you come into this game against DRX.
Now, it's nice to know that they have the makings of a win, but they've yet to put a win on the board so far. So we're looking for them to get it over the line. But Kiaya, as we mentioned there, an absolute pop-off performance on that Camille.
This was in a loss.
Yeah.
Like, this was in a loss, right? You can
even the 100% kill participation. How often do you see a top laner with 100% kill participation?
Camille at that.
Yeah,
a top laner alone, and then you put him on Camille, and you expect them to be there all the time when you're fighting? Very rare.
Yeah, it's absolutely absurd to see how good of a game Kiaya had. And as we said, I think Levi was instrumental to setting him up with some of those dives on the top side. And I expect this to be a very similar story for GAM today.
Now, on the other side of the coin, we've got DRX, who, of course, did come away with a very phenomenal win early on in the tournament, but then fell down to Rogue. So I'm kind of wondering how we parse through both the victory and the defeat to figure out what went wrong.
So the biggest thing for DRX was that they were actually fighting on all cylinders. Usually, as we see, again, the amazing play from Beryl, this is a team where 3 out of the 5 players look great. Pyosik and Kingen just need to be serviceable. Or if they're playing Juon. But this was one of the very rare games that any DRX fan will learn not to trust because everything went well for them. Pyosik actually did look incredible. And I think that he is going to have to show up again if they want to have a dominant performance against GAM.
And I think for Pyosik as well, like, he was instrumental to covering a lot of the issues that we saw from DRX against Rogue, right?
Yeah.
The bot lane being the focal point here. We saw him consistently getting down, interrupting TN, and commanding control of that jungle matchup. And this is what, well, LCK fans would be hoping happens again. But as we kind of looked at, and you've been highlighting, Chronicler, this is kind of a once in a blue moon sometimes scenario for this player.
And this is why they run Pyosik. They keep doing it, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna lift behind the veil. It's because playing Pyosik is like rolling a d20, and if you hit the 20, then he wins you the game.
You get those stats
single-handedly every time. I've seen him do it against Kenyon. 2 World's Finals MVPs got clapped by this man, and let me tell you, what he's done domestically hasn't always looked that pretty.
All right, but also you told me he only needs to be serviceable alongside those other 3 members. So what's the mark? Well, on a D20, what do we have to hit to be serviceable or better?
Anything above a 10 is all right.
All right. So we're rolling for half the options here. Let's find out what
we want to get a 20.
We're going to get on this stage today, right here.
We're going to get a 20, okay?
Proficiency advantage?
No problem.
No, they're not in their home country. It's a 12.
It's a 12.
It's a 12. It'll be serviceable. Based on this number right here, I don't know how visible that is. The 12.
Could be better.
Right there. I mean, not bad. Not bad.
Should be okay.
That's what we're going to get.
That's what I'm talking about.
I just want to point out to everybody that this guy hit 2 nat 20s in a row during off-camera rehearsal, and I'm pissed about it because we could have popped off.
That's not how dice work, Dash.
Don't explain math to me, okay? You brought bad juju in when you rolled 2 nat 20s in a row. Okay, so we know what needs to happen for both of these squads. I just kind of want to know straight up from each of you, though, whether or not you think you're really going to get that out of either of these squads. Is it going to be enough for GAM to win through that top side? Are they going to actually bring it? Or is DRX falling into a rhythm, finding that stabilization and allowing those couple key playmakers to bring it home?
I think the hardest part for GAM is trying to find that same success through topside. I actually think having Nuguri come into the roster is giving them, having that control in topside is giving them a huge amount of opportunities to try and play in towards skirmishes, which is where we saw them have a lot of success in the early stages. Also, I just think Zika has been absolutely phenomenal. Like, that control he's had in the mid lane. Also, having things like the Solace and the Akali that have just been wonderful for him, I think it's going to be very tough.
I can see GAM do it, but they have to not only get topside ahead, but also make sure that Zeka and Deft aren't too comfortable in the matchup.
All right, there you have it. One final game to close out the first round robin here in the World's 2022 group stage. That is DRX, it's GAM Esports, and we got Freakin' Jat on the call.
Thank you very much, and welcome back for our last game of the day. And quick pop quiz, Jat, you're going to know the answer because we talked about it off screen. But what is the record of every LCK team in the group stage at Worlds so far? Just yell without the view. It'll be really easy.
What is 2-1 plus 2-1 plus 2-1 plus 1-1?
That's 7-4. Yeah. Anyway, every LCK team has ended the first round robin 2-1. That means it is literally guaranteed that DRX will win this game, and there's no chance of a possible win here for GAM Esports because that's how math works.
Yeah, if the 1 seed goes 2-1, the 4 seed will also go 2-1.
Yeah.
It's just math.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a case. Yeah, thank you. See, now you're booing me, which is probably better than booing G2, so thank you. That's actually probably an improvement over what we did a couple days ago. But it's going to be a fun game here because I do want to see a banger, right? 0 and 2, obviously, not to start quite they want. DRX, of course, would love to join their countrymen at a 2-1 start, which would put every LCK team in first or second, and the chance of topping their group and making the 4X semifinal dream, you know, which is, I think, what everyone's looking for here. Azir and Caitlyn off the side from Blue. Sejuani banned away by DRX.
Yeah, also real quick, if GAM wins this, then not every group will have an 0-3 team.
That's true.
Right? Otherwise, every group will kind of have close to the same pairing at the bottom. So anyway, we'll see. We're in a draft. Yuumi banned, as I think we will see throughout the rest of this tournament.
And high priority there as well. A lot of GAM fans. Good to see. And Maokai is indeed going to be banned away. Kiaya has been playing exclusively fighters on the top side. Luthing has played much more towards the tank style. Sejuani has actually been played by him, though his team banned it away. Gnar also for him. No Aatrox allowed. First pick. Ooh, a Graves again for Levi.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if this is like the most updated list of OP champions we've seen banned. Like day 2, Azir was winning all the games, so now he's kind of entering the ban table. We saw Yuumi get a bunch of bans, then became permabanned. Aatrox was the play-in thing that became permabanned.
Yeah.
Right? This feels very kind of on point of if I had to pick the 6 most powerful Worlds champions, it would almost be these 6 bans.
I actually kind of agree with you. I think that's actually a really good lineup there, but as we let the time tick down, Sylas gets to come back through. Zeka exclusively on melee champions in the group stage itself. When you count lanes, there's more going on there. You got an Azir game, but otherwise, the man is melee.
He is a melee enjoyer, for sure. Akali, Sylas, even when he was in the LPL, melees were his jam.
Yone in there.
Yeah. Azir's the other one, but obviously that's banned away. Ahri occasionally.
Oh, but we get Kindred into Graves. Marksman again here for Pioshik, who played by far the majority of their games domestically. Like, far, far more games than Juhan. It was close to 50-50. In play-ins, it was 3 and 2. In groups, now it's 2-1. Pioshik is playing more games, but it is interesting that they are still switching back and forth, but Pioshik, again, still playing the lion's share.
Yeah, only 2 Kindred games in LCK Summer, but definitely a big pick of his in the past. And I will also say, even though Graves is usually the preferred marksman jungler, Kindred can match Graves in a lot of ways. So it's a small step down, but definitely one of the, actually one of the best Kindred matchups, so to speak.
Right, yeah, you can evade it upon, but you can also get away from it. You're not going to get locked down. You always have time to cast the ulti. Orion going to come through. Kingen going to be on Orion duty here, no problem. Was notified. This is now champion 101 as Kindred's been locked in. So, Jat, you had the spicy hot take in, I don't know, day 2 or 3.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, cool. That it was the best Worlds meta. It has certainly been the most diverse by far, as Kindred now locked in here as well. I think we're beating the record by 8 champions now, picked or bans and counting. We're not even done with groups. We're not even halfway through groups.
Yeah, I mean, the people on the desk were like, that's not that hot a take. I agree with you. I'm like, but no one has said it then.
Yeah.
Right? We've had some snoozer Worlds metas.
Yeah.
There's definitely been some that haven't hit, but this one has no 100% pick ban champions. It has the most unique champions ever. Someone else needs to check if it's the highest percentage of the total champion roster which has been picked or banned, which is maybe a more accurate assessment. The other thing is we've also had more games to this point than I think ever before. The play-in format was modified from last year. There was an extra team in both groups this year, so more games were played. But I don't care, man. 101 is so many champions already, and the top 5, the 6 champions we're talking about here that are banned, like those are the 6 as of now. But I almost guarantee you, as we move throughout the tournament, people will realize, like, oh man, like Aphelios is winning all the games, or Sylas is winning all the games. And I actually do think we're not going to get settled on a meta, maybe the whole tournament.
So interestingly, Deft is one of the only players still playing Miss Fortune here at the World Championship. Besides, maybe he's not going to do it after all, as Tristana is now the hover, thinking that, you know, Kai'Sa can be bullied a bit in lane. She's relatively short range. You can, even just poking her with like E auto onto a minion, blow up for like 130. That's decent poke. You can always rocket jump Leona. There is nothing GAM can do surprising enough to preempt just on a rocket jump, so Deft should be permanently safe. The backline damage is going to be great with Ornn buffing it up marksman. And Jax will come through for Kiaya as the answer to Ornn top.
I actually don't think that that's that winning of a matchup. It's pretty difficult. Ornn is a beef ball early on in the lane phase, so Kiaya will definitely have to scale up a good bit before that pick becomes effective, but it does trigger that they are playing towards side lanes, especially once the Taliyah comes in. So Taliyah can be great setup for the Jax or for a Kai'Sa Leona game.
All right, at the very end, I believe that is locked, and it's going to be Rell on the bottom side. So yes, aggro tools are here. Ornn is the primary engage. Rell can certainly help, and even if she doesn't start it out, Tristana can just be like, I'm in melee range, press E, and there is a combo to be played. You can cleanse the Zona CC, you can go for hard burst onto the Kai'Sa. There is so much room for, if you get a small edge, you're up a wave, your recall's better, who knows what, you can blow this lane open. Taliyah on the other side going to be answering the mid lane up into Sylas. There are quite a few dashes. It's going to affect Triss, it's going to affect Rell, it's going to affect Kindred, it can even affect Ornn. You have, actually all 5 targets are good for the Pebbles here in the mid lane. So I like the Taliyah here a lot. It does fit. It is some magic damage on the roster. And Leona is the sole front line, basically.
Yeah, and also just in terms of the team styles, Levi is a jungler who takes such a large portion of the team's CS and also does such a large portion of the team's damage. Being able to get a marksman versus marksman matchup for the players is what GAM wants. But I have to say, like, the team fight composition and synergies that DRX have been able to put together with those 5 champions you just saw on the right is immense.
It's going to look really spicy in this one. I'm excited to see what happens to get ourselves on to the Rift as DRX join their LCK brethren at a 2-1 record. In so doing, would push a 4th and final team to 0-3 in the group stage. GAM hoping to step up. I mean, for so many years, we just didn't get to have Vietnamese teams at MSI and Worlds. We're just like waiting for the chance to get a lot of these players back that we've been seeing and loved watching. There's still so many fun memories of games in years past. Good to see them back. Unfortunately, have not yet found their footing here in the group stage.
Yeah, we've definitely missed out on some international history with GAM not being able to attend some of the World Championships and MSI in the past couple years. It makes it really difficult to kind of gauge their power. Because yes, they are 0-2, but there's so much variance from game to game and what you can do. So definitely not like that grounded in my opinion of them on the international stage after just 2 games. So hoping to see an upset, honestly.
See what happens here. Would be a 1-2 record for both teams. Would tie them up at 3rd. With a lot to play for here.
Minions have spawned.
And just chilling over there is Taliyah. And Deft is going to be the trinket over the wall to spot spicy jungle plays. Yeah, okay. So that'll track the Graves 1 camp into run around.
I like it.
Yeah. There are a lot of ways Graves can invade. He can actually invade through Tri-Brush and like show up at Gromp.
Yeah, interesting. Graves, Jax, and Taliyah are likely stronger level 1 than the Sylas match. But if they wait long enough, they can push him off. And also, they waited for Taliyah to walk through.
Look at the knock-up. Zeka's on the way. Kadi, though, as well. Is it going to be enough, though? He's got to have the chains. Looks for the stun. A lot of damage. Ooh. First blood goes through to Ornn. Pioshik even gets the Kindred mark. And Kiaya can't catch him. Has his stun, forcing the flash away from Kingen. And now wants to fight Zeka a bit more. Knocking the out, too. They're going to get absolutely everybody down. Running for his life. Taliyah would love to live. How long till Kingen has another stun, though? How long until everyone else dies? Zeka walks in, just dashes in. It's already 3-0.
What a disaster for GAM. DRX walk away with 2 kills on the Ornn, 1 kill on the Sylas, and 3 assists plus a Kindred mark for Pioshik. They're going to be a little late to lanes for farming, but boy, do they not care.
Oh, this is the game you really love to start at. Levi, I get a blue buff. We're going back, okay? I'm going back. The red buff is mine.
I think that's your only choice at this point. You know, it didn't work the first time.
He saves Smite as a level lead. Straight up outfights the Kindred here.
He just gets it.
I mean, the Smites are both force 50, but there's no way Pioshik can, like, fight this long enough to, like, hope he wins the coin flip. So
yeah, well done.
It's you. That's the key, though. Levi died fast enough to be back on the map to kill blue buff. Pioshik had to recall to get his health.
It's the tempo death.
Okay, nice stun though. Good job short-chaining that barrel. Basically just melee range dismount functionally, and able to land the stun to keep the damage from going any farther.
Look at this jungle gap, 7 CS to 2.
Wow, yeah, extreme. Sweeps out the ward for good measure. Takes out most but not all the chickens. That camp is still going to be down for a while.
Yeah.
Blue, red, Raptors will not give you level 3. He's going to take a little bit for that one, but we can watch this again.
Yeah, I mean, this was all patience from DRX. So Piosik doesn't show, so in theory he could be anywhere. But then also, like, GAM is going to be pretty confident in this fight. Like, Kingen actually lands a knockup with every one of his E's, and the big thing is that Zeka actually beats the Taliyah to this spot, which is very unexpected. They're so close to getting that first kill. Triumph heal comes in for Piosik. He's still able to contribute throughout this whole fight as well. Like, just so many extremely close things. Getting the double knockup the second time, Kingen playing this like an absolute monster, and it allows DRX to chase through for the additional kill. But to your point, Freak, like, the amount of time they spent out on this map, the waves have been met for quite some time, and by the time the final kill is completed and Piosik wants to rekill, like, Levi's already back at blue, so he's going to be okay experience-wise. It's just the gold is going to hurt later. Probably around the first or second item breakpoint is when it's really going to matter. In terms of the power now, it doesn't make a massive difference to the game.
Walking around, seeing what's up. Gets the bottom scuttle here on the Kindred side. Says, okay, you didn't take Krugs. Assumes red is gone. Doesn't know for sure, but I think has the read that's happening. As already, it is the first mark goes to Gromp. When there's only one, so like when you have 0 stacks, it has to be on, I believe it has to be on the Scuttle Crabs. But with one mark, it'd be Scuttle Crabs or Gromp. And kind of rolls low. You know, we had the 12 get rolled, which I feel like you must have some negatives on that one, or the AC is really high, because I feel like, you know, a 12 should be good enough to get a 2 out of 3.
Kindred mark rolling is something that mere mortals can't understand, but Kindred masters know it very well.
Yeah, the breakpoints were in a patch note a while back, so like if you go back far enough, you actually know like the exact formulation of when they're where, but ultimately, rolls low on this one. Had a chance at a mark on the correct side. Doesn't happen there. As top scuttle, of course, was taken by Graves anyway.
Yeah, there's also some like really interesting interactions about like leaving camps up, because sometimes it like more likely puts it in the space where it's going to be securable by yourself. So I don't know all those optimizations, but Kindred mains definitely do. It's a very complex mark system.
Yeah, I know a little bit about it. So like if someone takes, like let's say both scuttles are up, right?
Yeah.
Because we're okay, we gotta dive. We gotta dive. Hold on. Zeka, level 5. Flash over the walls, in it, blade stun. They gotta have the burst, and they do. Kill goes over. Treasure Hunter, money to Levi.
And this is the type of stuff that GAM really need to do in the next, say, 4 or 5 minutes before first mythics can come through, because like I said, the early kills don't doom the early game. They actually just doom you later if you don't make any moves to come back. So really great job by Levi, counter jungling early, and by the whole squad there to get the dive on his Zeka. But yeah.
Getting your stacks going. So yeah, the Kindred marks, let's say it's like both scuttles are up, right? We're doing 315, and you coin flip wrong. And it's like, okay, Graves path top side, get scuttle. If you leave it up, it's around 30 seconds, I think, for when a mark is like taken from you, then it'll pick a new spawn.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, I'll just come back to my scuttle in 30, and then it's mine. Instead of clearing both of them, waiting 2.5 for scuttle to respawn, and then hoping I win that one.
Well, he's got this Raptor spawn, actually, enemy Raptor spawn, already at 2. This puts him at 3.
No, this is the first one he's gotten.
Oh,
like
this is 2.
Post PvP. This is number 2.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because he killed the big one first. I smited it. It's mine. Okay, we're good. Moves on from there. So 2 stacks here. 4 is the first breakpoint. That's where you get the attack range and a lot of the big stuff there. It's every 3 afterwards, so 4, 7, 10 is the progression. Under the turret right now is this Kai'Sa. Tristana, definitely, I would say, more of an early game champion. And with the pressure and everything else, with the CS dropped here by Style, it's going to be an 11 CS lead and a pretty rough recall. Tristana's actually very good at crushing cannon waves because, oh look, we blew up the entire wave. We got to use the dematerializer from our support. Pretty much full pace on this one, but Style realizes that. Says, okay, we'll stick around, and feels like he's not going to die to a tower dive.
We've been talking about other stuff, Freak, but this has really gotten out of hand. Like, Deft is up 16 CS and 2 plates. Trist definitely can outshove Kai'Sa, but there was a huge time where it was Kai'Sa Trist meta. These 2 champions are kind of meant to match each other, not necessarily to go like this. So huge shout out to Deft and Barrel for playing this first 7.5 minutes of laning phase this well.
Yeah, a lot of it is Style is dropping CS under the tower. This can be some level of pressure, but it also could be just not playing the last hits correctly. And he's been locked under his tower so long, he's got more than enough for Noon Quiver. At Noon Quiver, you basically can't miss CS under tower anymore unless it gets really just like screwed up somehow. But it's like, if I recall, I lose a cannon wave. So I'm gonna stay and lose half a cannon wave.
And Deft is happy sitting Doran's Blade versus Doran's Blade for as long as possible, especially when he's consistently shoving the wave in and getting small little chunks every single time he pushes in. And yeah, Style can't even touch the wave, so Deft is just gonna, he would literally be here for 40 minutes if this is the way the lane state was going to stay. Obviously, it's not going to go that long, but that's his mindset.
Yep, turret would go down, everything else. Levi would like to fight for the scuttle. He's got a friend in his back pocket. Pyosha can't jump around, which means the stun's going to land. Level 6, though. Pops ulti early. But at this point, don't you feel comfortable there? Smite, flash still available. Could fight for the Scuttle Crab. At this point, the I plus Smite, if it's an upgraded Smite, would kill it. Gets lower and lower. It's just about, now it's going to be in Smite range, basically.
It's not an upgraded
Wanted to
Smite.
preempt. And there we go. So, yeah, Auto puts it down to 120. Was trying to preempt, like, if you hit the eye, the ult will steal. We got a chance. Doesn't happen. Good job by the roam. Ornn comes down. Sylas comes over. And the first Herald will be claimed by DRX. 1,400 gold lead with the Herald on inventory.
Man, and I can't believe that Style didn't recall there. So he's literally had the Leona down bot lane for a while, and he's channeling it now, but it's actually going to be interrupted again. Not getting a recall off when your support spent 35 seconds with you. Really just greeting out wave after wave. So Rift Herald goes over to DRX, and tempo continues to be in their favor.
I know that feel. He's like got no mana either. He's like been pressing Q and W to like last hit under tower. He's like not getting them all, but Deft is like literally full mana. I'm just autoing stuff.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get this one. Cass gonna be awkward because he doesn't have the AD. This one he finally does get enough with rank 4 in his Q. It's finally enough that Q plus auto will actually kill Caster safely. So finally he gets most of the wave to himself as he stops hemorrhaging down 18 CS in the lane.
Deft might actually go for a recall after this one. He's probably got a boatload of money with 3 plates, so he's on.
What if he's at full Kraken?
He's on.
He's actually at Kraken.
Gold. He's on Kraken.
Or is it 34? No, it's 32. Yeah. So, but wouldn't mind the recall, but he's like, I can get one more though.
Yeah, he's just gonna do this. Like he will actually do this forever if you let him. Okay, now he's actually gonna recall. So he's gonna clear this cannon wave and reset.
Yep. Finally makes the call. Okay, I actually need to buy. I'm gonna be locked in this forever. We'll take the L. We'll lose part of this wave. And the thing is, because Def wants to recall, be like, wait, Def would really like to freeze this, and he's like,
I guess he wants the turret. Yeah, are they just going to give him the turret here with Herald?
Oh, with Herald up, it's definitely yours. Doesn't even need to auto them at this point, but yeah.
This is crazy.
So he's going to miss a recall timing. This also could have been a Drake timing as well, but they're going to go for turret damage. They're actually saving the Herald itself. They'll just work this one down.
And then they can Herald to another turret, still get plates. They can even give it to Deft after he resets and
I love that.
Giga accelerate him. This is so good for DRX.
I love resetting Deft to top lane with a Mythic and then summoning, because like with Mythic and Herald, you're definitely killing all of top lane tier 1.
Okay, how much gold is he resetting with? 4,073 gold. He goes back for his first base.
Yeah, there's Kraken. There's Boots 1, Dagger. Yep, there you go. And he buys a control ward. Important play. And now you just need everyone to make sure that the wards are there, that he is safe to play top lane. Oh, they're going to go mid instead. Okay, interesting. Giving Zeka the gold here.
Okay.
I don't think Zeka's touched the turret, so he has to walk up. 160 each. There you go.
Spreading the love a little bit, and actually Deft runs out bottom lane, so continuing to go for Kai'Sa. Not exactly what I expected. I thought they'd keep accelerating the game with Trist, but with that Kraken, they should be able to take full control of bot and probably take Drake. Yeah.
It's because of Drake, yeah. That's why he's going back to the side. They actually burned Ornn TP back to the top lane outer turret. Yeah, unsurprisingly. Oh, yeah, nice try. Almost gets cut him off, but came back down in time, but the wave is pushed in. Would like to see the tempo push with getting this Drake now as soon as possible. They still, after they get all their farm, they get bot lane pushed in, they get mid lane pushed in, okay. And then, yeah, I think this is, in retrospect, this is the right call. You don't get to go for top lane yet because you want the Drakes first. It removes options. It puts an even tighter timer on the game.
Yeah, it's one thing that actually Core JJ used to say to me is when you're really far ahead, like the gut is to just get yourself further ahead, but you actually need to win the game at some point. So once you have the lead, okay, then take the objective because you're powerful enough, and then you can get ahead later. So I like what DRX is doing there, getting the Drake with Death's power.
Bolt's trying to get some wave clear, gets to preempt the stun. With that though, Jax is still there. B gonna hold aggro, but Kiaya is too low.
Wow.
They get pushed all the way out. Gotta be careful. He takes a turret shot. He autoed to take a turret shot. Kiaya did not have to die there.
I mean, Sylas had him in the tri-brush. So I think you can argue this is the avoid the assist gold to give the solo kill to Ornn, but the dive itself did not go well.
Did not, and it's gonna be almost 3,000 now in DRX's favor. Kingan's chilling up there. He's like, I had a 2-0 start to this game. I'm just farming safely against Jax. We got ourselves almost Frozen Heart. Def now looking at bot lane tier 2, but isn't able to go for the turret itself, is wary of Leona and Kai'Sa coming around. Could have been dangerous enough.
Yeah, very clean game by DRX so far, and they're going to absolutely shred objectives for the rest of the game. Double Kraken. Kraken Slayer Kindred, Kraken Slayer Tristana. So nobody will be living long if both those carries get to free hit.
You get 2 seconds with Counter-Strike to dodge it all. Be okay, there's the knockup, there's the second stun, and the third, and that is a death. Zeka, second kill of the game.
Yep, so Zeka also getting fed. This is exactly what DRX wants. Ornn is just an absolute unit in the top lane already with those 2 kills and getting the third one, and they're completely taking over this top jungle. This is all kind of setting the stage so that Deft can safely push. They got a deep control ward. He's going to push later. We're watching this dive one more time. They really want to be able to get this bounty away from Ornn. And let's try and figure out what happens. So he doesn't land anything with the E, but he does knock up Jax, and they actually just chain CC, but they go so early that the Talia's not there in time.
Yeah.
Don't chain the Talia CC, and yeah, you can see here he just may as well die, because Zeka was gonna get him.
Yeah, so second half of the ult kept him brittle. So ult 2, auto, W, auto. Just got a million stuns into the Jax, which meant there just wasn't enough damage to be dealt.
Yeah.
He probably was killable without the 2-kill lead. You know, without Steel Cats being done, maybe the damage is going to be high enough, but obviously everything else paid forward, and the one aggressive play we've seen from GAM does not work out.
Trying to lie in wait for Deft. Deft, buddy.
Yep. Seen the play, it's done, but he can rocket jump it. I like the near sight, and he's like, near sight it? That's rocket jump. We're out.
Yeah. This means bad. Just get away.
Yep.
Another reason that Triss pick is good, as you mentioned, there's just not much that can interrupt that rocket jump. Even any Leona CC is generally able to be buffered and just jump away.
Nice job. Gets both halves of Q-Max, Zeka. And generally speaking, any Sylas versus range matchup, it's Q-Max. Melee versus melee, you max W for the Akali's, things like that. And yeah, Everfrost into Q is solid 600 damage off of Style, and once again, pushed off the tower, 35 CS deficit. And despite how bad that has looked, he's still got about as much as mid and top laner, who aren't getting the most farm either.
Yeah. I think Style has definitely kept his farm up, but he's just had absolutely no presence on the map.
Yeah.
Right? He's been under his turret the whole game, just trying to pick up the scraps as the turrets are falling again and again. It's first 2 turrets, I think, will quickly turn into first 3 turrets, as the second Herald is easily being taken by PO6 Kindred. And yeah, this is a very good early game by DRX.
Good right now. There's the smite, there's the auto, thank you for the claim. We are on 4 kill marks, by the way. The breakpoint has been hit. Pioshik is on 4 marks. And top lane outer, only a few shots left on the minions, but it'll be enough that Deft can kill this. Barrow will take his share of the gold, 175 each. Pioshik wants to go for a little bit more. Don't believe this one is marked. Nice try, the seismic shove first could have maybe done it, but smite guarantees it all the same.
Yeah, good time to reset. They got 1,500 gold onto the Tristana as well. Kindred can go back with the Rift Herald. They can even use this to break open a turret or just give them tempo before the next Drake spawns. So it's such a difficult spot in the game right now for GAM. You know that they want to take big swings and be aggressive, but the big swings they've taken actually so far at Worlds have just missed. They had this huge fight that they went for in their first game. They got 5 for 0 aced. This game they went for this big risky invade, lost 3 right away, so they just had to play all these games from the back foot, which just makes aggression so much more difficult. But alas, they group 5 in River, and they are looking to throw down.
Words of the wall, 15 seconds until Ocean Drake comes up. At this point, sure, maybe you try. Deft is not on 2 completed items, so if Style has Kraken, you are equal on completed items. Down a Zeal, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Again, I'm going to file right in. Board control pretty mediocre for the blue team. They're even on a scuttle right now.
King is so strong right now with his Frozen Heart. The Talia doesn't do that much damage at this point in the game, so he can just walk up whenever he wants.
Alrighty, walking up right there. They're going to find the 3-man engage. Barrow sets him up on the backside. Deft has a rocket jump away, though. Will they find these kills? Style comes in. Kai's good for 1. It's traded back and forth. Deft is low, and they're going to have Kiaya get a second now as well. Style will drop. A 2v3 on the map now. Better than maybe expected. Diving back in for more. Stun's going to land. The rocks help a ton, but over the wall goes Barrel. And Cowdy in the wrong spot to help this one. Flashing over. Ulti comes across. They get a second kill. A third, I should say. But now he's been left alone. Again, it's still +1. Zeka is unstoppable.
Wow, GAM actually played that fight so close, but they are just not rewarded for it. They end up losing 4. Based on the gold going in, you would expect that fight to go a lot worse. Massive engage from Barrel at the start, and then it got super scrappy. You can see Barrel, Rel engage, is so powerful, but I want to see how the Marines actually countered this up. So they get Levi, Talia, and then, okay, so Zeka's a little late to the fight, and they also get a massive amount of damage on Piosik early, which burns the Kindred ult. Then Deft from over the wall, while he does avoid the Leona ult, gets straight in range of Kiaya and Styles, so they're able to jump over and kill him first. And it's a flip.
Oh, stolen by Levi. Can he get out though? Stunned up and shut down. That is money in the pocket. So that was not just a steal, it was an objective bounty. That is how much DRX is winning this game by. So 500 extra gold goes to the inventory.
Okay, there's the Rift Herald. Zeka's getting really, really strong. We talked about Deft's turret plates. Zeka has 7 kills, so he's going to be getting a mid-eyes fairly soon, I'd imagine. And this mid-turret should be breakable.
Down it goes. Gold shared amongst them. As they push in to get the wave. They'd love to get this charge, and current health bar should just barely land once you get the eye plus a smite. Yeah, but now with it turning around to that wave.
Stop this.
Playable if you time the auto. Yeah, there you go. They're not going to defend it, so not going to be an extra charge. Mid lane inhibitor turret will stay at full HP. The camps can still be stolen away.
Yeah, probably a little bit of a lull here, as they're likely just going to pick up all the farm they can, reset. But what we talked about earlier, Freak, this being the last game of essentially group stage 1, right? So the first round robin will be completed for every group stage. Kind of crazy that every LCK team.
Oh, I don't know if Barrel had Merc Treads or if that ulti was just late, but you should often be able to hit confirm all the CC together, but has the time to crash down away, and there's no kill.
Yeah, every LCK team, if DRX can finish this one out, will be 2-1, which is interesting because coming into the World Championship, 25 of 26 Korean group stage teams since 2014, so since we've had the same group stage format, 25 of 26 have actually made it to quarterfinals. That's way better than any other region. It's an absurdly high percentage. And even though there's no 3-0s, which is often, there's often a 3-0 for an LCK team, every single LCK team will still be in striking distance to win their group. So no matter what happens, if you're able to go 2-1, you can still win the group because the team that is 3-0, you can just beat them the next time. You'll have a tie at 5-1. You can beat them in the tiebreaker again and take it. So after having one of the worst days in LCK World's history on day 2, when they lost all of their games, the region overall has just done such an amazing job staying stable and bouncing back.
It's really good. Definitely impressive. An incredibly consistent region, as you mentioned, the pretty monumental, like 94% hit rate at quarterfinals. Like that is,
it's absurd.
Really good. When the meme will come in, it's like, okay, well, one LPL team's gonna crash and burn. Probably many LCS teams will crash and burn. We'll see what happens with Mad Lions and co, but the LCK so consistently amazing here. And once again, DRX taking care of business. 6,000 gold ahead now. Looking for a little bit more now. Baron is up, and I mean, it's 2-item def. They'll have no problem attacking this.
I know, they got double Kraken Slayer plus Orange Silas if they need to peel, so they can just start. Zeka doesn't even need to be here. He's such a small percentage of their Baron damage. He can steal a good ultimate over the wall if he needs to, and I think this is just burn.
Information gained. They get a glimpse of 4,000 health. Yep, it's dead. See ya. We'll get mid-wave. Would like a bounty on mid lane, but they're not even pushing for it that hard. Levi doesn't even auto it as Beryl takes the wave. Baron is shown to be dead, and he might be too far up. Talia ult, Ornn ult. Here we go. Is it going to be a fight? A triple knockup.
CC. Hello,
Beryl. Done, but Beryl died for it a bit too early. Levi can be the target, though. Pushed around, gets the knockup. This is maybe a fight to be won. A shutdown comes across into Ornn. GAM goes 2-0 in the battle.
Beryl saw the group and said, I'm going.
Oh,
okay.
I can jump in time, though. That's the problem. There's always enough time. Deft has the hands for it, and that might mean a bunch of kills.
Re-engage 3v5
for a stun. 3v5. Zeka is good for 2. Deft will get the third unless W comes up.
Flash.
W. Oh, he stopwatches it. Zeka will be a target, but he burns his own stopwatch, and they're gonna re-engage a 3v5 versus 5, and they'll kill 4. They'll kill more. The inhibitor turret's gonna drop. The inhibit self is rubble as well.
Zeka is popping off. 2 are down. He teleports back. He re-engages the fight, and they're gonna take more.
They're gonna look for what they can. TP in onto the minions, keeping those alive. Nexus turret will drop, and maybe that's all they're going to get here as Ornn is in. No, the respawns aren't here just yet. A 3v5 becomes the Nexus. Style can't stop them. DRX took that personally. A 23-23 victory.
What an acceleration of the game state there by DRX. 10, 1, and 2 for Zeka. He has been performing so well all the way through play-ins, now into groups, and he moves DRX into week 2 with style.
That was impressive to decide, you know what, we've got what it takes. I like the idea, hey, we're 5v3, what if Deft isn't ready? What if he doesn't rocket jump in time? We kill him, 5v2, we get it. But the Alpaca gets himself another win. It was a lane kingdom in the bottom side. It didn't feel like it was about them since the game started 3-0 from top jungle mid doing stuff.
Yeah.
And the end of the game was like, well, yeah, he's ahead on Sylas. He's gonna do Sylas things. But bot lane was a lane kingdom, and the top side just had control the entire time as well.
Yeah, I can see the analyst desk frantically running back to their stations because that game definitely ended before people expected it to.
It did.
We're like, oh yeah, DRX is just casually taking Baron, and less than a minute later, the game is actually over. It's so quick how that happened. And to your point, I do understand why GAM was going to take that fight. From minute 1, they were in a position where they needed to take a lot of risk, and time again, DRX didn't concede the ground. They were always ready to go in for the counter fight, and just out-executed GAM the whole time to go 2-1.
Completely did. I mean, it was really, really good stuff that Zeka just chain healed through everybody. Was like stacked up, was huge, and just did such a good job. I mean, he was one of their better performers domestically. We looked at him in play-ins and he was smurfing the entire time, and he hasn't really missed a beat here. Like, yeah, he's had some tough games. I mean, I think, you know, Larson outperformed him in the Rogue game, but 12K, highest in the game.
Damage is always low in 23-minute games because you don't get these big, long late-game team fights where you can do like 10,000 damage in one fight. But 7 turrets to 0 is the big thing here. The Tristana had pushed the whole time. The Jax was never able to push the Ornn. Sylas got the Rift Herald from the Kindred, who had so much lane pressure because he was just able to play through the Trist Prio the whole game. So what's really interesting about these 2 DRX wins that we've had is they've just had such good macro in them, right? Like once they get the lead, they're so good at setting up the right vision, getting these very low-looking damage numbers at the end, but having very decisive victories.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is they were set up for these. Like, okay, there was a Drake steal, right? Like, hey, kudos to Levi, that's a good smite, right? Well done. They couldn't get a Graves outside the pit. Okay, fine. But the Goldie just kept going down to the right because they were always with pressure, right? 7-0 on turrets. Okay, sure, 4 of those were the very last push, but like they had the tempo going. It was really well done by DRX the whole time. And we've had a lot of fun here in New York. Of course, we are stopping down for a couple of days before we do the second round robin. But if you can't make it to San Francisco to watch the World Finals in person, you can always watch on the big screen with friends and family at select theaters near you. Use the QR code below to grab your tickets. I gotta say, viewing parties are a lot of fun, even if you can't be there in person. Obviously, being here in person, awesome as well. Thank you all very much for being here. I was going to
try and use the QR code on our program monitor to see if it worked. I wanted to see what the website looked like.
Our program monitor's right there, by the way.
I've nerded out over QR codes before, and I know they're like 5-year-old technology, but they're so cool.
They are really cool.
They just auto-links for cameras, but yeah, that's it.
That's it. It was really well done. So every LCK team 2-1 in striking distance of first in their group. And we do have a 0-3 in every single group as well. GAM joining the LCS with that honor. We'll see what else comes through to that one. We are joining Shox and translator G-Sun on stage with Pioshik for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, as the fans are cheering very much for Pioshik, and of course, why not after that victory. Pioshik, congratulations. I saw that you went for Kindred, which I know is maybe probably your favorite champion ever, but why was it a good pick in this situation?
표식 선수 이번 경기에서 킨드레드 플레이하셨습니다. 표식 선수의 아마도 최애 챔피언이 맞을 것 같은데 오늘 이 상황에서 킨드레드 플레이하신 이유가 뭘까요?
이제 제가 킨드레드를 되게 자신 있어 하고 또 요즘에 그부가 많이 나오는데 아무래도 그부 상대로 제가 킨드를 좀 잘 하다 보니까 그냥 감코진 분들한테 되게 어필을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
So I'm pretty confident in Kindred, and also we are seeing a lot of Graves in the jungle right now, and I know how to play Kindred into Graves, so I was pretty vocal about this pick to my coaching staff.
Okay, it's worked out, and now we know that GAM can be very aggressive. Even when they're behind, they will try to fight you. So how did you make sure that they didn't come back into this game?
이제 상대한 팀이 워낙 공격적이고 지고 있을 때도 계속 적극적으로 교전을 펼치는 팀인 만큼 이번 경기 하면서 어떤 점을 염두에 두면서 이제 상대가 역전할 수 없게 해야겠다 하셨나요?
이제 게임 시작하기 전에는 상대가 아무래도 초반에 되게 잘 했다 보니까 그쪽으로 잘 막는 쪽으로 생각을 하고 들어가는데 1레벨 어찌어찌 잘 돼가지고 그냥 이대로 게임 굳히면은 우리가 충분히 유리하다 이런 식으로 콜 나왔던 것 같아요.
So at the beginning, we were aware that they're going to degrade in the early game. So we were ready to actually take the hits, but we actually got through the early game really well. So we were like, if we solidify this lead, we will be able to pick up the win easily.
Okay. When it comes to the group stage so far, it's been a bit up and down, if I may say so. But then you had a fantastic victory also over top. But what are your general thoughts as to how this group is playing out?
이제 그룹 스테이지 1라운드 마무리 하셨잖아요. 어떻게 보면 또 오르락 내리락 했다고 볼 수도 있고 탑 e스포츠 상대로는 또 화끈하게 승리 가져오기도 했는데 돌이켜보면 그룹 스테이지 1라운드 어땠던 것 같나요?
저희가 첫 경기 아쉽게 졌어가지고 두 번째 경기 때부터 이제 TES 상대하느냐고 골머리 아팠는데 다행히 어제 잘 이기고 오늘도 GAM이 0승 2패지만 되게 보여준 전략이나 그런 게 대단했어가지고 긴장을 많이 했는데 다행히 2승 1패로 이겨가지고 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
So it's a bummer that we started off the group stage with a loss. So we were having so much headache preparing for the top esports match. But I was so relieved that we were able to get the win against them. And then we were also so worried about this matchup against GAM Esports because their strategy, their gameplay is also really on point. So I'm really happy with the 2-1 score right now.
And I think that's a great score to go into the next phase. Thank you so much, Pioshek. And thank you, Ji-san, for your hard work this group stage so far. And we will head over to Worlds Cooldown.
Thank you. Whoa! What a day! What a day! We just had the most intense
photo session.
Yeah, it was a carousel, a conveyor belt of photo-taking opportunities there. But we close it out with a DRX win over GAM Esports. How you feeling over there with your emotional support, Alpaca?
We got some of the most iconic champions for every single player on this team. So we got Kingen on Ornn, the pick that he looked incredible in the beginning of the summer. We got Pioshek on his namesake champion. Shout out to Lyric. Without Lyric, I don't think DRX would have gone to
no.
So yeah,
well, it wouldn't have happened.
But on the point, okay, there was this level 1 and 8 we'll get to in one moment. I was gonna say, you mentioned we get the Kindred, the namesake for Pioshek, and while you did roll a 12 on the D20, we all know +8 modifier for that. So basically a 20, and it was all sealed up right there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for GAM Esports, they had a -2 on the perception because it feels like every time they go for these invades, it just doesn't work out for them. This is maybe the second or if not third time that we've seen them take fights, especially against like top esports. We've seen it now against DRX, where they go for these early invades and they massively backfire. And it just feels like because of that, GAM Esports never really get themselves a decent footing in the game, so they can actually fight toe-to-toe against people. It feels like the game has been decided within the first 5 to 10 minutes.
Because I actually like their team fighting. It starts off with a very good engage by Barrow and then a follow-up. But regardless, if you're not as far behind as they were, look at the use of space. Look at Style being able to still find backline access. I think there's opportunities there, but because at this point, so many people on DRX are already fed. That like, even if you do kill Deft, even if Barrow does go a little bit too deep, then it still doesn't really matter.
It's definitely tough. It makes games like this hard to evaluate. While it's great to see DRX get it done when they are, picking up early kills like that, you want to see them close it out relatively cleanly and in a decent amount of time. The game didn't extend too long. It was relatively mistake-free from the side of DRX with that lead. And so, great, that's good to see. But to your point, I just want to see GAM on even footing at 15, 20 minutes and see how the games go at that point.
Yeah, because we can even see here, like, this fight, at least at the beginning, was kind of like, oh, maybe GAM are starting to turn this around. Maybe we can actually get Stall into a position. But because you already had this massive goal lead for DRX, it was just never really the opportunity.
I think GAM are their own worst enemy in that they try to overforce. I think if they have a little bit more faith in themselves and take it a little bit slower, there might be more opportunities there because I understand the willingness, and we saw this actually pay off for Flying Orsa to go for a very aggressive composition or try to look for these invades. But going in there on DRX when there is a fat Sylas and you're not sure you can 100 to 0 him, especially when it's Zeka who has been performing so well the entire tournament, is just a really big risk. And I was jokingly saying, you know, did DRX close these out? I don't know, 35, 40 minutes.
You promised me a 40-minute game.
Because they are a slow team. But then Dagda said, knowing my own team better than I apparently, don't you go to the LPL50 joke. I'm making sure. Then GAM kind of gave him an opening. And if you do that, DRX is very quick to pounce.
Well, there you have it. Oh, did you have a final point on this?
No, I just wanted to nod at the camera for, yeah, they are LPL50, that's all.
Okay, we just had to hold the sign, too, about the LPL 5th seed. Here, we're taking a moment to remember the performance of Rogue today as they hit 3-0 in their group and still maintain sole possession of first place. It was all about Malrong and Trimby, that dynamic duo, jungle support, playmakers across the map.
And the level of play from Rogue, as well as their diversity in draft and how well everyone on this roster seems to be performing, I think is such a great way for this organization to set themselves up for a wonderful second week of groups.
And I think as well for Rogue, the fact that they're coming in and playing the exact same style that they played in the LEC speaks wonders to why they're looking so good at the moment as well, right? They looked and said, hey, look, Trimby having these things like the Rakan, but also like the Soraka, the Enchanter, like being able to play his style. You've still got Malrang going for these hyper-aggressive Verdi games. At Odo Omne playing for the Maokais, the tank style as well. It's a very simple, well, not simple, but it's a well-executed game plan that Rogue are well used to. And that's why I think we're seeing that Rogue are popping the hell off and having that 3-0 scoreline.
And they seem to know what they want to play and how to play it. That, for me, has been one of the keys to success for teams here at this tournament. When the meta is so wide, you just got to hone in on what you want to play, stick to your guns. Let's take a look at the standings. Obviously, Group A, a very tight race between the three teams, all tied at 2-1. Edward Gaming, Fnatic, and T1 Cloud9 still hunting for their first win. JDG, they've got sole possession of first over in Group B, with Damwon Kia currently in that 2 slot to get out of groups and make the knockout. Rogue, as we mentioned, 3-0 top their group. DRX, with that win, they moved to 2-1, also in position to make the knockout stage. And then we'll close things out with Group D, Royal Never Give Up, and Gen.G in the 1-2 position. Still plenty, though, that can be decided as we have a whole nother round robin to go. I do want to make a note, though, on LEC and EU's performance. While we've been kind of tracking regional records, 6-3 as a record is the best in history for Europe coming out of the first round robin. So what a tournament they've been having for themselves so far.
It's been absolutely immaculate. I mean, the fact that you have 2 of your teams topping the groups is looking really, really good. And I think as well for a lot of people who are kind of like talking about, hey, LPL and LCK are the two big dogs coming in, to see the LEC going toe-to-toe with them so consistently just speaks volumes to the region as a whole. And why these teams are actually looking so good is because they're playing towards their own styles. They're having great team fights. It looks overall like LEC are a force to be reckoned with at this tournament.
All right, they're a force to be reckoned with. I want to play a little bit of a game. We brought the whiteboards back out as we have
I got a couple of pens.
The results, thank you very much. As we have the results for the first round robin, I wanted to do some predictions for how we think the second round robin will go. And ultimately, what I want to do is go through each group one at a time, and I want each of us to write down the 2 groups we think are going to advance out of that group. Okay, so we'll start in Group A. A reminder, we got 3 teams tied for 2-1. I want you to write down your first seed and your second seed in order. So you're also predicting the seed here, okay? And then we're all going to reveal together. I already know where I'm going on this one. I love you too, whoever said that. I mean, I love all of you. You're all incredible. Okay, I'm ready to reveal. Are you guys? Just Group A.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Ready? You wrote it so small.
I'm just trying
3, 2, 1. Boom. Fnatic is my number 1. I am loving the way that they're playing. I think that this team has been underestimated by many, and I think the momentum of this week 1 is going to carry them through. I think they're going to pull out possibly a 3-0 in the second week to get the first seed. I'm going with T1 after that. It's hard to root against or vote against Faker, if I'm being honest, especially when he's back on North American soil, because there's seems to be something magical about when he comes to our region to play for a world championship. But you, on the other hand, you're kicking Fnatic out of Group A?
So I'm looking at what happened in 2021, where EDG didn't get off to the best of starts. Even when you look at them coming out of the group stage, they didn't look so hot. And suddenly they were able to pick it up as the tournament went on. Especially when you look at people like JJ and Flandre, they took a little bit of time to find their footing, and it feels like it's kind of a similar story in this tournament where they just need a bit of time, and eventually they'll pop off to that success they had in 2021.
So he says defending world champs take the 1 seed out of Group A. Chronicler, did you already?
It was 2-1 EDG. I have faith in my in my number 2 seed.
Fair enough.
T1.
Fair enough.
Even though they've copped a couple of losses, when it comes to their wins, they're so dominant that I think once they fine-tune it, they should be a dominant force in that.
All right, let's hop on over to Group B, and if I could steal an eraser from one of you, that would be
I have the big boy.
so I don't have to mess up my hands. Thank you so much.
That actually sounds fun.
No, I don't want to do that. Come on. Thank you so much. All right, Group B. Let's see. Who do you guys think is getting out of Group B? A reminder, that's JDG, Damwon, Kia, G2, and EG. All right? I think this one, to me, actually feels like one of the easier groups to predict. I imagine you two are on
I think we can,
the same page. Boom.
I don't think we have
Quick
to.
reveal.
We have to
okay.
I think we're all just.
So we don't think anything changes in this group. That it's going to be JDG, then Damwon, Kia. Here's the one clarifying question. Do you think JDG stays undefeated and they end 6-0, or are we going to get like a tie break with? You don't. You think they're going to drop one?
I don't think any team is going to stay undefeated, personally.
I don't think JDG have been dominant enough. I think we've seen a lot of the jitters that we kind of looked at in the LPL, because the big thing when looking at this team was that although they were dominant in series, they weren't that dominant in game score, which is why I think JDG will more. Oh, come on. Flaming hot take from Decca. Every time I speak about the LPL. But yeah, I think it's still going to be a case of like, we'll probably see them drop a game to Damwon, and that's when we'll actually end up with an actual fierce battle for that first place. But I still think JDG will take it.
We have the best producers. The absolute best producers. Okay, on to Group C here. We got Rogue, Top Esports, DRX, and GAM. All right, let's go ahead and make our predictions on this one. Ooh, this group I think is tough. Very, very tough. Okay. Oof. Okay.
This was tough.
Chronicler's going to hate me for this.
That's fine. I already know that you're not going to have faith in my alpaca, but he will persevere.
Are you ready? Ready for the reveal?
I've already revealed.
Here we go.
Oh.
No! That's way worse!
That's why I knew you were going to hate this. I think DRX, mostly because of how little you believe in them, I believe in them, okay? And I think DRX, we're going to look at here, we're going to end up in a 5-1 tie. Is what I think is going to happen between these two teams. And I think DRX is going to win out in that tie over Rogue. But I do think Rogue is going to get through. My concern for Top Esports is just the hole that they're in, right? It's as simple as that. Just mathematically, I'm a little worried.
I'm not going to lie. There's a large portion of me here that is voting with my heart, because I really want to see Knight do well. Like, this guy is been overperforming the LPL for so long. We haven't got to see it in the international stage. I still think he's playing fantastic at the moment as well. I want to see him get what he deserves and moves on towards the playoffs, but it does rely on a lot of the team stepping up, but they could do it for week 2.
Yeah, I noticed again you were quick to erase, but I'm going to assume you put DRX as number 1 in the group.
No, second. Yeah, I saw it. DRX.
So they're still getting out, It's just 2 DRXs. Get out of that group.
Yeah, Rogue, I think Rogue, no, I actually agree. I think it might end up being a tiebreaker. I think Rogue has just earned the vote of confidence after how good they look. And unlike with some of the other teams, I think Fnatic are very hot and cold. G2, to me, seem a little bit more reliant on draft. I think Rogue all around just look really good. So they get my confidence. But, of course, I'm going to always go with DRX.
One more group to go, and that's Group D. RNG, Gen G, CFO, 100 Thieves. Let's go for it. Ooh, actually, this group is kind of tough, too. I guess, well, maybe not as tough, actually, now. All right, I got it. I got a peep at Dagna's whiteboard. This is great. Okay, 3, 2, 1. RNG's going to get third.
Flaming hot take.
Flaming hot take, but they're still going to get out of the group. I'm going for RNG Gen G. I don't think a lot's going to change in this group. I think it's going to pretty much match what we've seen so far in the second round robin. It looks like you think the same. Explain to me, though, how RNG gets third and also makes it out of the group.
It's magic, honestly. That's all it is with RNG.
Okay.
Yeah, you just got to believe sometimes, you know?
Do you believe in that? Okay, but no copyright strikes. Okay, moving on. That was a fun prediction game. From here, I want to refresh on the meta because once again, we've added another champion to our presence graphic. We're up to 101 unique champions picked and banned with the Kindred in that last game. And so that leaves us 60 uncontested champions left in the pool as possibilities to go at. And so we're going to refresh on what those 60 champions are here. These are all the ones that have not seen a ban, have not seen a play at the World Championship. Which of these 60 do you think either deserves a look or that you just selfishly really want to see?
So what I think is legitimately good in the right situations and should be looked at, and I'm not voting with my heart here, is Carvers and Fiddlesticks.
Okay.
I think the meta has shown that there are a large variety of drafts that is viable, and I think we have seen some opportunities where our teams go for a lot of scaling, and a jungler that can really punish that isn't Graves, who often gets banned away, I think has an opportunity to shine.
So I'm going to give a shout out to some of the boys backstage. So Jat, obviously with his Corki, he's been really wanting to see that one.
Yeah.
Kadril has been singing from the high heavens about Kayn as well, especially into picks like the Maokai. So I think that could potentially be one. I actually think the Twisted Fate. I think Twisted Fate has a really good time when he's able to play in towards things like, you know, carry junglers, like a Hecarim or a Graves or these sorts of things. So I imagine that we'll probably end up seeing him at some stage try to fit into one of those compositions, especially, say, for a team like RNG with Xiao, who I think will
see. Yeah.
I got to wonder if just more Enchanters come out. Again, kind of stealing from a couple of the other guys as well. Freak talking about Janna as a response to something like Yuumi, possibly. Otherwise, you have Soraka Sona, or Soraka's been played, but Sona, not just yet. Would be curious about that one. Outside of that, though, I'm not really sure how much more we have left to get through in these 60 champions. That's really... Oh, I would be interested in a Pocket Veigar from somebody.
Diana Yasuo?
Diana Yasuo?
Diana Yasuo?
Please. Please give me Diana Yasuo. I would absolutely love to. Who plays it?
Damwon would.
Damwon?
Damwon Kia would.
All right, well, now I want Damwon to win Worlds.
I'm aboard. Hell yeah.
Okay, there you have it. That's the end of our first round robin. Let's take a look at our schedule for Thursday of this week, October 13th. We've got Fnatic versus Cloud9, a rematch. Well, they're all rematches, to be fair. To kick things off, T1 versus Fnatic will follow. The only rematch we have. Two round robins. That's exactly how it works. Okay, T1, Fnatic after that, Cloud9 versus Edward Gaming, smack dab in the middle of the day. This is an important reminder, as you see, Fnatic and Edward Gaming in that third game having to play again. We finish each group on a day, as opposed to the way that the first round robin breaks out. So it'll be T1 versus Cloud9, and then Edward Gaming once again against T1 to close out Group A. That's about it. That's about all we got. We're going to take a couple days rest. We're going to shut down the arena, but we want to make sure that those of you at home are aware of this message. Engaging online is a part of all of our lives, and Riot Games is partnering with IDEO to redefine what healthy online spaces can look like through the Designing for Digital Thriving Challenge. Now, through November 1st, we're asking fans worldwide to submit your innovations, designs, or ideas that help build healthy online communities, and winning submissions can take home anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000. Check out ideo.com for more info. That's going to do it from us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you on Thursday for more Worlds. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other.
Be like Chronicler. Be good.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the first round robin here for Worlds 2022.
So on her iPad it says hope win. So does she mean that like someone wins, like hope someone wins, or you mean like hope G2 wins? Oh yeah. Like G2 is like really small.
Hey, Jankos is going to get over here. 369 a little bit separated. Flash fully stacked up. Passive is broken. Blade's going to walk it out. There's first blood for Darius. The Weavers will block them all. And the encore is massive yet again. And the resets are now starting to come through. Yagao goes down. He's doing so much damage. And the resurrection does not seem to matter whatsoever. There is the Sivir damage. And JDG, they might just win right here.
Actually, I forgot the most important part of our speech. G2 has fallen. We won't fall. LPL can't get through over us. Guys, play later on Varus, okay? Go on Gnar, can you go on Gnar? The guys are snapping, brother. No, play. Go play. Go play. Okay, perfect. Good job. Let's go.
Yeah, here comes the turret. Yeah, in goes Trimby. That is the quickness getting one onto Mark. Oh my God! It's an absolute god. They'll tidy up the fight. Rogue now looking to close this one out. The inhibitor going to be taken.
Well, G2 would love to see us beat that one.
Yeah, they would love to see that.
On my way. G2 fans are now NA fans. True.
Oh, right at the very edge. And now Canyon, it's just going to be flashing forward. Impact in so much trouble. First blood goes down, but immediately it's going to be answered. Now Noguri going to have to get out of there. Flashes Inspired's under the turret. Emperor's Divide picked up by Jojo. There's the ult forward, but the Berserk comes through immediately afterwards. Emperor's Divides, both of them coming through at the same time, but someone will obliterate this team fight. The Cloud Soul is picked up as well, and they'll march up the mid lane.
That's streaming RNG? Yeah, bro. They don't know us.
I think they're streaming 100
Just
Thieves.
wait till we win this game and then see what's going on.
They're yelling 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves. 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves.
Which one will they kill next? A flash in, triple stun for Breathe, a follow through for Ming, and count him 1, 2, 3. A stopwatch will still signal his fate, and everyone is dead. 100 Thieves take too long to find the fight, and RNG fight it for him.
They might go for a dive.
Back up, they've got the root already, they got to ult him in, but Shun's not level 6, they're gonna try to burn him, and first blood comes through, second blood instantaneously as well. Rest alive, just barely, but Shun maybe in the wrong spot, trying to kite it out, trying to stay alive, shield bow pop, Q comes back through, he won't quite die, finally drops indeed, Lehens, flash to follow, killed off by Rest, but the man is alone. Will there enough cooldowns? Yes, there's going to be a lot of damage, and he will die. Shutdown comes through to Peanut. Only 2 kills on the one side, 4 on the other for Gen G. And that will be failed. He'll fall now as well. The hook comes in on a Chovy, still tanky enough, though. They cannot find lethal damage. Ulti comes across for a bit. Looking for the stun combo, and it will not happen. Ruler cleans up the double kill. That is a clean ace. Gen G lose no one.